I'll cover the, I think, most important topic first, which is supposedly we were all going to get breakfast this morning. And there are a lot of sweets behind the curtain. I think enough for everyone here. So if anybody needs a little sweet, feel free to go back there and get it. And if the breakfast that was promised to us ever arrives, I think it will be important that we take a quick stop so that we can get some protein into the members of the Board of Forestry, because otherwise this could be a very, very grumpy session. So for the record, I'm Jim Kelly, Chair of the State Board of Forestry. Today's meeting will be live streamed to make sure our viewers online can follow along with our virtual proceedings. I'll go over some best practices and housekeeping tips. Everyone participating in the virtual and physical meeting room, please silence your cell phones and try to limit background noises. For online participants, remember to mute yourself when you are not speaking and disable your video when not presenting or providing public comment. We ask everyone participating today to state their names before speaking so those listening online can track our commentary for the meeting recording. If you experience technical issues in the online meeting room, use the chat function on Zoom to connect with our ODF host during the meeting. As a reminder of our general order of operations, after an item is introduced, I'll invite the presenters to begin. Board members, if you have any clarifying questions, please raise your hand and I'll call on you. Presenters, we will do our best to ask questions one at a time. After a presentation, we will open the floor for board discussion and additional questions. Our agenda is filled with items that will inform the board, provide department updates, and highlight committee work. Today, we have 6 decision items in front of the board, one in block form, that's the consent agenda, and others as individual agenda items number 3 through 7. For decision items 3 through 6, the option to sign up and provide verbal testimony is available, but item 7 is reserved for property owners who opted to provide testimony, and this item is not open to general public comments. For the agenda items with a decision, we will have information presented first with an opportunity to hear from the public. After that, we will shift to a discussion space where the board can ask further questions or present a motion for deliberation before coming to vote. With that, are there any questions? Okay. For testimony, the public forum agenda item number 2 allows members of the public to share their perspectives with the board about items not on the agenda or regarding the information items included with the meeting agenda. When you come up to speak or join us online, please provide your name, affiliation if you are representing an organization or a group, and the topic you are providing comment for. Testimony under the public forum is limited to 2 minutes. For decision items, we welcome written remarks and want to hear from the public before a decision item is deliberated by the board. We have allotted 15 minutes for live verbal commentary per decision item. Today, the public can offer remarks on items number 3, 4, 5, and 6. When you come up to speak or join us online, again, same rules, please provide your name and affiliation. We really have a packed agenda, and due to that, I'm probably going to be pretty mean today in terms of keeping us on schedule, so fair warning. And we do understand that the 2 minutes for testimony is a small amount of time, so just ask for your understanding and your patience. And if you can and are willing to, we will be accepting written testimony up through June 20th. Any further questions? Okay. I would like to take this moment to share some updates on the Board of Forestry roster and recognize the service of our former members, Carla Chambers and Shonda Ferrari. I think anyone who has been on this board has been through a lot. I don't know if there's a standard certificate like I survived the Board of Forestry.
Yeah.
Or something like that the department does, but I'm hoping so.
Well, look.
Yeah,
Well, look,
okay.
and I'll try to
Anyhow,
find that T-shirt says that I was on the Board of Forestry. All I got was this T-shirt. No.
yeah, all I got was a T-shirt. Anyhow, we do really want to recognize it is a fact that this is a board that demands a lot of each of its members, and anybody who has been here has experienced that and deserves a lot of thanks from us and really from all Oregonians. And so we're grateful for what they have brought to us. So as we look ahead at the work on the horizon, we are fortunate to have two new board members joining us to continue with our mission. So I would like to introduce both Bob Van Dyke and Heath Curtis. Heath and Bob to the Board of Forestry, very recent new members of the Board of Forestry, but both individuals who have long experience with these issues and working with the board. And I can personally say I'm thrilled that we've got them both on this board, and I know that they're going to provide the board and the state great service. Further, with our new board policy manual, we have a new position of vice chair, and Brenda McComb has agreed to serve in that position, and she will step in if I am not here or in any way incapacitated, and fill this role. And thank you very much for your willingness to do that, and it's going to be great. We also have with this board policy manual a new committee. It's a committee that reviews one policy manual and suggests changes, and so that committee, I have talked to three of our members and to elicit their willingness to serve on that committee. So that will be headed by Brenda. Liz Agpawa has graciously agreed, and the work starts right away. Heath Curtis has also graciously agreed to serve on that committee. So with that, I will perform a roll call of the board members to confirm that we have a quorum for today's items. So unmute yourself, all of you. So Liz Agpawa.
Coach Chair Kelly, I am here, and put me in.
All right. Heath Curtis.
Present.
Ben Doimling. Here. Joe Justice.
Here.
Brenda McComb. Bob Van Dyke.
Here.
Okay, I'm here too. Okay, jumping onto the consent agenda items, so that everyone is aware, items F and G have been removed from today's consent agenda for a future meeting. Items A through E and H through K remain on the consent agenda for potential motions. And you know, we ran into some bumps on the two items that are being removed. I think the issues are likely to get resolved pretty quickly. I feel confident we'll be able to move ahead of those, but it's probably at our next meeting. So I don't think we're going to be pedaling backwards too much on that, but we've got a little bit of work to do. So with that, with the consent agenda as described, is there anyone willing to make a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'll move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Okay. Okay, the motion has been made by Joe Justice and seconded by Brenda McComb. And with that, we will go to a roll call vote. And the motion stated is to accept the consent agenda items A through E, H through K. And with that, I'll do a roll call. And all right, Heath Curtis.
Yes. I don't know the words. I think yes.
That works.
That works, yes.
It's understood.
Liz Agpawa,
Aye.
Ben Dormley,
Aye.
Here.
Joe Justice.
Aye, my mic isn't working.
Okay.
Oh, there it is.
Sorry about that. Brenda McComb,
Aye.
Bob Van Dyke.
Aye.
Okay, now with that, unanimously, the consent agenda motion has passed. So we can move on. The motion carries. Let me see here. Okay. All right, next up will be board member comments and our state foresters comments. So can we, I think we should start with Cal, our state forester.
Thank you. Let me see if this works. Well, good morning, Chair Kelly, the Board of Forestry. Is my mic working? Or is it? Okay, I'm just gonna speak loud. Okay.
Or you can,
Yeah. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Good morning, Chair Kelly, Board of Forestry. For the record, my name is Cal Mukamoto and I'm the state forester. Well, this week we had a great tour yesterday with the Board of Forestry, wonderful weather, and covered the topics of landscape resiliency and our work closely with the U.S. Forest Service. I really wanted to thank our staff for organizing that tour and our partners, the U.S. Forest Service, and doing that. The tour covered what we call good neighbor authority projects, and we were able to review some of those and look at the potential impacts on landscape resiliency and the and economic impacts that come along with that. We were also able to talk about the 20-year plan that was required by Senate Bill 762 and the progress that's being made towards that. I really see this as a really promising. It's been going on for quite a while. We've been working with the Forest Service, but I think that this opportunity can be expanded and the benefits can be brought to the Oregonians in both fire protection, landscape restoration, and also economic stimulation for the areas. But with good weather like we had yesterday, fire season upon us. Actually, it's here in the south. We already started on June 1st, and Lane County came through the door last weekend with the first fire that we were concerned about. The team down there got on it, held it, and then the atmospheric rain river came over and did the job and put it out. So we were very lucky. But we feel that maybe given the reports from our weather that we'll probably be full into it probably towards the end of June. I'm hoping that that weather can hang in there, good weather and some moisture till 4th of July. I'm going to be looking to Deputy State Forester Michael that happens. He did it while he was the division chief for fire, and I want him to continue doing that sort of stuff. This week also marked the beginning of two major projects for Oregon Department of Forestry. First, the budget note. At the end of the last session, we had a bill, Senate bill, no, it was a HB 4133, which was aimed to try to take care of some of the wildfire funding issues. It failed on a technicality, which was disappointing, but there was a budget note that came along with it. Budget note number 5 that instructed that Oregon Department of Forestry and Oregon State Fire Marshal Office work together to come up with some sustainable funding methods for wildfire suppression. and others. And so we started that on Monday. Jim attended as an ex officio member. There was about 35 people involved, with 35 to 40, right? It was a huge group in Bend, Oregon. Spent the entire day starting it out. We'll be focusing on the requirements of the budget note, which are basically suppression. How do we fund suppression? Mitigation, which includes landscape resiliency, home hardening, and defensible space. And one other area is land classification. We have two work groups that are starting for suppression and suppression and mitigation, but we haven't started one for land classification. We kind of, right now, I think the thinking is that we will probably be dealing with that in the two other work groups. Kyle Williams, and I'm going to introduce some of my cabinet here. We're able to hire Kyle Williams, and he is my deputy in charge of fire. And he was leading the charge with Travis Medina from Oregon State Fire Marshal Office, and that went very well. That same evening, Derek Wheeler had a spinoff from that meeting, our legislative coordinator, and had to attend the first meeting on the WUI map, the revision of the WUI map up in Redmond, Oregon, and I think they've been to a couple since. And I understand that went very well. Hopefully we'll hear back a little bit more. I did want to introduce my cabinet. It's finally come together after a few months, and I have it fully staffed now. So I think I'm going to look around and see who's here. Okay, Kyle, the youngest one is Kyle Williams, our fire deputy. I think you know him probably from OFIC, and he previously was with ODF and had done some work with private industry. He's leading up our fire operations. Mike Shaw, are you here? Okay, Mike Shaw. Mike's my deputy state forester, and he's been around for a while. I see James back there. James Short is the organization CFO. Wendy, are you back there? Oh, there you are. Wendy's my deputy of administration, and Shawneen, she's a new one too. Shawneen Scott is our HR director. This group reports directly to me and is probably like my board of not board of directors, but we're kind of like the board of directors for the operation. So it's a good group. We have lively meetings with a lot of humor in them, and I feel like the spirit is good in that group. So if you want to talk to any of them, feel free. So that's about all I have for you, Chair Kelly, this morning.
Okay, thank you. I've got a couple of comments, and then I'll open it up to board members. My comments are really regarding some issues that are on our decision items today. And one regards the vision for Oregon and what we're voting on today. And I think there's been a lot of consternation because we've had a process where we reached out for input, public input. We've received a lot, but it's all been in a really short timeline. And at the same time, so that process isn't finished. We're going to be getting through, that committee is going to be getting through all of that feedback. And I think there's a lot of great feedback that's been given, and there's going to be a lot of that I'm sure will be adopted into the final document. Meanwhile, we have a separate track that is sort of, I guess you'd say, kind of forced upon us, that all the agencies like us have to turn in a strategic plan in a certain format. It's a different animal, but a related animal to the governor's office. And that has a deadline of being done this month. That's what we're going to vote on today. So we are giving a draft to the governor's office. We are not done with the process of finishing up this vision. I don't want it to go on forever, and I have a goal of 90 days. Would be my goal, that we can really get it completed. I don't think we'll get all the measurables and that work done in that, but I think we can I think we can have a good hope of being able to incorporate all this new feedback and get something that we can vote on in our September meeting. That's what I'm hoping for on that. And similarly, I think there's also some misunderstanding around what we're also going to be voting on measures for the plan on the state forest. And all we are voting on today is essentially that the question, are we looking at the right ones on this list? Is this the right and complete list of performance measures? There's going to be a lot of work after that to flesh all of that out and create the measurables and all of that. But it's a relatively procedural vote at this point. I think some people seem to have perceived that something more is going to be voted on today, and I think it's nothing more than that. Anyhow, just wanted to throw out those assurances. And with that, we have other board member comments before we move on. Brenda, go ahead.
Yes, thanks, Jim. Cal, now that your cabinet is fully staffed and you're good to go, I wonder if it would be possible for the board to get regular updates on progress made within the agency toward advancing diversity hires and retention.
Well, yes, Shani. That's something we actually been talking about and getting some, so we can measure our progress on that. So.
Right, but this is a question that I've asked for about 6 years now, so I'm kind of anxious to see
just
some
to get my stuff
responses
together here. So, yeah. Shani, do you want to address that?
Sure. What was the question again?
She wants to know about if we can get regular reports to the board on diversity hires.
Yes, we just made a job offer to a new DEI strategy officer. She doesn't report, I think, until July 1st. And so one of the tasks I have is to look at that and more reporting. So I'm going to work with the cabinet on what is it that we want to report to the board, what's important to the organization, on how we move forward with the diversity hiring and how we incorporate that into everything we do in the hiring process.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Shani.
Anything else?
Thank you.
Jim, must have turned it off again. So the item 8, that's not a decision item, it's discussion, correct?
I had that wrong. Heath was
Okay,
just pointing that
okay,
out.
all right. I wanted to make
Okay.
sure that I was clear. Too, and all I would say, welcome Heath and Bob to the board. It's good to have you. I look forward to several more years of great work together.
Other comments from board members? Yes. Bob.
Yep, yeah, Bob Van Dyke. I just want to say thanks for the warm welcome that I've received from everybody yesterday and today, and for my 9-month term, to be clear. And that I also want to ask everybody's patience because I'm not that great with names and I'm meeting a ton of new people. And so anyway, apologies in advance if I don't remember your name and I have to ask again. I just also want to say I've already, having met a lot of the new staff here, or staff here, I should say, new to me, I look forward to talking to a lot of you to learn a lot about what's going on and try to get up to speed for the work. So thanks again for the welcome.
Other comments? Okay, I think in that case, we're ready to move on. And thank you all for keeping that pretty brief. Okay, next on the agenda is our time allotted for the public forum. And for those participating who signed up, we ask that everyone in the queue, whether online or in person, not to exceed their allotted time of 2 minutes. As a reminder, this forum is reserved for remarks on information items and topics off the agenda. Before you begin, please state your full name, the topic or agenda item number you are commenting on, and associated affiliation, if you are representing a group or organization. A timer will be provided to track your time, and each commenter will be called on by the board administrator. With limited time available, anyone who exceeds their time will be prompted to provide a closing statement and then muted. With that, Eleni, are we ready to engage with public comment?
Yes, Chair Kelly, we're ready to engage. Today, we have 14 individuals who have signed up for public comment. We'll go ahead and kick things off by introducing a guest who will be joining us on Zoom, who has requested priority due to their limited ability to attend, before we will switch to the in-person commenters.
All right, am I good to go? Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Great. Good morning. I'm Kate Perkins. I'm a water quality scientist and longtime resident of the Columbia River Basin. I was asked to review the Mothball Hill timber sale and describe any potential effects from this clear cut on water quality. The project, located near Astoria, is directly on the Columbia River and designated as a clear cut by the ODF AOP for 2025. Initially, I was asked to review the site by friends who live near Mothball Hill, and then I was retroactively hired after a review of the publicly available GIS data, highlighted some concerns I have about the project that I would like to share with you now. First, both the Columbia and John Day rivers share shoreline with the project site and are listed as essential salmon habitat by the Oregon Department of State Lands. The project site is less than 1/4 of a mile from the Lewis and Clark National Wildlife Refuge, which was established to preserve vital fish and wildlife habitat of the Columbia River estuary. This area of the Columbia River estuary is ecologically important. Upon review of the web soil survey from the NRCS, it appears that most of the project area is rated as having very severe or severe potential for erosion, and this is due to the steepness of the site. Additionally, the high-resolution National Hydrography Dataset, or NHD+HR from the USGS, describes 3 intermittent streams within the project area. Intermittent means the streams are flowing part of the year, likely during heavy rainfall when the likelihood of erosion has also increased. So I just ask you, board, as well as ODF, what is your strategy to prevent sediment and any applied chemicals from entering adjacent surface waters that are critical habitat for salmon? And second, based on a review of wetlands GIS data, oh, I see my time is up. So I thank you for hearing me today, and I look forward to reviewing any plans or studies for the Mothball Hill timber sale. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your testimony. I'm going to go ahead and switch back to the in-person commenters and call on Darlene Sherman, Darren Orange, and Grace Brawler. If you could please join me at the table over here. All right, so I'll let Darlene Sherman kick us off with her testimony, 2 minutes.
Good morning. I am Darlene Sherman. I represent the Great Old Broads for Wilderness and also on the State Forest Coalition. Thank you very much for hearing. I'm asking this morning for the board to address with urgency implementation of the climate change and carbon plan, which was approved by the board in November 2020. And I'd like to see that implemented and within the draft forest management plan, talk about having a climate smart forestry, and ways of doing that would be extended harvest rotations and retention of older trees. Climate mitigation is a really good action that we can take within our fast growing western forest in the state forest system. One of the things that we need for this is to have baseline carbon analysis and then repeated over time to see if we are meeting targets, which should be specific, measurable, achievable, and relevant. So please move forward with addressing the climate plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Darlene, and we'll move to Darren.
Signed up for some spots. My wife isn't here. May I take the?
We only have
Darren Orange, Phil Road, Astoria District. Thank you for your time and consideration, board members. AOP 2025 and its failures cause for great concern at Mothball Hill and Davis Ridge. Astoria District is failing to be transparent with its neighbors. Without notification, we found our cut and cancer-causing chemicals will be considered 20 feet from our kitchen window. My interest is to preserve my home. This will certainly cause devaluation of our property through aesthetic loss, blowdown, slides, chemical drift, affecting our organic garden, orchard, and apiary business. Mothball Hill pre-op lacks adequate mapping, wildlife reports, chemical spray information, water science reporting, geotech reports, fails to mention drinking wells within 3,000 feet, fails to mention aquatic anchor sites. May 17th advisory board meeting, multiple concerning statements. Forester Dan Goody cites only one stream on Mothball Hill, but pre-op cites multiple. Goody contradicts pre-op report citing Mothball Hill has been a managed stand. Board member states we want to be in and around communities. Board member cites it was a complex stand until 2007 storm fixed it for us. Board recognizes previous Highway 30 slides caused from adjacent ODF clear cut. Board member refers to Clatsop County Forest as their property multiple times. Chair describes our request to not harvest as a selfish transfer of wealth, offers firewood for appeasement. Dire concerns, pre-op sites deep-seated slide. Astoria District public meeting denied. County reports neighborhood in slide zone, Phil Road. Clatsop County Commissioner Banks suggests previous guesswork by ODF. Failure of key performance measures preserving complex legacy forests. Nearby, highly visible Nat Creek fish hatcheries clear cut. State Rep Javardi says it's crucial that we ensure sustainable practices that do not jeopardize the well-being of our communities or the natural habitat. This is a gateway to the coast with hundreds of thousands of visitors each year. This gap will be visible for miles along State Scenic Highway 30. I request that ODF do its due diligence of being more transparent to the public, providing through reporting and not moving forward with the sales of these two stands. Please consider alternative sales. We have hired a water scientist. We will have base studies made of water, soil, and blood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and Grace Brawler.
Good morning, Chair Kelly, State Forester Mukamoto, members of the board, including a welcome to the new members. For the record, Grace Brayler, Wildlands Director with Cascadia Wildlands. Good to see you all. Today, I want to provide a brief comment on the Forest Management Plan performance measures. Currently, there's one draft key performance measure listed that relates to climate and carbon, being carbon storage. I would like to encourage the board to expand that to climate and carbon. I urge this because we would really like the board and staff to look at climate resilience through a larger lens, and in doing so, establish more robust performance measures for tracking our progress toward climate resilience and contributing to statewide goals. So, for example, establish a baseline for carbon storage and sequestration. This is really important to encourage the agency to go further in achieving those goals in a measurable way. Continue to track complex forest characteristics. Older, more complex forests draw down and store more carbon and vegetation and soils, when compared to younger single species plantations. They retain more moisture and protect our drinking water sources. They serve as cooler climate refugia and provide habitat for wildlife, and can better withstand climate-driven storms and wildfire when compared to hotter, drier, less diverse plantations. The agency should track and aim to increase the number of acres managed for longer rotations and higher green tree retention to draw down more carbon and increase the presence of mature and old forests that has largely been depleted on state-managed public lands. And finally, track the full array of emissions from logging and hauling timber. So ultimately, I encourage the board to push for a more complete picture of climate adaptation, mitigation, and resilience by setting ambitious targets toward achieving the many recommendations laid out in the board's climate change and carbon plan. Establishing a robust set of useful performance measures, and then making meaningful progress toward achieving those. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. You may now be seated, and I call on Hayden Wyatt, Laura Wilkinson, Michael Lang. All right, we'll go ahead and start with Hayden Wyatt.
Chair Kelly, members of the board, and State Forester Mukamoto, thanks for having me here today to give some testimony. My name is Hayden Wyatt. I'm a Portland resident. I go to Lewis and Clark's Law School, and more importantly for the conversation of forest, avid trail runner and a pack crafter. I've enjoyed getting to explore the trails of the Tillamook State Forest, and I'm looking forward to going back and paddling Wilson Creek at some point here in the future. I just wanted to thank ODF and the board for organizing such a great field day yesterday. I think the opportunities for the public to be able to interact with ODF and the board and to be informed about what's going on goes a long way. I also enjoy the opportunity to get to know the different stakeholders and to get an idea for what projects are on the horizon. So thank you for that. I would also like to just share one point related to the Habitat Conservation Plan and Climate Change and Carbon Plan, and commend the board's decision to move forward on the Habitat Conservation Plan. In regards to this, I wanted to ask the board to consider a widespread adoption to climate smart forestry. As we heard from speakers yesterday at Stop 2, fires are going to continue coming to our landscapes, even our western wetter landscapes. And as part of that, and living with fire into the foreseeable future, we need resilient forests. And so no one interest on our forests gets displaced by a large fire, whether that's timber harvest, wildlife, or recreation. To meet these ends, climate smart forestry builds resilient stands that both advocate for wildlife and long-term carbon sequestration. And I believe that optimizing carbon capture and forest resilience with growing older trees. I see my time has ended. Hey, thanks for letting me speak.
Thank you. And then Laura Wilkinson.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Laura Wilkinson and I work for Hampton Lumber. I wanted to use this opportunity to share a few thoughts we have on the forest management plan performance measures that you'll be discussing later today. When the board decided to proceed with an HCP on the terms in the public draft, it was a very sober moment and a very expensive decision. Committing over half of the forest to conservation when Oregonians explicitly rejected a very similar proposal with Measure 34 was an aggressive move that rural Oregon will feel for a long time. Now the board turns to the job of implementing the HCP, and the first steps of this development is a forest management plan and the performance measures by which we will monitor the agency's progress. I am confident that there will be those who would like to use this next step to layer even more restrictions on the forest. I'm here to implore you to resist those pressures. Conservation measures established in the HCP should be more than enough. I would like to thank Chair Kelly's recent comments that he is not interested in further restraining the forest. I would caution that things like targets for age class distribution, growth rate, and live tree carbon sequestration will only serve to create expectations in the public that, if these performance measures are not met, will be leveraged to force the board to further curtail wood production. And so with that, I would respectfully ask that you approach these performance measures very carefully and with a great deal of caution. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. And then can we get our timer reset, please? Wonderful. And then Michael.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Kelly and members of the board and State Forester. My name is Michael Lang and I work for the Wild Salmon Center. First, I'd like to recognize and thank board members Chambers and Ferrari for their great service over the years, and also welcome our new board members, Mr. Curtis and Ms. Welcome to the board. Look forward to working with both of you too. I'd like to just make a few remarks today regarding the climate change and carbon plan. Last week, our conservation partners sent you all a letter regarding implementation of the climate plan. It's been 3 years since its adoption, and with the pending adoption of the new vision for Oregon forest, for a new forest management plan, performance measures, and also implementation plans coming down the road, this seemed very timely for the board and the ODF to begin implementation of the climate plan. Please consider the following steps, and some of my colleagues have raised these issues. I'll be brief. Identify a baseline on the current rate of carbon sequestration and carbon storage on state forest. Ensure that this baseline is based on the best available science. Set targets for contributing to the additional sequestration goals identified by the Oregon Climate Action Commission. Begin with co-managing the habitat conservation areas and riparian conservation areas to both benefit endangered species and also for carbon reserves. Increase climate resilience across all landscapes within state forest and shift to long rotations and greater retention to optimize carbon storage. This is an existing plan. It's nothing new at all, and we look forward to the board implementing this important plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please feel welcome to be seated. And with that, we'll go ahead and switch to the individuals providing testimony online via Zoom today. We'll go ahead and have our timer reset. And then I invite Rebecca Nielsen to join us and go ahead and unmute.
My name is Rebecca Nielsen. This is regarding the Davis Ridge Mothball Hill clear-cut proposal. My family has lived at the base of Davis Ridge for 97 years. We knew nothing of your plans to clear-cut 200 acres from Silverdale Lane to Nat Creek until the article ran in the Astorian newspaper 3 days after the comment period ended, so I am commenting now. Clear-cutting Davis Ridge and Mothball Hill flies in the face of decades of research showing clear-cut damages water, salmon, and other species. It devalues adjacent property and puts homeowners at risk for mudslides, wildfires, and pesticides, and it contributes to negative climate effects. Clear-cutting is a 19th century solution to 21st century issues. Have we learned nothing in 150 years? The state wants to have it both ways. While touting green, sustainable tourism and the Oregon Plan for Salmon, it's proposing devastating clear cuts up against personal property lines of residents. I would like to know what options have been reviewed. Has there been an environmental assessment? Oregonians whose properties and quality of life are being negatively affected should be allowed meaningful consultation. Yet the ODF only plans to notify us after the decision has been made and it's a done deal. Forests enhance everyone, not just adjacent property owners. Your plan will destroy every bit of green visible from my property, excluding my neighbors' yards. Your pesticides and pollutants will run down the ridge and soak into my hayfield and into Davis Creek, which runs through my property and eventually into the Columbia River. My land will never be the same, and I will have to see, hear, and smell the destruction for months. As a third-generation Oregonian, I think we can do better. Let the people of Brownsmead and any others affected by the Davis Ridge Mothball Hill clear-cut plan and alternatives have a say in their homes and their future.
Thank you, Rebecca. Ted Messing.
Yeah, I'm Ted Messing. I live on Peterson Lane in Astoria, Oregon. I'm a 50-year-old resident of Brownsmead in Clatsop County. We have raised 2 children and now have 3 grandchildren attending local schools. I have worked as a commercial fisherman, a logger, and in construction. It seems every year we must fight with ODF to protect our home and environment because of current forest practices. This year, there are 2 controversial sites in Clatsop County selected to be clear-cut, Mothball Hill and Davis Ridge. The 99 acres of Mothball Hill are bordered on one side by the Columbia River and on the other side by the John Day River, which flows directly into the Columbia. It is not possible to apply adequate buffers for protection of people, habitat, or endangered salmon. We request that mothball units be removed from current and future timber harvest consideration. We pass the proposed Davis Ridge cut on our way to and from our home daily. We are friends with owners and residents. We have recently walked their land on Silverdale Lane and explored the proposed cut lines. The boundaries are shockingly close to family homes and Nat Creek, which flows into the Columbia River, and the many sloughs and wetlands in Brownsmead. We request a 2-mile buffer zone for all residences and waterways affecting this unit. We are asking Astoria ODF to be a good neighbor. Good neighbors don't clear cut right up to your property line and then spray toxic chemicals that drift into our homes and gardens. Good neighbors don't refuse to meet with landowners until after the contracts are let. ODF is supposed to operate under the greatest permanent value, a principle that seeks balance between social, environmental, and economic benefits. Currently, it seems the only greatest permanent value ODF considers is economic. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Can we get the timer reset? And then I call on Denise Moore.
Hi there. My name is Denise Moore, and I am here today to express my strong opposition to the proposed harvest by the ODF at Davis Ridge in Clatsop County. As a concerned citizen who has lived at the boundary of this legacy forest for 34 years, my husband and I are deeply invested in the preservation of Oregon's natural heritage, and we believe this proposal will cause significant ecological and environmental risks that cannot be overlooked. The area in question is not only a legacy forest, but it's also an unmanaged ecosystem that provides critical habitat for a diverse array of wildlife. Species such as pileated woodpeckers, bald eagles, spotted owls, and turkey vultures rely on this habitat for their survival. The loss of such a diverse environment can and will have far-reaching impact on these species and the broader ecological balance of the region. The proposed clear cutting raises severe concerns regarding soil stability and water quality. Past logging activities have already shown a propensity to cause slides on roads, leading to long-term damage and increased erosion. This in turn can lead to the contamination of Nat Creek, which is across from our house, with sediment and potentially harmful substances, further endangering the aquatic life and the health of the downstream ecosystem. The environmental cost of this proposed harvest is compounded by the fact that it would undermine the integrity of one of the few remaining legacy forests in our state and neighborhood. These forests are invaluable, not only for their biodiversity, but also for their role in sequestering carbon and mitigating climate change. Preserving these forests is crucial for maintaining the ecological and environmental health of Oregon for future generations. Davis Ridge, and I'll add Mothball Hill, need protecting. In this area, these areas align. Thank you for your concerns, and I trust that you'll make the right decisions in safeguarding this beautiful place. And my name again is Denise Moore, and I am a property owner next to Davis Ridge.
Thank you. And Anna Kaufman.
Hi, my name is Anna Kaufman. I'm an Astoria resident and I'm a graduate of Vassar College with a degree in environmental studies. I'm concerned about ODF's draft annual operations plan in Clatsop County. Many of these clear cuts, such as Mothball Hill, Davis Ridge, and Slough Hill, are not only in close proximity to bodies of water listed as essential salmon habitat like John Day River, Nat Creek, and the Columbia, but they also abut several residential properties. Much of the land is steep and slow and prone to slides. Denuded, there is serious risk of damage to homes, roads, and these forested bodies of water that are critical to biodiversity, recreation, and tourism. Despite these serious concerns, none of the neighboring residents were notified by ODF about their plans to clear cut during or before the public comment period. Given these concerns, social, economic, and environmental, I recommend a reevaluation of ODF's greatest permanent value, or the agency's legal obligation to manage state forests for the greatest social, economic, and environmental outcomes. Preserving intact forests has many benefits. Aside from lasting county revenue from tourism and recreation, forests provide clean, plentiful drinking water, air purification, mitigation of drought and wildfire. They aid salmon populations and provide jobs in restoration and conservation, and mitigate dire impacts of climate change. I urge the Board of Forestry to ask ODF to hold a listening session in the Astoria District before the July 1st AOP approval date, before solidifying any harvest plans. Thank you.
Trask Bergeson.
Hi, my name's Trask Bergerson. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Great. Resident of Clatsop County. My living room window would literally be 100 feet from the proposed mothball hill cut. The more I dug into this, there's just mountains of data with respect to the herbicides and chemicals in the clear cutting process. But it raised a lot of questions and concerns personally. There's no baseline data, for example. There's no follow-up data on the soils. There's no data on the water, as far as I know, from any of the agencies to trace the long-term effects of these chemicals. So as concerned citizens, we really don't have much of a choice but to hire our own experts. And we intend to do this. We intend to take baseline samples of water and soil around our property. We intend to take blood and urine samples as well. We're prepared to do this before, during, and after the cut if it moves forward. And we're going to encourage our friends and our neighbors to do the same. Look, I think there's a healthy debate to be had here for sure. But I don't think we should be doing anything until we have enough data to silence this debate. And what I actually mean by that is you'd be really hard pressed to find any reasonable person in this day and age that would actually advocate with a straight face bringing back DDT or spraying Agent Orange again. I mean, there's no debate there. We know what these things do. We've studied the hell out of them. We know that they destroy ecosystems and we know that they destroy lives. I'm just really simply asking for more time to study the long-term effects of these herbicides and the impact that they might have on human lives. If anything, I think and I hope that history's taught us by now that the potentiality here is just huge, and I beg you not to ignore them. That's our position. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Pam Birmingham.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, thank you, Pam. We can hear you.
Good morning. My name is Pam Birmingham. I live in Clatsop County. First, I'd like to welcome the new board members and thank the board for approving the HCP. I know it was a long, hard road to get there. I have two concerns about the Astoria District's annual operating plans for 2025. First one is that most of the proposed harvest units are in previously unmanaged forests. In a sea of plantation forests, we need to preserve what few legacy forests or unmanaged forests are left for biodiversity, habitat, and climate change mitigation. Secondly, in order to make an informed comments prior to the close of the comment period, I requested the biological survey tracking forms, threatening endangered species survey data, geotech reports, but I was told those weren't available without going through the Freedom of Information request, which I've done, but none of that will be available. I mean, the comment period is already closed. I would like to see a little more transparency and this information available to those of us wanting to make fully informed comments. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And then can we reset the timer? Joe Liebesy.
Thank you. Dear State Forester Mukomoto and Board of Forestry members, my name is Joe Liebesite. I'm the Assistant Director of Statewide Conservation for the Bird Alliance of Oregon. Today I'll be providing testimony on behalf of our over 15,000 members across the state regarding concerns about implementation of climate change strategies in Oregon state forests. First off, we commend the board and ODF with the development of the Climate Change and Carbon Plan in 2021, and most recently with the adoption of the Western Forest HCP. These plans, if executed efficiently and effectively, will help make significant steps towards meeting Oregon's climate goals. However, despite calls for bold action in the Climate Change and Carbon Plan, we're struggling to see much progress. Here I address some top-line items that the board and ODF should prioritize. First, targets must be set for contributing to the sequestration goals identified by the Oregon Climate Action Commission of 5 million metric tons of CO2 by 2030 and an additional 9.5 million metric tons of CO2 annually by 2050. I also want to reiterate what Michael Lang said in previous testimony, that we need to get baseline levels of carbon sequestration and carbon storage in our state forests calculated. And without that, we cannot move, without a baseline, we can't move forward on progress on this issue. A third item is on page 20 of the Climate Change and Carbon Plan. ODF describes a strong need to employ climate-informed silviculture, including planting alternative tree species, planting multiple species, and longer rotations. We can find no documentation on the progress of such measures. The implementation of such silviculture practices should be included in detail in implementation plans and the annual operating plans. For example, currently the AOP pre-operations reports contain information on standing condition, wildlife and threatened and endangered species, and other information. However, these plans should also contain specific information on climate-informed silviculture that will be done subsequent to harvest. I'll leave it there. Thanks again for the opportunity to provide public testimony.
Thank you so much. And thank you everyone for respecting the 2-minute time limit. Chair Kelly and members of the board, that concludes the public testimony. All speakers have provided their testimony.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone who testified. We're a little bit behind time, but if any board members would like to comment on the testimony we've heard, now is the time. Go ahead, Bob.
I just want to thank everybody for coming and making the effort either in person or online. It's very helpful for me as a board member to hear directly from folks about what they're experiencing and what their goals are and thoughts are about our actions. So thank you.
Man.
Ben Dormling for the record. I just wanted to follow up. I think we all heard a lot about some proposed timber sales in Astoria. And while the board doesn't really have any authority on where the state forester and his team want to put those timber sales, Cal, I trust that you and your team heard those comments, and I trust you all listen to them. Thank you.
Yes, we've been hearing and reading letters, and actually I held a small group, had a little meeting with them to get clarity. I think there is merit to a listening session out there, and I'm going to talk to my staff about maybe having something out there. Some of this, I think there's misinterpretation as where we are with the process, and we need to get clarified. And but we do, there's an interpretation of GPV too, that where we have to harvest out there. And so we'll have to, I think what I hear largely is people didn't feel heard or had the opportunity to comment, although there was a public notification made. And sometimes our government process maybe seemed to be a little bit sterile in some ways. So thank you.
Okay, with that, we will move on to the next item on our agenda, which is the Forest Protection Association budgets. And I'll just say, this is not the first time we've been in this situation, but without the legislature dealing with any landowner offset and all, we're kind of stuck between, as a board, between a rock and a hard place. And we are required by law to provide an adequate level of fire protection. We know that there's a lot of dissatisfaction out there, and understand and sympathize, but legally we're not able to do much about it. So since this is going to be a decision item, I do need to ask first, before the presentation, does any board members have a conflict of interest that they would want to declare? Only if you feel the need. Yeah, I guess I would, as a landowner affected in Eastern Oregon, it would be appropriate, not to recuse myself, I think, but to declare that this does affect me like many other Oregonians directly. So with that, we'll turn it over for our presentation here.
All right. Well, Chair Kelly, members of the board, my name is Chris Klein. I am Protection Division Chief for the Oregon Department of Forestry. Been in the position for about 6 months. Just a quick background. quick background, as I am relatively new to this position, a lifelong Oregonian. I've been in fire protection for 36 years. This enters my 37th fire season, and I consider it an absolute honor to be able to sit here before you and to hold this position and what it means for part of the process of protecting Oregonians. I have a passion for the citizens of the state, for our natural resources, avid backpacker and fisherman over the course of my times. And I have a grandchild that lives in Coquille, and I want to do the right things for Oregonians and future generations, for my family and for their families. So with that in mind, I have been catching up to speed since I've been here for the last 6 months, but they are an array of professionals and colleagues of mine that know these topics better. So out of respect for you to get the best information possible, I'm going to probably be quiet. I'll be up here throughout the morning as my colleagues come and go in case you wish to direct questions to me. But there are people that probably know some of these a little bit, been doing this a little bit longer than I have, and have maybe a deeper detail. So I'll stop there. But thank you for this opportunity.
Good morning, Chair Kelly, members of the board, and State Forester Makamoto. For the record, I'm Ron Graham. I serve as the Deputy Chief of Operations in the Fire Protection Division at the Oregon Department of Forestry. We're going to walk you through agenda item 3 today, which is the board's annual passage of the Forest Protective and Fire Protection fiscal budgets as required in ORS 477. I believe we've got a presentation that we'll pull up. Very good. All right, so a couple of you maybe are a little bit new to this, but I think given some past exposures are somewhat familiar with this. So we have 3 basic budgets in fire protection. We have the base level, or our fire department, which is the largest fire department in the state. That's what we'll be discussing here, and that's what you'll be taking action on to pass. We have our statewide severity program that bolsters the base level of fire protection and provides additional resources when district resources are overwhelmed. And then, of course, we have large fire costs, and I think you're familiar with that and the current efforts to address large fire costs. And you can see the funding sources of those. And just note, in the past, we used to have the insurance policy as part of that large fire funding cost formula as well, and that no longer is part of that. So this funding partnership, as I'm sure you're well aware of through the ongoing efforts with the fire funding work group going on, with our complete and coordinated fire protection system, it's a really complex blend of funding, probably second to none in the nation in complexity of how wildfire is funded in the state. It's a blend of money from private landowners, the general fund, and public landowners. And you can see the private landowners and general fund have a 50-50 split, whereas the public landowners pay 100% of the rate. And that's due to in-kind studies and a lot of things, as well as what is in chapter 477 for the formula of those breakdowns. These budgets start not at the district level. So these budgets start at the headquarters level, and I'll walk through that. And for fiscal year 25, the budget that you'll be acting on in this agenda item, you can see that base level, that bottom tier, 83 million, that is the roll up of the Forest Protection Association budgets. Those other 2 levels are the severity program and the large fire funding that make up $113 million fiscal budget collectively. So what do we protect at the base level? We protect 16.2 million acres, which is roughly half of Oregon's forested land. U.S. Forest Service, other federal agencies make up the rest of that protection. We do this through our 12 fire protection districts. We provide initial attack and extended attack capacity with 3 Oregon incident management teams, overhead and fire line supervision, largely made up of engines for mobile attack. We have district helicopters that we manage through contracts, as well as initial attack dozers, and the majority of our workforce is seasonal firefighters that we're just currently in the process of onboarding and training and getting ready for the season. As well as the protection division in headquarters in Salem. A little bit small, I apologize for the display of that, but this is the protection division staff. These are rolled into these budgets that we are looking at today, as well as the area staff at our West Oregon, Eastern Oregon, and Southern Oregon areas. Our protection division is broken into two branches, an operations branch and a policy and planning branch, and that represents the full division. So as I mentioned, these budgets really do start with this headquarters budget. We have a headquarters services committee made up of landowner representation, our area directors and protection division staff that create a headquarters budget. That budget is reviewed and supported by the committee. And then those costs go out to the forest protective associations for funding, as well as the area budgets, a very similar process. Then the districts develop their fiscal budget through the budget committees. These are reviewed, guided by their forest protective associations and their boards, eventually culminating in June with approval by the Board of Forestry. This does establish the base level of protection and the per acre assessments. And again, this is referenced and required in 477-230. So what are we trying to accomplish through the base level of fire protection? We're trying to address about 1,000 fires per year. That's kind of a long-standing average. You can see going back to 2014, there's a little variation in fluctuation, but overall we average very close to 1,000 fires, and that has remained very consistent over time for us, even further back from 2014. Protected acres is a little bit different story. While we've seen very much consistent number of fires, recent decades have seen an increase overall in the number of our protected acres that have burned. We know we're having longer, more complex fire seasons, and we don't expect that to change going forward. One of the things I heard a little bit earlier in some of the previous agenda items is performance measures. Our key performance measure for suppression is to keep 98% of the fires at 10 acres or less. What you're seeing by this display is there's only 1 year that the department has been able to collectively meet that key performance measure. That goes all the way back to 2004, 20 years ago. It's been a long time. We typically average 95 to 96% of that key performance measure. I'll close a little bit of a thought on that going forward here towards the end. So the spring 2024 association meetings were held, attended by all the fire protection staff throughout the field. Chief Klein attended all but one of those association meetings, so the division was well represented and engaged. Most of the forest protective associations, all but one, recommended approval of their fiscal budgets. The Eastern Oregon Area Forest Protective Association was the one that did not recommend approval of the budgets, and that was last year as well. And then we received several letters from the Forest Protective Associations, as well as the Oregon Forest Protective Association, to the state forester with some very consistent themes outlining first, gratitude for the service we provide, but also concerns over the rising costs of fire protection and a call to action to address that. Before I get to the recommendations, as I mentioned with the key performance measure, as we began looking into this, going back to 2024, the base budgets that you are going to take action on today really set the stage for the adequate level of protection. Currently, we're not meeting what we consider the adequate level of protection. We're not meeting our key performance measure. Our basic look at this tells us that only the mildest of fire seasons with our current capacity and investments in fire protection will we meet that key performance measure. So it will take additional investments in the fire protection program to meet that. In your board packet under the consent agenda item, you have the fire season outlook and our weather. We're not predicting the mildest of fire seasons. We're predicting an average fire season, that 1,000 fires, roughly 40,000 acres burned a year. And when we look at that in the recent Mount Lettsome fire that we had in the Western Range District, here in the start of June, that's not how we started mildest fire season. That's how we start our average fire season. So with that, we are before you to ask the board to approve all of our fiscal year 2025 district and association protection budgets as presented in agenda item 3, attachment 1, as well as recommending that the board adopt the proposed final order as written for Ross Rhino in agenda item 3, attachment 5. And with that, we'll take any questions.
Thanks. Am I on? Here's now Joe Justice for record. Thanks for the presentation. A couple things. Sometimes I feel like it's Groundhog's Day a little bit when we think about this. For new board members, Heath and Bob, I often talk about this issue. If you've come to board meetings related to fire funding and what's happening in Eastern Oregon, as all of you know, I'm from LeGrand, Oregon. I was the president of the East Oregon Forest Protection Association prior to getting on this board. We've gone through another year where both budget committees have rejected their budgets, and the association has also rejected the budget. One thing that's I think very, very important, I want to make sure that everybody understands, is the confidence that landowners have in the protection that they're receiving in Eastern Oregon. I think that is a theme that I hear repeatedly, and I want to make sure that everybody understands this. These comments are not related to the feeling of protection of partnership. The complete and coordinated system with private landowners and the department is fantastic. I just can't, I've personally experienced this, unfortunately, a couple times since 2015, some very large fires. It's impacted the lands that I manage, and I've seen this firsthand. So landowners are incredibly frustrated. Landowners, budget committee members, and you see this in a lot of their testimony. And if you read the testimony related to this, there's just a level of frustration. There's a level of feeling that they're not being heard. That it's just very, very much spooling up, and that's why I say it's kind of feels like Groundhog's Day, because we've gone through this for some time now. There's been several attempts to address this issue with especially on the east side of Oregon, where people really struggle to keep working forests working. It's a tremendous struggle. And if you read Chris Johnson's letter in it, we visited Chris's property when we were out of Bend, the board, and we looked at some of the properties managed. And I think he has some tremendous challenges over there. And the unintended consequences of this are huge for landowners in Eastern Oregon. But again, there's been several attempts to find funding. I appreciate those attempts. I really appreciate what Jim has done, frankly, to try to find solution spaces to address this. And I want to thank you, Jim, for what you've done in that light. The work group that's been formed, which is with the budget note, I'm always trying to be optimistic about finding solutions here related to that, and I hope we do. This is so critically important to landowners, all Oregonians, and I can't say enough how this is kind of an all Oregonians issue, that we have to find that group. And I think I hope we have the people in the room to find that solution with that work group. I hope so, Kyle. I hope that we have the players. I think we do. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to have success, unfortunately. And so I have a couple asks, I guess. One, Kyle, is point to you, Kyle, and this is that you continue to update the board directly as those work group, either through a memo or some manner by which the board can really stay very actively engaged in what's happening. Where is the discussion going? What's taking place? And secondly, if we feel that we're having problems, or there is something that the board needs, and this gets to the question of the board, at what point does the board provide leadership to step in, potentially take the baton to ensure that we find a solution space here? Because this is incredibly, incredibly urgent. And I guess I would welcome that discussion from other board members, how you feel. I think it's so important that we have success with this work group. And if we don't, the board ourselves can step in and provide leadership here if we need, and I would say that landowners, quite frankly, are looking to that. I hear that from landowners. They're looking for that leadership from this body. At what point do we own that? Do we begin to own that? And we step in as a board, if the legislative concept doesn't, pan out like we hoped it would or something. So I just open that discussion up as a board, how other board members feel about that. But I would urge this board that we be prepared and ready to do that if we need to. I'll stop my comments.
Ben, go ahead.
Thank you, Joe, can you hear me? Thank you, Joe, for those comments. And I echo those completely. I completely agree with what you've just said. And Kyle, I echo that as well. Keep us posted. And I think it's incumbent on all of us to watch this very closely because it is Groundhog's Day. We have been round and round a number of times and it can't wait much longer. So it couldn't have waited this long. So we need to fix this. And I completely agree that all of us board members need to be watching this very closely. And I am excited for this work group. And I think it's a good group that has been put together. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what they put together. But yeah, we are the ones who have to approve this budget. We are the ones who have to sit with this. So thank you.
Liz.
I guess I would agree, but I really am hoping that that if we get to that point, that we work really efficiently and really in support of what you all are bringing us and the good information, and that we are truly a value add if we do that.
Go ahead, hey.
I would echo Joe's comments and the ask to stay apprised. I think it helps if more than one board member asks for those kinds of things. I actually just kind of had a question, Cal. Like, how does the budget note work? Who is supposed to bring back a solution to the legislature? And
well, this is going to go off into June of next year, right? And but we have a requirement, the state fire marshal and myself, to make a report to the legislature in December of this year, and on the progress. It's my full intent that I hope we can prioritize and get through some things that we might be able to make recommendations for the long session this year, and then we'll probably make a final report towards the end.
but that's interesting to me. That is to say, it is the department that will be bringing back proposed bill language, or at least the legislative concept to the legislature.
Yeah, I would say that. I don't know if we'll be doing bill language, but we will be doing at least legislative concepts, I think. I hope so. And that's another thing. I don't know how much detail, because when we went through 4133, we needed legislative counsel to look at some of the things.
Yes, I was going to go there next.
Yeah, and I think we probably have access to those types of resources. So,
yeah. Well, I would just encourage that in this effort that it's fully baked and here to help. And I agree that the board can play a role here. I think ideally the stakeholders, bring forward some kind of solution that we can get behind. And I can commit personally to investing in that effort. The letters in our packet are extraordinary. Not only are those consequential actors, but they're very well written and very sincere and very credible. And I was impressed. I want to help work toward a solution. And like Joe, I think if the board can facilitate that, I'd like to be involved.
Chair Kelly, if I go ahead.
Brenda.
I support Joe's comments and Ben's and Liz's and Heath's. And I agree that if a solution can't be reached, then the board needs to step in and do something. And I guess in preparation for that, what I would request is sometime in the fairly near future, provide us with the background that we need to understand where the solution space is. What are the levers that we can pull or not pull legally, and what authority do we have as a board to pull those, so that we can come into the situation informed. Hopefully we don't need to go there, but if we do, I at least would like to be more prepared. Thank you.
So go ahead, Bob.
I'm sorry, I just want to say briefly that I'm comparatively new to this issue, and especially to the Eastern Oregon landowners. Well, to all the forest protection associations, I just want to say that I was impressed by your communications and your message of concern about costs, while also supporting department really came through clearly. So thanks for that helpful information.
So, yeah, as has been said, it's deja vu all over again. And I'll repeat some things I've said and written in the past on this. We've got to all of us be taking advantage of our bully pulpit here. And it's really great to hear that we have such complete agreement, and all of us have to individually do what we can and be noisy on this issue. For me, I see firsthand amongst my neighbors what the effects, when you have this increasing burden for owners of very marginal ranch land and or timber property. And especially for families that have been there for generations, who perhaps they're land rich, but they're cash poor typically. And this is just oftentimes another nail in the coffin to sell, often to folks who want a trophy hunting property, or maybe a big, possibly corporate landowner. Whatever, it does encourage that kind of thing. And what I see is that typically those trophy owners are not as good as stewards of the land, and whatever they're doing, because their motivations are different, and we end up with a kind of a sharecropper economy where I see in many cases, neighbors who've been long-term landowners end up without the property and really, doing the farming or doing the ranching on a sharecropper basis. And I don't think that's the economy we want in Eastern Oregon. So that's enough said, I think. Do you have a comment there?
Yeah, Chair Kelly, for the record, Kyle Williams, Deputy Director of Fire Operations at ODF. Yeah, just a couple things on the discussion here. So absolutely, relative to the board's role in providing the recommendations, right? The budget note directs the agencies to own these recommendations for that December board meeting, right? So clearly there would be a pathway to have ownership through the board of the recommendations that we're going to make. It spells out very clearly what those recommendations are supposed to address and how they're supposed to be articulated. And so there is some structure there that we'll go with. And then, we'll move those forward. As Cal mentioned, the priority is to get some right now things accomplished in 2025. We do not have time in many parts of the state to wait until a subsequent session to get some relief in the system. And I think many of you probably already know in my past life the passion that I had to try and solve this issue, right? This is probably my 8th iteration of a fire funding fix attempt. And my foot on the gas has not wavered at all. This is absolutely priority number one. I'm going to work as hard as I can to get something solved for the entire complete and coordinated system. In that spirit, there's for transparency, it's not just the private landowners that are strained here. There's also a general fund component to these budgets, right? And the department operates under 2 competing statutes, one in which we are given a biennial allocation and the other that says we need to meet an annual fiscal budget that addresses the adequate level of protection. And quite often those 2 things do not align well by the end of the biennium. And that is the case this year. And why we wanted to be fully transparent for you as board members and let you know that there are projected expenses by the end of the year that exceed our general fund allocation by about $7.3 million. That sounds like a pretty big number. And there are some really good reasons why in the second year of the fiscal that would happen. You can imagine already just personnel costs, and there are some significant drivers in personnel costs in the last year. Inflation, as you would imagine, and unbudgeted suppression costs at the district. All of those combine in the work that we do in the second year of a fiscal to create a departure. Thankfully, because of the MGO work that's been done, we now have much better eyes on that departure and the whys. And so moving forward with the help of James and staff and our entire organization, we're going to have better tools for our districts when they go to do these fiscal budgets to stay better aligned to the biennial allocations or have better options for solutions midstream, because there are ways if we've got the right data and we are telling the right story, that we can get those caught up. It's exactly what we're going to do going into this next biennium. We are asking for a catch up in our CSL to close that gap to start the next year. And there are other things in play, such as the wildfire funding work group, right? This is another element to why we need that help. There's also work going to happen with the Emergency Fire Costs Committee to look at eligibility for large fire costs, right? Because that is, just as I mentioned, a component of suppression costs stay with the district and not eligible. And so there's going to be work happening on that side to help potentially create some solutions on that side so that we can stay more consistent on a year-over-year basis to that biennial budget. Just wanted to make sure that you guys were all eyes wide open on that issue and that we are attacking it just like we're attacking everything else.
Kyle, we really appreciate, the board appreciates, the heads up on our financial situation. We've got, kind of a bad history going back on that. So that's really super to not that we got a problem there. It's not super there, but it's super for us to be aware of it and be honest with the public and all about our situation. Any other comments before I ask for a motion? Okay. In that case, I would propose that we have a motion to approve all fiscal year 2025 district and association protection budgets as presented in attachment 1. Is there anyone who would like to make a motion?
Chair Kelly, I move to approve.
Okay, Ben Doimling has made a motion. Do I have a second?
Liz seconds.
Liz Agpawa makes a second. So with that, prepare yourselves and we'll do a roll call vote on this item. Liz Agpawa,
Aye.
Heath Curtis,
Aye.
Ben Doimling,
Aye.
Joe Justice,
Aye.
Brenda McComb.
Aye.
Bob Van Dyke.
Aye.
And I am an aye as well, and I'm glad that Heath Curtis knows how to say aye now. We, I know it's a big lift. Okay, so we have made, I'm just going to repeat the motion that has passed unanimously to approve all fiscal years 2025 district and association protection budgets as presented in attachment 1 with a motion made by Ben Doimling and seconded by Liz Agpawa. And with that, we are done. Schedule says we should move on to our next item, but one of the best things about
Mr. Reynolds.
Yeah, Chair Kelly, there was also the other recommendation on the final order.
On the final order. Oh, okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Chair Kelly, I would move that the board adopt the proposed final order as written for Russ Rhino.
I'll second.
Okay. Any comments? Thanks. Okay, with that, we have a motion in front of us and we'll do another roll call. All right, Liz Agpawa.
Aye.
Heath Curtis.
Aye.
Ben Doimling.
Aye.
Joe Justice.
Aye.
Brenda McComb.
Aye.
Bob Van Dyke.
Aye.
And I am a aye as well. And with that, we have passed the second motion. And thank you all for the presentation.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to say is notwithstanding that motion, Mr. Rhino's letter was well written and very sincere, and the impacts are extraordinary. I very much understand where he's coming from.
All right.
I would like to thank you for your support on behalf of my staff and the districts, and we look forward to serving you well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So as I was saying, we're a little bit behind schedule. Our break was scheduled for after the next presentation, but I am going to take advantage of my prerogative as chair and so that we can take our quick break right now. And so let's make it a quick break and return at 9:45. I tell you that moth bell. it would be, it'd be huge to just be at that point. And it's certainly my hope. Other views on how this should be handled?
Thank you, Ben Dornling, for the record, and thanks, Joy, for the setting this up and providing the context here. And I would agree. I think it would be really prudent to keep all the members of the subcommittee together for one, maybe two more meetings. If we can get Robin there, that would be great. We probably can see our way through without her, but she would be very helpful. To incorporate some of the well-founded comments. There was a lot of really great comments that came in that were well placed and constructive. I think the draft that we have is pretty close, but I think it would really benefit from one or two more passes by the subcommittee. So I think we can do that quickly. I'm committed to being part of that. So if we can hold space for that, and I don't think that work would be really to start working on metrics and objectives and strategies. That would be the finish, the what I'm going to call the capital V vision portion of it. So that's what I would like to see.
You know, Joy, I'm just thinking in terms of process. Some of the suggestions and that we've gotten were sort of like no brainers. Oh, we forgot about that, and I don't think a lot of that is going to take deliberation by the committee. I think I would really encourage you to just try to just do a bunch of that and let the committee complain if they spot anything on that they don't like. Rather than follow a detailed deliberative process, if that sounds right. I'd also say that, I'm not on that committee, but I typically try to attend those meetings. Given, the importance of all of this, I would encourage certainly our new board members to feel, feel free to be able to attend those meetings that we'll have. And that sounds right to you. Any other thoughts on this subject?
Oh, go ahead, Brent. Go ahead. Oh, yeah, Jim, I was going to say the very same thing, Joy. If you can help kind of lead that, put it into the document, those comments, as your interpretation related to those, I think that'd be very helpful to make the efficiency of the subcommittee work easier. Brandon, Ben, I said we weren't done. I mean, last right, you'd laugh about that. But yeah, it'd be great a couple more, probably a two at least is my guess. But
yeah, Brendan McComb for the record. Joy, thanks again. And just to echo the suggestions, if you could kind of consolidate the key points in the letters, address those that are the simple ones, and then yes, I'm very good at complaining if I don't agree with something. But I think also take those parts of the letters that do address the next step. That is the identification of goals and metrics and monitoring, and kind of frame that up for that next step. That would be really helpful to kind of separate it from where we are with a 50,000-foot vision document. Thank you.
Okay, more discussion?
I think, thank you. For the record, Bob Van Dyke. I think I just have I need a clarification about what we're doing right now, because we've got two recommendations. One is to approve the strategic plan, which I understand needs to be submitted. And then the other is to continue working on the vision. And I'm hearing about the vision, getting some more work from the subcommittee, but I'm not clear about the strategic plan. Or is that getting delayed as well? Or are we going to vote on that? Or I guess it's just a process question, really.
Yeah, I think.
So I guess the best answer is a little of both. We aren't able to delay the strategic plan. We have to have it in this month. But the way we framed it up is to indicate that there will be an updated and more robust version that continues to align with the next steps work with the vision. So that way we keep, the intent was for it to serve as the kind of guiding light for both the board and department. So what I've been keeping first and foremost is keeping them aligned. That was the whole intent of the shared process. So we do still need, no matter what, to submit the strategic plan quickly, but it won't be at the expense of the continuing vision work.
I'd just say there'll be a later vote in a future meeting. Is that help?
On the strategic plan?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me,
On the
Yeah.
vision, whatever you want to call it.
yeah, this is Cal Mukamoto, State Forester. I want this to be clearly a draft plan, that the board has not finalized it. And that we would continue to do work. And if that's what I want, and it'll come off, I can send that with a cover memo saying that, so.
Yeah, that'll be our motion
Yeah.
as a draft.
Yeah.
Bob, you're still looking.
Just, so I think I've got it now. So the intention is to approve the strategic plan as a draft to be forwarded. And then the second portion about the continuation of the committee subwork. I mean, I guess we could approve that as well, but sounds like there's a vision, sorry, there's some ideas developing about how to move that forward and on some timelines. So,
Yeah, Bob, I don't think we really need to make a formal vote on that second part.
okay. Okay, thanks. That's what I was getting at.
Okay, so for purposes of the committee, if we're going to kind of have a general instruction or expectation without a motion that they proceed toward finalizing the vision document, right now in that document, there are blanks for like the objectives and the performance measures. I guess as just one committee member, you know, we've got some questions to ask about what we want to use this document for. I know that from the public comment earlier, there's some desire to get pretty specific on some pretty hot button items in those objectives and performance measures. And if we want a big fight about this document, we can follow that path. I think there may be some merit to give kind of ordinal instructions, kind of directions that we want to see things moving for purposes of those performance measures and objectives, but that there may be some merit in avoiding spending a lot of time fighting about things over which we don't even really have authority to regulate presently. I mean, the board's discretion and legal authorities are frankly more limited than what we see in this vision document. And so my hope is that the committee can be mindful of those tensions.
Yeah, certainly agreed. We can't go down every hot button issue on all of this, and we had some of the testimony was pushing us to be able to cite scientific papers for what we perceived as his claims here, and I just have to say, no way. I mean, this is a vision document. It is not a scientific paper. And so, you know, it's a different standard, but I agree. We've got to be really careful not to go too far with a vision document, trying to just make statements on every hot button issue. Other comments? I'm trying to get in the habit at the beginning of these, since it's new, to always ask the question, does anybody have any conflict of interest to declare? And I'm a little late, but I'll ask that question. I didn't think there would be. And with that, we're going to move to the proposed motion. And that is for the board to approve the draft version of Vision for Oregon Forests and submission to the governor's office as presented in attachment 1. Is there someone who would like to make a motion?
Mr. Chair, so moved.
Okay, a motion made by Joe Justice
And Liz seconds.
and Liz Agpawa seconds. And with that, we have a motion on the table. Prepare yourselves for a roll call.
So Chair Kelly, we also have 5 folks signed up for comment.
Oh, we do. Great. Well, we're gonna table that motion here for a moment. I wasn't aware of that. So let's go ahead and go straight to public comment in that case.
Our public commenters should all be here in person, so I'll go ahead and call on the first two. Michael Lang, Laura Wilkerson. And then Michael, when you're ready, we'll go ahead and start that 2-minute timer.
Well, thank you. Chair Kelly and members of the board and state forester. My name's Michael Lang. I work for Wild Salmon Center. Thanks for the opportunity to comment today on the draft vision. And I appreciate the clarifying comments from the chair and from other board members as well. That is helpful. So it's clear as mud now. Anyway, there, as a strategic plan, Wild Salmon Center has just identified some deficiencies if it is a strategic plan, particularly with actual outcomes and measures that would result from implementing this. So we would suggest, understanding this is a draft, to develop specific, measurable, attainable, and time-bound goals to evaluate on an annual basis the implementation of the plan to really make it alive and give it meaning. Also, and we submitted written comments, of course, too, which are in the record, that there should be a mention of the private forest accord. It's the single biggest change to forest practices in the state, covering 10 million acres. It should be called out in the vision/strategic plan. We'd recommend adding this, and also measurable goals and outcomes and implementing the PFA. With state forest too, the strategic plan/vision doesn't mention the state forest HCP, the forest management plan, of course, the upcoming performance measures as well too. These are critically important to managing state forest. We suggest that these be added as well with, again, measurable goals and outcomes and evaluation on a regular basis. And then also with revenue modernization and diversification, this is a critically important topic. There's a lot of conversations around this too. We would encourage putting this in the vision/strategic plan. See, I alternate and what I call it too, and having some measurable goals and outcomes there. Finally, we're very pleased that the climate plan is included in this as well. So thank you for doing that, and thank you for your work.
And then we'll reset the timer. Laura?
Great. Hello again. For the record, my name is Laura Wilkerson and I work for Hampton Lumber. Just wanted to share some of the highlights from the written comments we submitted on the vision for Oregon's forests. We recognize and appreciate the work that ODF and the board have put into developing this plan. We think it has improved over time, but understand and agree that there is more work to do on the plan and any directives that come from it. Perhaps it's going to be a better work product had the public and stakeholder involvement been included. No public process is perfect, but to develop this plan without the input from those who manage the lands this very document applies to is a missed opportunity. While you've had many meetings, public participation was only limited to interfacing with outside consultants. The document also suggests that all forests in Oregon are in peril, which is untrue. Private landowners of all sizes sustainably manage their forests and keep them healthy and productive. Most are certified sustainable by their institutes. Additionally, very little of the document acknowledges the infrastructure and workforce needed to sustain a healthy forest product sector. If manufacturing declines, there are fewer opportunities to apply even basic forest health treatments on the landscapes that desperately need it, like we heard about on the tour yesterday. The document also implies that all Oregonians share the same burdens, when this is simply not the case. Communities that depend on working forests and a robust forest product sector share more of the risk and burdens that are inflicted when policy decisions that are made negatively impact their livelihoods. All Oregonians should be able to experience forests as they desire, but it should be acknowledged that natural resource dependent communities have far more to lose when harvest activities diminish, creating fewer economic opportunities and unhealthier forests. It is also unfortunate that this document does not include any mention of the private forest accord. Realizing the specifics of this historic agreement will be a crucial part of ODF and the board's work now and into the future. As ODF moves forward with this vision and decides how it will be applied, we ask that stakeholders and forestry experts must be included in those developments and decision-making processes. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. You can go ahead and be seated. I'll call on Dana McHenry and Candace Bonner.
And save us some time.
And Dana?
Chair Kelly, members of the board, and stakeholders. My name is Dana McHenry. I am currently a law student at the University of Oregon doing environmental law. The vision for Oregon Forest is full of potential, and I appreciate the board's attention to such an important topic. After the board's perspective during the day yesterday and the comments making now, I understand this plan is still a work in progress. Therefore, I offer these. This plan has a goal to be forward-looking. Part of being forward-looking is ensuring and communicating measurable outcomes to the public. As a law student, and an Oregonian, I'm aware of the importance of agencies being held accountable to their work. I ask that this plan reflect. I have lived in Oregon for 10 years. In just these 10 years, I've seen how our board, with extreme wildfires, heavy logging, and climate change. Oh, I'm so sorry. Over these 10 years, the impacts of climate change have creeped closer and closer to my home. 10 years is not a long time, but it has been a period of drastic change in my local forests. Similarly, my father grew up in Portland in the 60s and 70s. Just last year, he moved back to the state after being gone for decades. Traveling through much of the same areas around Portland where he used to regularly hike, he can barely recognize it decades later. In direct view from his current porch, he sees the devastation of multiple clear cuts and uncharacteristic wildfires. He loves this state and he waited decades to return. However, it has not been the return he dreamt of. Another goal this plan has is to have a reciprocal relationship between humans and our forests. Such reciprocity requires communication in a way that is understandable and attainable to the public. As you all work on this plan, I ask that measurable targets, detailed analyses, and an interconnected relationship with other such plans, such as the Habitat Conservation Plan, be included. I thank you for your time.
Please be seated, and then I'll also call on Amanda Sullivan-Astor.
Wait a minute.
One more.
My apologies. Candace, did you still want to proceed?
Excuse me?
Yes, please feel comfortable proceeding with your comments.
For the record, I am Candace Bonner, small forest owner locally here in Corbett. State Forester Mukomoto, Chair Kelly, members of the Board of Forestry and Oregon Department of Forestry, thank you for this aspirational and inspirational vision for Oregon's forests. With its commitment to leadership in climate-smart forestry, to the implementation of the Climate Change and Carbon Plan, to science-based forest management, and to respond and adapt your strategies as climate change progresses. I know people are becoming burned out on climate change, yet another hottest month, hottest year, warmest ocean temperature, and now another deadly heat dome in the Southwest. But climate change and its secondary effects is the biggest threat to human and animal life, to trees and forests, to food crops, to life as we know it on the planet. It is the primary driver of mega forest fires. Our forests are among our most powerful allies in slowing climate change. I hope the adoption of this vision will empower you to develop science-based quantitative measures of net effect on climate of all management decisions, especially regarding harvests, that include not just carbon accounting and emissions generated, but include the loss of the ongoing ecosystem services of the trees. And there are many things in this document that do give me some pause. And at the end, you remind us that the department depends on tree harvest for the funding that enables care of the state forest lands. We need to let our state government know this is unacceptable in this time of climate change. Decisions on forest management should be made because of what is best for the people and the forest, not in terms of how much income is needed. And there is mentioned several times of providing timber and maintaining the constant flow of wood products. I understand why this is important, but I hope it will be continuously quantitatively reevaluated in terms of whether we are meeting the goal of not just being climate neutral, but having a measurable and trackable positive climate effect with our forest land management. Thank you again for the dedication and hard work that went into crafting this detailed vision for Oregon's forests. Uamau ka ea o ka aina I ka pono, malama aina.
Thank you. You may now be seated, and then I'll call on Amanda Sullivan Astor.
This way so I can see you guys. Okay. Good morning, Chair Kelly, State Forester Makamoto, and members of the board, including our two new members. For the record, my name is Amanda Sullivan Astor. I'm the Forest Policy Manager for Associated Oregon Loggers and a certified forester. Our members have been involved in the management of Oregon's forests for generations and are essential to conducting any activity in the woods. The vision for Oregon's forests is a comprehensive document that outlines a future we all wish to see for Oregon. However, it's crucial to acknowledge that resilient forest ecosystems cannot exist in isolation from a robust and thriving forest sector. The workforce, infrastructure, and market systems that make up forestry in Oregon are integral to creating the resilient forest ecosystems we all are striving to achieve. AOL commends the board for including forest infrastructure as a shared value in the vision, yet there's a notable gap in specific strategies to support this value within the document. The current document mentions these aspects in passing, but does not provide detailed strategies to attain them. As an example, the Addressing the Wildfire Crisis priority has a strategy on improving Oregon's complete and coordinated system, which may mean maintaining or growing the logging infrastructure, but it may not be read as such by others. Logging contractors are the first line of defense during fire season, and their role should be emphasized and supported through concrete policies and strategies. Additionally, in the providing climate leadership priority, while there is a commendable focus on management decisions, markets for long-lived harvested wood products are only briefly mentioned, and there is no substantive strategy included to promote innovative biomass utilization. Forest-based renewable energy in Oregon has the potential to offset costs for non-commercial wildfire mitigation and resiliency treatments that also transition Oregon away from fossil fuels, positioning Oregon as a leader in climate-smart forestry technologies. Oregon Department of Forestry, as the state's expert, must lead aggressively in promoting these markets, resiliency, and economic vitality. Thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you very much. Chair Kelly, members of the board, there is no one else signed up for public comment on this meeting or on this agenda item.
Thank you all for your testimony and for the reminders about our terrible omissions in our first draft. And I think on behalf of the committee, what do we say? Mea culpa, mea culpa, mea culpa. Yeah. Anyhow, we've got work to do there. So I think in my bumbling, we have had a motion presented and seconded. So we are ready, unless anyone has a comment first. Me too.
Bob Van Dyke, just a clarification. So I've got two documents in my packet. One is called the strategic plan, and that's 16 pages long. And the other is the vision, which is a bit longer. I just want to are we voting on the strategic plan now? Is that?
We are voting for the official language is for to approve the draft version of the vision for Oregon's forests for submission to the governor's office.
Well, but it's the one that's dated May 31st at the bottom, right?
Yes.
I think that must be it.
Yeah, the other one's May 15th. So it's the May, that's if it's a May 31 document, just for clarification.
Without the call out boxes.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
We all clear? Anything else? Brenda.
Yeah, just a quick comment. I am not ready for a mea culpa. I listened to everything that was said and there were some great comments made, but we are not done yet. We still can incorporate all of these things into the goals and objectives and metrics that will be monitored. So thank you for the input, but we're not done yet.
Absolutely. Totally agreed. Okay, with that, I'm going to do a roll call. on the motion, Liz Akala,
Aye.
Keith Curtis,
Aye.
Ben Doimling,
Aye.
Joe Justice,
Aye.
Brenda McComb,
Aye.
Bob Van Dyke,
Aye.
and I as well am an aye. Okay, with that, the motion, which I will repeat, which was that the board approved the draft version of the vision for Oregon's forest for submission to the governor's office as presented in attachment 1, that has passed unanimously. And with that, the motion has carried, and we will move on to the next item, which is item number 5, advancing wildfire prevention. I believe we've got Chris Klein, Tim Holzbach, and Levi Hopkins who are going to be up here to help us out. Again, this will be, before they start the presentation, a decision item. And with that, I'm going to ask, does anyone have a conflict of interest to declare? Hearing none, we will turn it over to you guys.
Thank you again, Chair Kelly, Chris Klein, Protection Division Chief, Department of Forestry. I'm excited. We actually have, same as I announced the first time I was up here, a panel of experts that are very detailed in this. So I will just be up here to support them and out of respect to the board. If you have any specific questions for me as chief, I'm excited about this next topic, prevention, obviously in statute, the preservation of the forest and the conservation of forest resources through the prevention and suppression of forest fires is hereby declared to be the public policy of the state of Oregon. That coming out of chapter 477. The best fire that I mentioned my fire experience earlier, the best fire that we have, it's the one that never happens in the first place. So this is really important work. I appreciate my staff's time and attention to these details. So thank you.
With that, we get the presentation loaded. Awesome. Sure. Go back one. Okay. Good morning, Chair Kelly, State Forester Mukomoto, members of the board. For the record, my name is Tim Holzbach. I serve as the Deputy Chief of Policy and Planning with the Protection Division here at the Oregon Department of Forestry. I'm joined by Chief Klein, Levi Hopkins, our Wildfire Prevention and Policy Manager, and Tom Fields, ODF's Wildfire Prevention Coordinator. Next slide. So this agenda item is a follow-up for the board and a closeout of the topic on the board's work plan. I'll provide a quick refresh of the topic. The last time the board talked about fire prevention was in July of 2022. So it's been a little while, but the department at that meeting said we're going to go do some reviews and report back to the board on some of what we find. Tom will be giving a grounding on statistics and trends of wildland fire causes, and then the three of us will rotate through some recommended actions and recommendations for moving forward. And I'll close with the action items being asked of the board today. So we'll start with where we start with most things is with the law. So we'll start with fire prevention laws and statutes. So Oregon revised statutes provide very clear statutory direction to the board and the department. The prevention of wildland fire is a priority for the department along with suppression actions. It's always prevention and suppression of fire throughout our statutes. And then the board has also reinforced that direction to the department as well. Not only that it's prevention and suppression of fires, but also prioritizing education and the promotion of cooperation within our policies for regulating the public and working with forest users and the public in regulation development. I emphasize on the quick review of the law. So Tom here will go over some of our causes and statistics in response, and that'll get us into kind of provide a good base for the reasoning of the recommendations presented to the board.
Thank you, Tim. Chair Kelly, members of the board, State Forester Mukomoto. It's an honor to be here. My name, for the record, is Tom Fields, and I serve as the Fire Prevention Coordinator for the Oregon Department of Forestry and the Protection Division. And just to start, I wanted to say that I wanted to go back to a term that I heard today, and that was Groundhog Day. And I'd like to think that we're at a pretty good place with prevention, as we're going to try to break the cycle of Groundhog Day moving forward. We got a lot of exciting things coming up, and I hope that it's a sign of good things to come. So with that, if we look at some averages on all jurisdictions over the last 10 years. Our average number of acres burned throughout the state is 621,000 acres. The state itself, the whole state is 64 million acres. Half of that is forest land, 32 million acres, and ODF is responsible for 16 million of those acres that we protect. That includes private, a lot of private, as we know, county, state, and some federal lands under agreements and contracts. On ODF protected lands, we're very proud to keep that number as low as possible, but that number of 111,000 acres burned is still way higher than what we're accustomed to seeing as an aggressive fire prevention and firefighting organization. I've been with this organization. This will be my 25th fire season. Very proud to be part of this organization. And I can remember a time prior to 2013 where those averages were a tenth of that. 10,000 acres burned in a year on our protection. So we have a long way to go. Obviously, we've seen some changes in climate change, but there's a lot to do with behaviors out there. If you break down what we have on our protection, lightning accounts for roughly 30% of the fires on the landscape and 42,000 acres burned. You know, 42,000 acres seems like a lot, but one thing that we consider when lightning comes through is it's usually during a lightning bust. You're not getting 1 or 2 fires a day. You're getting in the neighborhood of sometimes between 30 and 100 lightning strikes in that burst. So it's really difficult, a challenge for us to hit every fire hard, which means that my point is we have to do so much more on the public side so that we can focus on those things that we cannot prevent. So for the human caused fires, a little higher than what we'd like to see, obviously. Acres burned, 69,000 acres for our 10-year average. And you know, the bottom line there that one of our analysis folks have provided for us is that from 2014 to 2023, large fires in 2020 that we saw really skewed the numbers. But looking back at my career, it's always something, right? There's always going to be something that's going to skew the numbers, and it's our job to try to keep that from happening. The other thing that we don't talk too much about, but where we spend a great deal of our time, is not just fighting the fires on our protection and those fires that are threatening our protection, but those ones that we're responding with our partners in mutual aid to keep those fires off of our protection. And those are basically called non-statistical fires. So you can see our average here is 309 fires per year at 29,000 plus acres. So those are the fires that we're, you know, helping our federal partners with, that we're helping our fire departments with, to try to draw that line in the sand to keeping them from our private lands and other lands that we protect. This is a huge one right here. This is our non-fire crew action runs per year. A non-fire crew action is not a suppression action. This is where, again, we're supporting the overall complete and coordinated system by when a call comes in, we're chasing that call. We're making sure that there's not a fire there. It's a smoke chase. It's also our enforcement program. If we get a call about something that's in violation, we're out there talking to the public to make sure they understand the rules and laws during our fire seasons. So we spend a great deal of time out there working with not only our cooperators, but the general public and forest operations, all the inspections that we do, working with our landowners and forest operations, making sure they're in compliance, and that we're doing all we can do to prevent something else from hitting the landscape. So let's break it down a little bit more. If you look at what happens on our protection again. Outdoor debris burning year in and year out for decades has been our number one cause of human caused wildfires on our protection. And we're not alone. This goes across the country. Everyone deals with this particular problem. 171 fires on average every year. And that's nearly double number 2, which is vehicle use of all things. And the vehicle use falls under what we call equipment use. It's kind of a catch-all. And the vehicle fires that we see could be from catalytic converters throwing out hot particles, could be vehicle fires themselves, or idling over dry grass, pulling off the side of the road, starting a fire. So we're trying to do all we can with that category as well. And then obviously everyone knows about campfires. Smokey Bears have been around since 1941. However, if you go back in the history of our organization, back to 1911, one of the first things the first state forester talked about was trying to get a handle on campfires. So this is something that we've been struggling with for quite some time. This is a great part to point out the tremendous work that our landowners and operators do for us. They're working a very fire risky, hazardous occupation. And what they do is well and above what we expect, and we get cooperation for the most part from all of these folks, not only in preventing the fires, but being prepared should a fire start on those operations. Prevention is the first part, but also part of our rules is that they're ready should something happen, being that it is in nature a very risky business. And so the top cause, only 6 fires a year is our top cause here from rotary head saws. And unfortunately, this is our leading cause in the operation world year in and year out. And we're trying to take steps to do more to prevent these fires and also be prepared should they occur. And so when you see 6 fires at 141 acres, again, that's a testament to the great work that those guys are doing out there, guys and women, I should say. Thank you for keeping damage to a minimum. So the way that we regulate the public is we put into place public use restrictions. And this comes right out of statute, but we have flexibility with this at the district level. Whatever the problems may be at each district level, that district forester is responsible for putting restrictions in place that line up with their particular area. Maybe mowing dry grass shouldn't be restricted in Astoria because they really don't have that. But in Klamath Falls, in Medford, Douglas County, those types of places, maybe that is an appropriate thing to regulate. So again, it's working with our public to allow them to enjoy and work in the great outdoors without handcuffing them too much, but also sending the messages where it's appropriate. Debris burning is a different animal. It doesn't fall under public use restrictions. It's a different statute altogether. And we have public outdoor debris burning and we have prescribed slash burning. Again, the culprit here is our public outdoor debris burning. And that's the one year in and year out that we're constantly trying to find answers to prevent from happening. So we use this statute during fire season through a burn permit process, or we prohibit the activity entirely, which is what we usually do at the district level with most of our districts. Again, it comes back to public engagement, being out there, working with our property owners out there among the folks recreating, having contact, talking about wildfire prevention, defensible space to some extent. Yes, I'm a proponent for defensible space, but I'd like to, like what Chief Klein had said, I'd like to see something happen to prevent the fire from starting in the first place and not put those folks at threat. Forest operation fires account for, like I said, less than 5%, not really our problem. Fire season regulations and requirements that they follow come out of statute and rules. We do have what we call the IFPL system west of the Cascades. That's industrial fire precaution levels. And again, that's our ability to work with the operators, depending on the fire risk, to allow them to keep working in a fire safe operation. Level 1, fire season requirements in effect, all the way up to level 4. We're going to have to shut the operation down due to the conditions out there. Perfect example is 2020. We knew what was coming Labor Day weekend, and we were messaging to our operators that we were going to be hitting IFPL 4, and the communication that I got back through a broad network was, Tom, we are with you. We're not working. We're sending people out to patrol. We know what's coming. So we really appreciate the partnership out there. And then while we don't use the industrial fire precaution level system east of the Cascades, we do it through other means on ODF protected lands, generally through written orders. It says we've hit that threshold and we're going to ask you to either cease or stop working in the middle of the day when conditions become bad. I think the biggest thing with all this moving forward is that we have a very robust industrial fire rules review committee made up of our partners, our landowner group, operators, Association of Oregon Loggers, Oregon Forest Industries Council, Small Woodlands Association, ODF, headquarters staff, as well as field staff. And these folks come together at least once a year, if not twice a year, to review the rules to make sure that we are on the right page and we're doing the right things moving forward. That's one of the things we're bringing to you today, is some of those discussions that we'd like to see updated. So moving forward, number 1's training, collaboration, and education, providing consistent training, being a lead with the permit, with our burning program, and then increasing the public awareness out there.
Thanks, Tom, for stealing my slide. For the record, Levi Hopkins, Wildfire Prevention and Policy Manager for the department. So just to touch a little bit more on what Tom was discussing on this slide. So starting in 2021, what have we been doing? So our protection staff, along with Keep Oregon Green, we virtually visited each district to really dive into what kind of prevention issues that they're facing there on the ground, and ways we can improve. And then really just had hourly discussions with the district, with the staff that are there right in the front of it, boots on the ground, on what they're dealing with. And that's really what brought us to where we're at today, and with the recommendations that we're going to put in front of the board today. So some of those findings. Since 2020, which for obvious reasons, training was lacking a little bit. It was hard for us to get together and really collaborate and network. And so there was a clear need that we needed to get back to do that. There's been some turnover, people moving positions through some great added capacity through legislation, which was great, but that really kind of shuffled the deck, moved people around a little bit. And so we're now finally getting to that point where people are steady. We're getting more consistency with folks being in these positions. And then the obviously ones that Tom alluded to earlier, the debris burning issue was a big one throughout the state. Also just a little bit of confusion of a citation versus a warning, what's appropriate and when. And then even some data collection concerns came up, and just what data we're collecting and how we're collecting that. So those were some of the big topics that rose up to the topic when we discussed through the districts. So one very unique solution was this beforeyouburn.net. And so ODF is serving as a lead in a multi-agency work group and partnering with the Western Fire Chiefs Association on building this platform. And it's not new. Some fire districts throughout the state are using this tool, but only at a local fire district level. And so our goal is we're going to bring this to be a statewide within ODF protection and outside ODF protection through a statewide one-stop shop. It's an app or it's a web-based to where you can go on, you click a spot, and it'll tell you if you can burn or not. And if you need a permit, it'll produce that permit for you. So it will be way less confusing for the public. They won't have to call a fire department or ODF and back and forth. It'll be one-stop shop. They'll get the permit, or it'll flat out say you can't burn due to being in fire season or even an air quality concern. So DEQ will also have a letter in there that if they're not allowing burning because of air quality, it won't be allowed. So we're extremely excited for that project. Tom's leading this project for us. And our plan is to have a soft launch this fall. So we're going to start with 5 pilot counties, those being Jackson, Josephine, Klamath, Deschutes, and Yamhill counties. And so again, ongoing efforts. We've met in front of fire defense boards at the local level. We've met with our local fire districts, or our local ODF protection districts. And so again, hoping this fall to be a soft launch there and then getting statewide again in 2025. So to address the training issue, in December of last year, we put on a 5-day prevention and investigation symposium. And this was really for our ODF staff and the association members. I'll try to talk a little louder. So we knew this was going to be our first prevention effort internally, was to get with our staff, meet internally. Let's make sure we're all on the same page. Let's kind of get grounded again, like I mentioned. Sorry, a little distracted. So again, our target audience were our boots on the ground folks and those implementing our fire warden duties. So we had over 100 in attendance. One really great topic we provided was a 4-hour verbal judo topic from Deschutes County Sheriff's. Came in, talked to us for 4 hours about how to just talk with people, how especially maybe a potential hostile person that they want to burn. So really just re-educating our folks to feel confident on how they can approach that individual, and also just to know that we have backup. We have the local sheriff's office will always be there to help us if need be, but that's obviously a last resort. Really good feedback on that. So the whole goal is to, focus on our prevention, investigation, policy, procedures, and guidance, and then being able to share ideas and efforts statewide to improve our consistency of implementing our policy and rule. One unique unintended outcome of this was we started a monthly protection policy topics of discussion is what we called it, a little long-winded, but really just set it a few hours a month internally to talk with, again, boots on the ground staff of just, what are some big issues that you're dealing with out there and how can we help protection staff on updating policy, or what can we do different to help address their issues. That's been a pretty big hit as well. Let's see if this, can we get sound on this? If not, I can roll with it. Yeah. So this bottom right, it's one of so going to public outreach, right? So we teamed up again with Keep Oregon Green in our public affairs office, and we created 14 PSAs to address all of the issues that Tom alluded to earlier about debris burning, campfires, vehicle safety, and then also just even a know before you go, really pushing people to also check our restrictions page, know what's allowed where you're going. So that's that bottom right there. And then in addition, we actually created a couple of animated debris burnings as well. And so ODF owns those PSAs, so we can use those however we want and whenever we want. In addition, the top left is the the platform for the Before You Burn. That's kind of the landing page of what it currently looks like right now. And again, like I said, that's an ongoing work group with Western Fire Chiefs Association. On the bottom left, there is the Oregon Wildfire Preparedness. It's a flip guidebook. I don't know how many people are familiar with this. We did this 5 years ago, I believe. And so now we're teaming up with the State Fire Marshal, Keep Oregon Green. Insurance has a piece in there as well, just an update. It was time for an update with a lot of legislative changes and new laws in place. So that should be out actually the end of this month. So it's a really, really great tool for the public. In addition to all of that, I don't know, sorry. In addition, we actually have a media campaign with Coin that we're starting that hope maybe some people have seen some things already that started in June. That's really some prime time for additional, other than these additional avenues of us to reach the public, also through streaming devices and then also the Weather Channel. So a little different approach that we haven't really got into previously. And then in addition, we have a campaign with K2. So we're covering the entire state of Oregon, again, through streaming devices, trying to get creative on other places rather than just social media, which is a great tool, but what else? You know, we got to think of other different ways to do that. So we're excited for those. Those are all going to be measurable. We'll be able to determine, you know, how many viewers we got and if it was worth our time and worth the money. All right, so the board recommendations. Next, we're going to discuss and address the recommended rule changes that will improve the department's ability to prevent human-caused wildfires. So first, we want to broadening the definition of an authorized fire warden. And that will allow us to immediately add additional capacity in our investigation efforts and help not always rely on the same investigative staff that are also tasked with suppressing wildfires. So in ODF, we a lot of times wear multiple hats. So we're just trying to get more folks to help in that investigation capacity. And then changing to a statewide tracking of violators will help identify the demographics of who our violators are and provide us a better idea of who we should be targeting for our prevention efforts and where. And then again, every year debris burning is at the top of the list. So education, prevention messaging has been and will continue to be the priority tools to help prevent these fires, but that alone has proven to not be enough to really tackle the issue. So by strengthening the enforcement of this violation is the next appropriate step to change human behavior of burning illegally and causing wildfires. Lastly, addressing the issue of issues of fireworks and other potential harmful materials on state forests that have the potential to cause a wildfire. And next, Tom's going to go over some specific rule recommendation changes.
Okay, thank you, Levi. Sorry about that. Nudge me harder next time and I'll pass the mic on over. So what we're basically asking for, again, these are some things that we've talked about, especially when we get to the industrial fire portion with our committee. And this first one about the enforcement policy goes back to statute where in 477-365, it talks about the duties of a fire warden. And one of those duties is to investigate all fires. The other thing that we'd like to see updated is our basic enforcement action. Yes, we want to educate and get cooperation first before we enforce, but we're finding that we need a little bit bigger hammer to get folks' attention. So what we're looking for is any violation in statute should apply not just in that district, but statewide. And not just over the course of 36 months, but 60 months. And more so, any violation of statute, whether it's the same violation or a different violation, should count as a second violation. So if they're in violation of a regulated use, closure of campfires, 1 year, and the next year they're in violation of debris burning, that's their second violation, not their first for campfires and not their first for debris burning. So we just want to get their attention more with that. And then finally, to add that component of folks that tend to do things under extreme fire danger conditions, especially when we're busy trying to take care of Mother Nature's problem out there with lightning in the middle of August. The last thing we need while we've got boots on the ground is for someone to say they can take advantage of having a debris pile because everybody else is busy. So we'd like to hit that component as well. As far as burning permits go, a fire prevention citation shall be issued for all violations for illegal burning. Before, it was the basic enforcement action where a warning would be issued at first and then through the course of multiple violations and so on. We want to let them know that this is our #1 problem and we're not going to tolerate it. We've been educating for a long time. We're being ignored for the most part. And it's now time to just hand over a piece of paper that says, you know, you're in the wrong and you need to pony up. So this came into play. I was talking with Justin Butteress a while ago about how I was a little surprised that our federal land partners had the prohibition of fireworks on all lands where we really didn't have that on our state forests. We did have it to some degree where it was prohibited in designated areas like campgrounds, but that was it. That's where they shut it down. So we are proposing that we expand this prohibition on state forest lands to all state forest lands, not just designated areas. And that would also be in alignment with our folks. You need it? Oh, speed up. Okay, speed up. Through research, we've seen, and you've got this in your packets too, where fires are being discovered much quicker nowadays than they were 30 years ago. We're harvesting different products and things are popping up quicker. And to work with our landowners and operating community, it only made sense to reduce the fire watch requirement. And then finally, update the water delivery requirement from a 2017 change we made that would be more in alignment with our partners in Eastern Oregon, working on ODF protected lands and how they are able or not able to get water to a fire in a timely fashion. So the water supply equipment would basically include pump and hose or equipment capable of constructing fire line. And the cool thing about this is the title of this particular rule is water supply and equipment for fire suppression. So it's already in the title there. So we just added the additional language for clarification that if they can't get water there, start with equipment to get to the fire in a reasonable amount of time. Fire watch service, I talked about reducing from 3 hours at the end of the day and during any breaks to a time designated by the forester not to exceed 2 hours. It just lines up with the data that we have very, very few ignitions that are discovered after that 2 hour period. And finally, removing 00302 because it's basically saying the same thing as if the forester were going to waive that requirement. It's a little redundant and we wanted to update the language with that.
Okay, Tim? So I'll close this out here quick before we go to the board action. So prevention of human caused fires is an ongoing workload, as you can see. So we're working with behavioral changes of Oregonians, which takes some time to work through. So the before you burn concept is a great example of something that's new, but it's also customer service focused on providing good government service to Oregonians, reducing confusion and having that one-stop shop to connect with them. That pilot will be a great example to be evaluated and look for full implementation later. Additional research will continually be conducted in comparison the department's authorities with other natural resource agencies like ODF&W, EP, or not EPA, DEQ and such to see, are we staying consistent with them? They have statutory changes with their enforcement authorities. We want to maintain alignment there. So ongoing work there. This is the results of just how far the department can go and what we can do, what we need the board to do, and then continue to work on what we may need outside partners to assist with. So with that, we'll turn over to, or the recommendation is you have a pile of rules in front of you as a proposal for updates. I'm going to avoid going through the numbers, but we're requesting to go through the public hearing process on those rules and then return back to the board with some proposed final draft language for September.
Thank you, Tim. We've got some public testimony here. I think we have 5 people signed up, so we're going to move on to that, and then we'll have some moments for board discussion before our vote. So,
as we vacate our seats, again, thank you for your patience. That is a lot of detail, and
Yeah.
we could even spend more time, but
all right.
it's very important. And
Good.
staff's
Well,
done a good one.
You never know. We may pull you back up here if we have questions. So
Fair enough.
So Chair Kelly and members of the board, we only have one person signed up for public comment on this item for the next. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome Amanda Sullivan Astor back up here if she would like to provide her public comment.
Or it's not that long. All right. Good morning again. We are still in the morning. For the record, my name is Amanda Sullivan Astor with Associated Oregon Loggers. And Tom did mention that Associated Oregon Loggers is on the Industrial Fire Rules Review Committee. We also have 2 of our operating members who sit on that committee as well. And we just really wanted to provide positive comments and your encouragement to vote yes on the suite of recommendations provided. In particular, we're very interested in the fire watch recommendation and the water supply and equipment for fire suppression recommendation. Those are both the most relevant to our members. And just for a little bit of context, we've been working and looking at the data on fire watch for quite some time. And from our perspective, and as I talk to our members, they believe that, and AOL believes that moving it down to the 2-hour will provide a higher quality fire watch because it allows for us to keep operators on site rather than hiring an outside contractor, allowing for that higher quality fire watch, somebody who's very aware of and engaged in those activities that had been happening all day long. And so we believe that that'll result in a higher quality fire watch for Oregonians and for landowners across the state. And then secondly, on the equipment capable of constructing fire line, instead of having to have multiple water resources, this is especially relevant in Eastern Oregon. So where you've got more ground-based operations and the capability of equipment to put a blade down or put equipment down, create that fire line can actually be much, much quicker and more effective than going all the way back, trying to get hose, get your pump set up, everything like that. And so we're very interested in moving those 2 forward. We definitely support all the other recommendations as well, but just wanted to highlight those for you guys today.
thank you.
There are no more comments for this agenda item. Thank you.
All right. So we'll open this up for discussion. I'll comment that I'm really excited about the know before you burn. Despite almost 6 years on this board, I'm always just totally confused as to whether I need a permit and whether I can burn. And it's amazing that is, continue to be true for I think so many people, and certainly myself included.
So I appreciated the presentation. Thank you to Klein and Levi and Tom and Tim. I really appreciated the fact that you're going to do a soft launch on that burning program. And I just noted that you're doing the soft launch on some pretty intense areas like Bend, Jackson County, Josephine County. So, but I do applaud you for that and wish you luck this fall on that soft launch. Under the recommendations, I really also appreciate that you're expanding the definition of fire warden, because I think we just see that we're struggling to fill the pipeline in so many different areas, and that this will help build that skill level and provide a better pipeline for that. I had a question on the enforcement of illegal fires. Is it you mentioned that it's part of when you get to what's driving that is when you get to level 3 and 4. And how many are we, can you give me just a range on the average? How many individuals or parties are doing this illegal burn or pushing it? Do we know on an average year what that is?
So I'm gonna take it's assumption a little less than that 170 number of debris burning, but those are generally what we find is during fire season. That's where we have those numbers. Some districts go into fire season to help phase out because it does take some little time to do that. But once we turn off turn off that debris burning, there's still some bad actors in there. So there's a lot of the proposed additions to the regulations are to help deter some of those. In many areas of the state, it's the citation is cheaper than going to the dump to dispose of the material. So that's one of the challenges that we face as well with that, with our current citation schedule. So bumping it up instead of a warning to a citation off the bat for debris burning in particular helps get to that second offense a step faster.
Okay.
And that's where the real big monetary bump is.
And that might be enough. And I also heard, Liz, that you said level 3. So that's, if you hear the 1, 2, and 3, that's in the industrial category. There are 2 separate legs to the prevention stool, as you will have. So that's those levels, that's industrial. So this particular topic falls within the public regulations. So there's no necessarily associated level there, just for clarity.
Thank you. I'll have to learn more about that.
And board member and Chair Kelly, I would also add that we've had some extreme strides with the public. And you mentioned the 1, 2, 3 level. On the public side, we've been tying our restrictions to the fire danger level. So folks are familiar with the smoky arm, low, moderate, high, and extreme. And we've tied those restrictions to those fire danger levels. So for instance, under extreme, you basically can't have a campfire, you can't drive off roads, and it goes up to that. So we've made some tremendous strides with that as well. Thank you.
Okay, and just my last question on the recommendation on the total ban on the fireworks. And I'm not a fireworks person, so it doesn't really bother me too much. But is it worth considering a ban against certain months versus the ban year round? I don't know if that's even worth considering.
So during fire season, they're already banned. That's a statute that once fire season occurs, fireworks on forest land is against the law. This is specific to fireworks year round on state-owned forest land, which is consistent with other public landowners. We're one of the outliers where we don't have that current regulation. So this is just updating to be consistent with our neighbors.
Okay, thank you. And I just thank you so much for tracking the numbers, the acres, focusing on where the problems need to be solved and moving forward. Thanks.
Brenda.
Yeah, this will be quick, I think. So thank you for your presentation. You are by mandate, by statute, required to suppress fires, but fire suppression leads to fuel accumulation. Hence, some of the work that Tim has done on prescribed fire has been really helpful and progressive. But I'm wondering how you're going to balance this outreach to the public regarding unauthorized burning, which I completely support, with public understanding of the need for authorized and constructive burning. I think that might be confusing to some folks.
We did work through some of that last year. This is our second year working with the Portland media to help us with that. We did a campaign on promoting prescribed burning last year. This year we chose to focus primarily on fire prevention, but generally the fires that we're trying to prevent right here through these regulations are in our communities. They're on the fringe of the WUI and some of those areas, so it's not necessarily the benefit of it, and we're also adding in the education and information of how to do it safely and what time of year is more appropriate for the time. So we don't authorize prescribed burns during July. That we would work with the public of the message right now is cover your pile and save it to the fall.
Yeah, I think just balancing those two messages though somehow effectively so that there isn't confusion in people's mind when they see a prescribed burn near or in a WUI, which I think probably is a good idea in some cases. They're going to wonder what's going on, right?
Absolutely.
Bob.
Good morning and thanks for the presentation. The recommendations make a lot of sense to me. I just had a question about firearms. And I know recently there was last few years, there was a fire, I think actually on state forest land that was caused by firearm use. And are there any regulations now related to that on public or private land? And also, are there any problems? Have you had fires started by firearm use? Thank you.
So all of our fires are investigated. So we always look for if there was a negligence that contributed from an action to their spread of fire. And so that's part of why we are asking for more authority to get more wildland investigators. But as far as exploding targets during fire season, along with fireworks, they're in the same statute. They're also banned during fire season. On state lands, we have established shooting ranges to help address this as well. Shooting's not in the top three where we're focusing our criteria, but we do have some of those. Occasionally, we had one in Central Oregon that occurred. The landowner took action immediately with it, and we utilize it as a prevention message, saying, "Hey, it's late season. We know people are getting ready to go hunting," and the landowner took the action there. They did everything that they were trying to do to prevent fires. It just happened. So some of those end up in the statistics, but they're not necessarily hit the threshold of needing more specific regulations.
Go ahead, Liz.
So since we're sort of on this topic in general, I'm just wondering on the large air tankers, are you tweaking your strategy at all this summer, given conditions that you're predicting? And secondly, because I'll channel Carla on this, is where is your contract now for the large air tankers?
Yeah, well, thank you. So Chair Kelly, State Forester Mukomoto, board members, great question, and one that has quite a bit of emotion tied to it at times. So this Department of Forestry has had in the past for a considerable length of time now, a contract with a large air tanker based out of Medford that we move around the state as needed. We are, however, that's not the only piece of equipment we utilize. We have smaller retardant ships called single engine air tankers. We have helicopters. We have some personnel, et cetera, all part of what's known as the severity funding. So outside of our base budget. It is a set amount. It has been set stagnant for a while now, and the resources that we procure with those funds are quickly outpacing that account. And so we have made a business decision to try to follow statutes to maintain our within our budget constraints as an executive branch agency. We do not have that large air tanker. A business decision was made to not pursue that this year. We did try to get an air tanker still. We requested contract submission for a lower level, a type 2 instead of a type 1, trying to save some money. We did not receive a bid to that effect. And so we have decided to try to leverage our funds through not completely not having a resource, but changing it from an air tanker into a couple of type 1 helicopter contracts. So we are trying to manage the need and the funds appropriately for all parties involved. My professional opinion, though I would like to have my own air tanker, And probably something that we can continue to talk about, pursue in the future as we work through our wildfire funding discussions. I am also not appreciably worried. The Department of Forestry got into that large air tanker business back when the federal government had a series of fatal accidents, all but shut their entire air tanker program down. We realized the need for those resources. We moved to the large air tanker business. Since that time, the federal government has a new fleet of aircraft. We share those aircraft. We intermingle our resources all of the time. We have great communication and cooperation. Those federal aircraft are moved around per the fire danger, which of course crosses Oregon's, our protection as well. So those resources are available to us. And so I do not, all things being equal, with all those factors involved in the decision, I think we're in a good spot. I think we made the correct decision to follow the course that we did, but we do not have that tanker this year.
Thanks so much, Chris.
Yeah, go ahead, Heath.
Just the materials that were in the online are just a little bit different than what are in my board packet. I see now this directive regarding discharging or cause to be discharged any firework, crackers, explosive torpedoes, etc. I just want to make sure I get you on the record here. It also prohibits, discharging other substances which could be harmful to visitors or forest resources without written permission of the forester. You don't intend to capture shooting or ammunition or firearms with that.
No, that's not in the consideration with it. I'm scrolling back to for that. So there's designated areas where those types of activities are on state forest land. So it's but in general, it's the fireworks primarily. That's the concern.
Thanks.
I would just want to mention at the work group meeting on Monday in Bend, we were presented with a graph about what our overall fire funding is in this state and relative to other neighboring states. And because of some of the 762 funding that's actually, some of it's been going away, unlike other states who have had over the last few years consistent increases in fire funding, we are flat and down. And so that's a pretty embarrassing situation that we all need to be really aware of, and then totally ties to the tanker conversation and any others. It's not where we would want to be. I would also just like to, I said something in that meeting on Monday that I'd like to repeat, because we're all really aware that the whole fire reality has changed with climate change. But there's another thing that we don't talk about as much, and these guys have to face it every day, and that's the issue of what's happened with our population in Oregon. And I'm older than most of you, but when I was born, there was 1 million total Oregonians, half of them living in the Portland area and half the rest of the state. Today we're well over 4.whatever million people. They are recreating and traveling at record numbers. So this whole issue of human caused fires, no wonder it's a big issue. These are dramatic changes that have happened over decades, not as fast as what's happening with climate change, but it's a major factor, just like climate change, and making all of the work and what's being presented here, doubly important, because we're probably going to continue to have more people and more people out there inadvertently or stupidly causing fires. Any other comments before we move on?
Chair
Yes.
Kelly, as you say, I think that I noted that in our first paragraph of our vision of the increasing population of Oregon is right there with the climate change piece.
Yeah. Right, great. Okay, the proposed motion is for the board to approve the direction for the state forester to begin the rulemaking process to amend Oregon administrative rules 629-043-0020, 629-043-0030, 629-047-0010, 629-047-0040, 629-047-0100, 629-025-0040 and 629-025-0050 as written as attachments 2, 4, and 6. Is there a board member willing to make a motion?
Go ahead.
So moved.
So moved. Brenda has made a motion. Do I have a second? Okay,
A second.
Liz Power has given us a second. And with that, and we will do a roll call. Liz?
Aye.
Heath Curtis.
Aye.
Ben Doimling.
Aye.
Joe Justice.
Aye.
Brenda McComb.
Aye.
Bob Van Dyke.
Aye.
Self, Jim Kelly. Aye as well. And with that, I know I'm supposed to again read the motion. I'm thinking we can kind of slip on that one, but with complete consensus, the motion carries, and thank you to the presenters, and really appreciate this work. It is really important. These are all great changes. So we're thrilled to see this happen. All right, we will move on to item number 6, which is the wildfire hazard map and procedural rules. I'll start with the same thing that I said before. Does anybody have a conflict of interest that they would like to mention? Not hearing any, we will move to our presenters. Back with us again, Tim and Levi. And, or no, not Levi, Chris. Okay, says here Levi, but that's all right.
Chair Kelly, State Forester Mukomoto, members of the board, for the record, my name is Tim Hulshbach. I serve as the Deputy Chief of Policy and Planning for the Protection Division here at the Oregon Department of Forestry. Up here, I have with me Chief Klein, and we're going to go a quick walkthrough of an update to the board for the wildfire hazard map, as well as walking through a few components of there and some of the public outreach today. So a few things on the list of this presentation. Most of them are graphics, so won't have to be reading much text, but I'll be summarizing most of the text in the presentations. So with this, with the implementation of the wildfire programs, that's been one of the narratives that has changed from the initial map conversation where it was ODF and OSU who were putting this map and or classifying lands for Oregonians and what their wildfire risk was at the time. Now we have a traveling companions for this work with our agency partners and more representative of the intention of what Bill 762 originally was supposed to be, as well as the what Senate Bill 80 helped direct as well. So with this, the ODF is responsible for the map as the executive agency for the map development and overseeing it, administrative rulemaking and appeals. Oregon State University is responsible for the design of the wildland urban interface and the hazard map development itself. Oregon State Fire Marshal is responsible for defensible space code and community risk reduction programs. Those are some of the additional portions of Senate Bill 762 beyond the map. The Building Codes Division of DCBS is responsible for the building code development as well as the home hardening programs. And then the Department of Financial Regulations is part of this as well to help address the insurance challenges that have been facing Oregonians. Before the map was created in 2021, we were already facing some pinch points and market responses from the 2020 wildfires and some of the other ongoing events across the country that influence the global insurance markets. So that angst and market response was starting to build up at the exact same time this was going on. So there's a companion bill to Senate Bill 80, Senate Bill 82, that was sponsored by DFR and has been married with this and twined together as well. So Senate Bill 80, in a nutshell, is largely composed of the trends and issues that were discovered during the public comment process. The first time around with the map, there was a very aggressive timeline associated with that. The board saw it in June. It was launched in July. The public engagement opportunities were very minimal for that. So with this, there was some, we took all the feedback. We have about 5,000 touch points from the public throughout that process and helped with OSU and some additional student researchers help boil it down to about 4 or 5 key things that we heard from those. That attachments in your packet as well, what those key things were identified as. So that fed into some of the statutory changes. No one knew what the map was for. So identified the purpose of the map, inform Oregonians about wildfire exposure, assist in prioritizing state resources for fire adaptation, and to assist where the work codes should be applied. So the three big nutshells with the purpose of the map. That has really helped all of the 6 agencies implementing this, of why we're out going around the state and what we're doing overall. There was some concern over risk. Risk is you can do stuff to decrease risk, but that wasn't what was asked for in the bill. The criteria in the map are weather, topography, climate, and vegetation. Those were reaffirmed in the 23 session that those are the correct criteria, but those articulate wildfire hazard. Wildfire, even driving is a hazard. To mitigate the risk from driving, you wear a seatbelt. That's a mitigation measure to decrease your risk. So similar with this is it's a map of environmental hazard. Previously, the notification letters were sent to anyone in high or extreme fire risk, which about 2/3 of the folks were non-regulated. And it increased a significant amount of public confusion. That's been changed through this. So the folks who are in those where the codes may apply, those are the folks who get notification. That letter in the mail, it's got explicit things in there of, or will have things in there of next steps, what it means, where your resources are, how to appeal, all that type of stuff. And then the legislature wanted to change the appeals process. So they took something that instead of it being designed by the department, they changed it to a contested case hearing, which is defined under the Administrative Procedures Act and is in statute already. So they took that pressure off the department for that and moved it to an established statutory process. Also added in to encourage community engagement process and gave us the time to do that. There's no deadlines associated with Senate Bill 80. And we've taken advantage of making sure we're out in communities and talking about all these changes and also letting folks know of what all these other programs are and how they're connected together. So the first thing on the docket for the timeline was we, after hearing from the public in Senate Bill 80, it said you should go talk to all the counties. So we did do that last fall and worked through, we met with all 36 counties over September and the first week of October, had some excellent conversations with county commissioners and county staff. And for the first time in the room, there was all 6 programs were in the room together to be able to answer questions, do that. So that's the first opportunity we really had to have all the organizations responsible for implementing the programs in the same place on there. So we had a big, I won't call it a roadshow, but we had a great opportunities there. Meetings lasted 1 to 2 hours, going to give an update of what we did the first time, what we heard, what we've already are in the works of changing, what Senate Bill 80 is going to change moving forward, where engagement opportunities are, and that kind of stuff. And the plan has been to successfully complete each step of the process instead of having a end date in mind of when we're going to be done with it. So making sure we do each step right along the way. Consistent with what we heard from the public, the commissioners and county staff had concerns about the appeals process, federal lands impacting private land ratings, discussion of risk versus hazard. That's going to be an ongoing communication of what that actually means and what the map is for. Irrigated farmland, which we'll get into today. I gotta make sure when I talk this way, like insurance. We had the insurance commissioner there and Commissioner Stolfe was excellent in providing some of the updates with his group as well as their advocacy lines. And then when the codes go into place and what they actually are instead of, or what is actually in the code now that's drafted and developed. So some of the first things that we got into initially was when the first map came out, we found out it's like, well, there's a lot of areas around the state where some of these grassland and hay and pasture lands are a little higher than they should be. And this was observed through July. This is what we heard from the public with that. So before we met with the counties, this was one of the items that we walked through with where can we find some of those immediate adjustments to better right size and visually show what's on the ground. This is a change map. What you see in the red is where there's going to be an increase in the hazard rating or burn probability. What you see in the blue is the decrease on it. So one of the things that was addressed was for some reason burns was a gigantic bullseye on the map, and anyone who's been out there can realize that that was largely incorrect. on there. So working through some of those adjustments and working with observations and working with fire behavior analysts, OSU was walking through with other professionals of where is the right median to kind of right size that. So what happened is we had some adjustments in low valley bottoms, where it's some of those larger lots that have the 5 acres of grass and pasture, finding that during this when we get into the height of fire season, most of the hay is off the landscape already, or it's being grazed, or that, so the fuel loading wasn't as reflective. The seasonality is now taken into account. You'll see some of those changes as it goes through. Second one, and I appreciate OSU letting me just borrow their slides for these. Irrigated agriculture was the policy question that came out of how is it addressed, and is it a mitigation measure that humans do to the landscape, similar to defensible space or home hardening, or is it a environmental factor? So that was largely, we took that conversation and organized together a rules advisory committee to help us. We spent 3 meetings talking about just through that topic. So this slide here is just kind of a visualization of where is irrigation in here. See it mainly in the valley, some in north central, and then scattered throughout the state. But when you turn it into a tabular form, there's about 4.3 million acres of irrigated farmland within Oregon. And that's been irrigated in one of the last 5 years. So working through it with that group, as we kind of talked through, does irrigation type matter? Does it have to be every year? And that type of things. Does the crop type influence? What we found is they walked through we settled on the data set to use. So we all agreed on the data set of using a data set called EarMapper, which is where that blue map came from, but also a recommendation that if a parcel of land is shown as being irrigated one of the previous 5 years, that was appropriate. So 4.3 million acres seems like a lot. However, when you boil it down to tax lots, it's 4,200 tax lots is the maximum extent of the irrigation change. So across the state, that's 0.25% of the total tax lots in the state. So many of the adjustments to the map that when the hay and pasture largely took that was applied equally to all lands, also was a significant impact to the irrigation cropland as well. So that universal factor really nullified the irrigated agriculture. So we're talking about 4,000 tax lots at the recommendation that we have 1 of 5 count. So the remainder of the rule package in front of you is largely impacts and adjustments from Senate Bill 80. So there, with it being a contested case, we had to open up the agency's procedural rules, which are Division 001. Those haven't been updated since 2007. So we worked with the Department of Justice and got them consistent with the Administrative Procedures Act to line those out. The wildfire hazard rating was modified to reflect 3 classes of hazard instead of 5 classes of risk. There's no risk class, and there's no longer an extreme. What we found is that high and extreme had the same regulatory constructs, but being designated extreme is a very emotional designation. And it was the same as high. So let's just make folks as high. Notifications, that requirement's updated, and that's a significant one in improving, making sure we can provide service to the folks who have the questions and not being inundated by folks who are with confusion. So we're trying to limit the confusion there. And then the appeals process is similar to the contested case updates. So all in all, these are all estimates with this. So what we're looking at is a reduction of, we had approximately 125,000 tax lots that were in high and in the wildland urban interface, which is the whole crux of the regulatory framework. The adjustments to the hay and pasture land removed about 20,000 tax lots from that group. And then about another 5,000 were removed through the proposed irrigation updates. So the 3 counties hold about 75% of those, and the 6 counties hold about 90. So we have a very focused area, and the map's going to help allow to provide that. opportunity to focus agency resources where they need to be. So Jackson, Hood River, Deschutes, Josephine, Moscow are kind of the top on the list. And then what we're seeing as the initial potential draft, and there's draft over all of these terms because we're still in the midst of getting feedback from folks. So with this is tentative of what we're looking at right now. It does not account for any additional public comment. It does not account for the county's input yet. And it also this one doesn't necessarily count the adopted or the irrigated adjustment either, but largely on a statewide scale, we're looking at what the figure here. When you reduce it down to where the codes are applied for defensible space and building codes, we're down to this as the general area. So about 6% is those 100,000 tax lots. And then when you reduce it from the tax lot level down to the wildland urban interface level, it's even further reduced. They give a second to have the what's there. So where we're at in the timeline, we worked through the rulemaking portions. In April, we sent some draft data to the county planning commissions and our county planners. They have access to their counties and are reviewing it for anomalies. We don't want to pick up like a gravel pit as a high hazard pixel and that kind of stuff. So they're working through that right now. We have 12 counties that have already grabbed the data and they're walking through it for their folks. On this past Monday, we were in Redmond with all six agencies holding a town hall and a resource fair style presentation. And then we were over in LeGrand on Tuesday. In 2 weeks, we'll be in Grants Pass in Medford, following that with Klamath Falls, and the week after that we'll be over in the Dalles. So we're working, all the agencies are getting out and getting information in front of folks, and we're meeting with people through June to get them informed of what the intent of all these things are. And then in July is when the comment periods open up. So there'll be 2 concurrent comment periods, one specifically for the rules under the Administrative Procedure Act. The other is under is going to be through a story map with OSU to get feedback from the public as well. So the public will have opportunities for both of those. And we're looking at being back at the board in September.
So that would be our presentation to you. And I think to close my thoughts on that, that's a lot of detail there, but really from our shop, a desire to hear the public, a desire to be responsive to what we've heard, not just to take information, but to try to, as best we can, be responsive to the people we serve, all the while maintaining the tenets of the legislation. We still have a job to do. There's been several public meetings so far, and I've heard good. Due to other workload, I wasn't able to attend. I do hope to get with my staff to at least one, if not more, of the remaining ones. But we've had good feedback so far, including ovation for some of the presentation for one of our colleagues from OSU. I think it's been very well received this second go round. The amount of work, the amount of effort, the amount of prep time. I think the amount of genuine responsiveness to what we heard out of the first run. I'm proud of everyone involved in all the agencies for the work that they've done. It's been fascinating to watch the amount of prep behind this, and just genuine response to the public. I think that's good. That makes me feel like we're in a good spot. Hence why we probably have had an appropriate, a good response so far. Not out of the woods yet. We still have several other places to go, but really excited about the work that's been done and what we have to present to you here today. So, thank you.
Thank you. We're going to have some public testimony before we go there. I just think that, I really appreciate, boy, what you guys do this is public service and appreciate all the hard work, but I have problems with the process that's going on right now here. This was not in our when we got our printed binder. This came to us at essentially very last minute, and most of us have been very busy. And having checked in with most of the board members, most of them haven't read this, period. And and I've heard a little bit about the irrigated field issue. Can't say that I fully understand it right now. It doesn't sound as a farmer myself, doesn't feel right at all to me at first blush. But again, I haven't read this stuff, and nobody else has. And I understand the need here to move on with this process. But I'm a little bit concerned about, without any of us having read it, yeah, maybe we can push it on, but I think voting for this at this point does sort of implicitly say that we have read it, understand it, and in general, we're in agreement with it. So I'm going to suggest, open to other ideas, that we do try to move ahead with this with some language added that, that we're not endorsing this version as a board. We're just something along those lines, recognizing the fact that we haven't had really a chance to properly review it. And we've been in this situation before. We really can't repeat this of the stuff coming this late to the board. I've had complaints from the public because they're in the same situation. There's been different versions of on this and other stuff that ends up online. It's hard to keep up with. It's hard to identify. It's hard to find. And, I tried to get to it, and it was one part of a huge big document, and no links or anything to easily find it. That's a process challenge that we have to address better in the future. And I'll be interested to hear from other board members what they think around that. But I think we'll go to public comment, and then we'll come back and see what would be the best way to move forward here. So with that, Eleni, we're ready to do some public comment, right? I believe we have 4 people signed up.
Yes. I don't know if you can hear me. You're welcome to stay seated. We only have one person joining us in person, and we can go ahead and start with them before moving to the folks that will be joining us online. So Megan Tuttle, if you want to go ahead and go up to the presenter table. All right, thank you. And then we'll go ahead and move on to our online commenters. So we have Lauren Poor.
Good morning, Chair Kelly, State Forester Makamoto, and members of the board. For the record, I am Lauren Poor. I'm the Vice President of Government and Legal Affairs for the Oregon Farm Bureau, and I'm here today in support for the proposed modifications to 6290 451026 of the wildfire hazard map and urge the board to adopt the changes. I'm here on behalf of a coalition of organizations that placed written testimony on the record, and our organizations collectively represent Oregon's farmers, ranchers, and irrigation districts across the state. Our membership consists of thousands of irrigators, scores of irrigation and other special districts, as well as agricultural businesses and landowners that are directly impacted by the wildfire hazard map. The organizations we represent have deep knowledge of Oregon's water laws, the effect of irrigation on the landscape, and an understanding of how agricultural water users effectively manage their water and land over a period of time. As a group, we've been committed to constructively engaging with the Department of Forestry and other decision makers who may not be as well versed in irrigation and farming practices, and sharing our knowledge so that the inputs into the new wildfire hazard and wildland urban interface map creates a product that truly represents the actual on-the-ground risk that's consistent with Oregon's laws and policies. The changes that were allowed in Senate Bill 80 that allowed for specific considerations of irrigated agriculture, we support this language that would allow for the 1 in 5. Irrigated lands are an essential risk mitigation factor, and it's crucial that they're not classified as wildfire hazards. Farmers, ranchers, and irrigation districts invest substantial resources and infrastructure into agricultural operations, and this includes modernizing systems to meet current demands and environmental conditions. These modernizations and pressurized systems provide additional benefits, such as extending limited water supplies during drought years, which in turn further reduces wildfire risk when we need it most. Additionally, during drought years, agriculture and land managers employ additional strategies such as crop rotation, intensive grazing, mechanical methods to also reduce fire risk while maintaining some level of production on lands when there are limited water deliveries. Requiring irrigation once every 5 years is consistent with Oregon water law. And to be clear, those who hold a water right must, under Oregon water law, be ready, willing, and able to utilize their water rights to its full extent every year. And it's the expectation that most of
Thank you for your comment. Your time limit is up, and we'll go ahead and move on to the next commenter. Thank you for your time.
John O'Keefe.
Yes, thank you. Chair Kelly, members of the board. I am John O'Keefe. I ranch in Lake County, Oregon. I've recently been involved in the wildfire discussion. I represent ranchers on Oregon's Wildfire Program Advisory Council, and I served on the USDA Wildland Fire Mitigation and Management Commission. I think it is extremely important that we create an active, accurate, effective wildfire hazard map. Irrigated ag parcels affect this. Season-long irrigated high moisture parcels that end up in high hazard due to tax lot idiosyncrasies harm the credibility of the map and distracts from this purpose. Conversely, intermittently irrigated parcels that grow heavy vegetation, then dry out, become more hazardous than non-irrigated parcels because of the large amounts of dry vegetation. In preparation for the map advisory meeting, I went to Corvallis and spent about 3 hours with Andy McVoy and Chris Dunn to learn about what type of modeling was available to allow the effects of irrigated ag to be integrated into the hazard map. One modeling tool basically augmented remote imagery that separated parcels by how many years out of 5 the parcel had been irrigated did seem to put all the high moisture, low risk parcels in one category and start to let some of the higher hazard parcels drop out. This appears to be the most effective path forward. I've lived in this fuel type all my life. Since 2011, I've been president of the Warner Valley Rangeland Fire Protection Association with over 30,000 acres of this fuel type. I cannot imagine a scenario when a parcel irrigated once in 5 years would be less hazardous than a non-irrigated parcel. If we are going to stop these towns from burning, we will need effective models. Changing this modeling from once in 5 to 3 and 5 will make this modeling more effective at identifying the hazards in the wildland urban interface. I'd urge you to adopt a 3 and 5 year modeling for the hazard map. Thank you.
And then Phil Chang.
Good afternoon or good morning, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment on the wildfire hazard maps today. I'm Deschutes County Commissioner Phil Chang, and I served as a member of the Rules Advisory Committee for these hazard maps. In general, I think the draft maps are a very good product, which will help Oregonians in high hazard areas to improve the resiliency of their homes and properties. The draft hazard maps are an improvement over the 2022 draft risk maps. One specific area of improvement is the recognition that irrigation of agricultural land can help to reduce hazard. That said, the way that the benefits of irrigation are being recognized right now is problematic. The proposed criteria for considering hazard for an irrigated property as significantly reduced is that the property was irrigated in 1 out of the past 5 years. Irrigating land can change vegetation and reduce hazard, but the regrowth of wildland vegetation on a piece of land that can occur in years 2, 3, 4, and 5 after 1 year of irrigation cannot be ignored. Please imagine the small juniper trees, shrubs, invasive grasses that can grow up in a patch of high desert in 4 years. I urge you to consider a more appropriate criteria like 2 out of 5 or 3 out of 5 years for an irrigated land credit. And I'll just say, we witnessed in this past legislative session the struggles of the state of Oregon to adequately fund wildfire suppression and wildfire protection. And if we're not going to be able to get to a reliable system for sufficient wildfire suppression capacity, we need people to take resiliency on at the property level for themselves to give them the greatest possibility of surviving catastrophic fires that are coming in the future. Thank you.
Thank you all for your comments. Chair Kelly and members of the board, there are no more individuals here to provide testimony for this item.
All right, board members. Brenda, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Thank the folks who provided testimony. I wonder if I could ask ODF to see if there are data available that documents or describes fuel conditions in agricultural fields that have been irrigated once out of 5 years, 2 out of 5 years, 3 out of 5 years. And if not, is there a way of collecting that data over the short term, since we're coming into fire season here pretty quick? So that we have some numbers to put on this, because my gut tells me that 1 out of 5 years is basically, you might as well not even bother categorizing it. It's going to be dry fuel. But I'd like to see the data.
Go ahead.
Chair Kelly, thanks. I was gonna actually ask if it was okay if I abstained on this vote before, because it came so late. I feared I may have missed something. I didn't entirely understand what the materials were or what we were voting on. And so if I read the beginning of this correctly, it's kind of a soft suggestion that the agency go out and seek more input on these proposals. Is that correct? And is there a way that we can finesse this such that we can give you the authority to go solicit this kind of information without endorsing it as a board, given at least my relative unfamiliarity?
Yeah, that's a great question. And if it's okay, I could provide a little board or a little history on some board actions when this situation has appeared in the past. For a last smoke management rule update, the board, upon hearing public comment at the same point in the process before going to public hearings, did direct staff to adjust the rules with a recommendation from the board. So the board changed the staff recommendation based on what they heard. Additionally, with this, this is a rule change. So any comments we received from the public throughout this process, when we get in July and have that 45-day public comment window, that'll help feed in the process to augment the recommendation from the original Rules Advisory Committee. So that would provide an opportunity for the rest of this Oregon to weigh in on that decision before it comes back to the board, and the board would see all of that comment as well in the package.
I feel like I've been caught on this before, though. That is to say, there's kind of this weird process under Oregon administrative law where we kind of set up a rule and then we go take public comment on it. But then if you make meaningful changes to the rule, then you have to go out for another round of public comment. Is that where we're at in this process? Or could you actually accommodate meaningful changes given the input you would receive this?
Yes, it's expected that we would present the meaningful change recommendations to the board for the final adoption.
I see. And then we would have a rulemaking process that follows that.
The comments we receive would be formulated into a recommendation back to the board, and also have an analysis of some additional considerations for the board to consider in the process. So
So one opportunity here potentially, it sounds to me like the irrigated ground issue is kind of the obvious controversial issues, and others are going to be more minor. Am I correct to make that assumption, having not been completely familiar with the document? So one route for us is to go ahead and make a change there. If we had agreement that 3 out of 5, I mean, my big problem with 1 out of 5, I don't understand how that makes any sense, but also it's unenforceable essentially. Whereas I don't even think 3 out of 5 is the wisest, but it's probably an appropriate compromise. So that's something we could do here, I think.
Thank you. For the record, Bob Van Dyke. I guess 2 things. One is I'd like to hear if you guys have any thoughts on the 1 out of 5 or 3 out of 5. What are your impressions from being part of the process? And then secondly, I'm wondering about the timeline. Are there what's too late, and where is the pressure, and are there actually statutory deadlines you need to meet that mean the board needs to act, or are we going to miss a cycle, like a year of the maps getting put out, depending on when we act here? So the second part's the consequences of the action or inaction today. Thanks.
For the record, Chris Klein, Division Chief. So I want to, develop my relationship with complete openness and honesty. And so I haven't been a part of this process again, just coming into this position in in the just relatively near, past timeline. I do not disagree with what I've heard from the board members as far as the 2 and 5 or 3 and 5 from my fire lens. I absolutely agree with what I've heard. Caveat to that, I do not know. I was not party to the discussions and the rules folks that got to that. So I would, not knowing that, maybe Tim can fill us in, but I would weigh heavily to a group of individuals that probably had quite a bit more, education on the entire process than I did. But just for the sake of transparency, I do agree with what I've heard from board members so far about, that seems like an awfully long span.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Joe, just for the record, I guess I'm not comfortable at this point, moving to some 3 and 5. I mean, that makes me frankly very uncomfortable just because I don't know enough. Frankly, I'm just somewhat ignorant to it all. And like in many cases, there's a lot more to the story as you begin to think about these issues. So I guess that's where I'm at. I'd be uncomfortable. I would like to learn more, frankly,
Sure.
before,
We all would.
Yeah.
What does it mean practically if we were to delay our decision till September?
If we, with the delay in opening the public hearing or the public comment process on the rules, that would push the delivery of the map into potentially February.
Well, another option for us, it seems to me, I don't think we need a tremendous amount of time. Just need to be able to read this thing, and so I would be willing, if the rest of the board is to support it, would to schedule a special meeting in a few weeks that we do online, and so that we don't delay this process. I don't think any of us want this. This is a really important, really great work. So I'm seeing thumbs up to that. Go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I guess I would just add, if there's anything too you can bring back, or providing more information on the 1 and 5, 3 and 5, you might put us in a place to be able to say something in a couple weeks when we meet to try to move this forward as well. Thanks.
So, is there, Brenda?
Echo Bob's comment, but have it based on science, please, not on public opinion. I'd like to see data or some other information that allows us to make an objective decision on this.
Chris.
I mean, that's like part of my question, right? Like even for purposes of monitoring water use in agricultural context, it's very difficult to know, whether an applicator's done that. It's not clear to me what data set you're using to even make that determination. I'm really confused about these mechanics.
Yeah, well, it's always interesting, our need for science, and then the farmer in me just wants to say, this makes no sense. And I know it, anyhow, I don't think we really need to vote at this point. I think we'll direct a staff to find an opportunity, and I can't see any reason that it shouldn't be done in the next. We have some notice as a decision item requirements. I think that's a couple of weeks, so this could be accomplished within 3 weeks. And with that, go ahead, Cal.
Yeah, we'll proceed with having a special meeting and giving proper notification. I suspect we need to probably confer with OSU about the data and get that out early to the board. And I finally want to apologize for the lateness of this document. It's my fault because I am the one that's supposed to make sure things get out. And I need to probably ask those questions a little bit quicker. So I apologize.
Okay, again, this is really hard work, and I appreciate all the work that you guys are doing on this, and I can certainly see, Tim, why you need to be kind of agnostic as to what's the right answer here, and so we'll go from there. Thanks. Are we getting hungry for lunch? Okay. Let's see, where are we here? I'm just catching myself up here. It is, we're on to the next item that regards the Jefferson County Forest Patrol Assessment Appeal. This is a decision item, and I will ask the same question. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? I do. I do have a conflict of interest. The applicant, Bruce Byerly, is a former neighbor of mine. And I don't know if he is here or not. I haven't seen him. So I will, okay, hopefully we can get through this quickly, but I will not be voting on this particular one.
Hey, still morning. So good morning, Chair Kelly, State Forester Mukomoto, members of the board. For the record, my name is Tim Hulshbach. I serve as the Deputy Chief of Policy and Planning with the Oregon Department of Forestry with the Protection Division. I'm joined by Levi Hopkins, the department's Wildfire Prevention and Policy Manager. Today's topic is application of the Forest Patrol assessment in Jefferson County and the department's implementation of the county's classification order. I'll give a quick context around the classification process that occurs prior to the application of the county's order, and then Levi will walk through the review of the appeal received for the patrol assessment. The classification process itself is county driven. It's a shared group between county landowners. The county commissioners appoint 3 citizens within the county to that board. One represents grazing interests, one represents timber interests at minimum, and is active payers of the patrol assessment itself. There's 3 other folks on those committees as well, an appointee from the state forester from Department of Forestry, an appointee from the state fire marshal's office, and an appointee from OSU extension in that. And that committee composition is established in statute. Those committee meetings, they go through and analyze what land meets the forest land definition within the county itself. And they do that following public meeting law. Since it's a county committee, they're bound to those requirements, and they review those lands. And this committee itself completed its work in the end of 2023 for that. So then they filed their order for classification with the county clerk. The appeals process for the county order is through the circuit court. For this one, there was no appeals of the classification order by the county, so no one appealed that process. With that, I'll turn it over to Levi, who will walk through the review of the appeal pertinent to the application of the patrol assessment.
All right, thank you, Tim. Again, good morning, Chair Kelly, State Forester Mukomoto, members of the board. For the record, my name is Levi Hopkins, and I serve as the Wildfire Prevention Policy Manager for the Protection Division within the Oregon Department of Forestry. This agenda item, as stated, involves hearings before the Board of Forestry regarding landowner tax lots, which are being added to the County Forest Patrol assessment rolls in Jefferson County. As stated, one landowner, Bruce Byerly, is objecting to being added to the assessment roll and requested a hearing in front of the board. The tax lot in question was recently classified as forest land by the Jefferson County Forest Land Classification Committee, which, as Tim stated, completed its work and filed its classification order with the Jefferson County Clerk in January of this year. As required by ORS 477.250 Section 2, landowners received notification that certain tax lots that they own will be added to the Forest Patrol assessment rolls, as well as information regarding the process to appeal the addition and how to request a hearing before the board. On May 3rd, a letter was mailed to Mr. Byerly inviting him to do so. I personally attempted to reach Mr. Byerly several times, but was unable to reach him via telephone and email. Mr. Byerly's objections to having his tax lot added to the assessment rolls are listed in the final order in your packet. I reviewed the objections, and I have also reviewed the assessment requirements for the tax lot. The lot met the requirements to be assessed. Those requirements are: the land has been classified as forest land by County Classification Committee. The owner of the land has been correctly identified. The acres and tax lot number are correctly identified. And the owner has not provided fire protection through a plan approved by the board on their own or through membership in a forest protective association. In all cases, ORS 477.210 requires the state forester to provide fire protection to the forest landowner, and the county assessor must collect the cost of that protection under ORS 477.270. This concludes my presentation, and we are available to answer any questions you have.
Okay.
Siri, what voice you'd like me to use?
What is going on? Out of nowhere. Any comments? And does anybody want to make a motion?
I'll move to whatever the order is. I move to adopt the recommendation.
To deny the appeal?
Yes.
Okay, a second?
Second.
Okay, the motion, the board to approve the adoption of the proposed final order as written for Bruce L. Byerly, attachment 2 has been moved by Ben Doyman and seconded by Brenda McComb, and we'll go to a vote. Liz Agpala.
Aye.
Heath Curtis.
Aye.
Ben Doyman.
Aye.
Joe Justice.
Aye.
Brenda McComb.
Aye.
Bob Van Dyke.
Aye.
And I recuse myself. With that, the motion has carried to adopt the final proposal of the order as written for Bruce L. Byerly, attachment 2. And with that, it is time for lunch. And we're almost on time. Congratulations to all of you, and thank all of you very, very much. I'm hungry. I'm ready. We'll be back at 1 o'clock. To our June 6th afternoon session of the Board of Forestry. We're going to move quickly to our Western Oregon State's draft forest management plan together with representatives FTLAC. And Mike, take it away.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Kelly, State Forester Mukimoto, and members of the board. I'm joined here today by Tyson Weprick. He's our adaptive management specialist, our facilitator, Tessa Riley, who's going to be helping lead us through this discussion today. And really happy to be joined by members of FTLAC here in the room with us. We have John Sweet, Chair, and Margaret Magruder, and online, I believe we have Vice Chair Scar, Doug Olson, Commissioner Olson, Commissioner Bangs from Clatsop County. And am I forgetting anyone? I don't see the screen or the folks on the screen, but anyway, that's we'll have everybody actually introduce themselves, I think, once we start into that part of it. So what I'd like to do is actually run through the presentation about what we're doing here today, and then we will start the conversation between the board and FTLAC. Okay. I really like that effect. That's pretty cool. Sorry, folks. I think we're just having a little trouble with getting the presentation started. There we go. All right, thank you. Okay, so again, what we're here to talk about today is a discussion about the performance measures for the forest management plan. Obviously, last March, we moved through a critical decision point with the habitat conservation plan. And so now we can really give our full focus to the forest management plan. So what we want to do today is I gave a brief introduction to the folks in the room. We'll do more later, but we'd like to give you the context of the performance measures, where they fit and determine in your expectations of the agency in implementing the forest management plan. The draft performance measures themselves, we'll just run over those at a high level, and then we'll have a facilitated discussion about the quality of those performance measures. So I would like to start just with the planning levels and approval authorities. This has been a point of confusion for folks, and I want to make sure that everybody in the public understands how this works. So at the highest level in our planning hierarchy, we have the forest management plan and the habitat conservation plan. And those are overarching policy decisions that really put sideboards on management or give direction, provide goals and strategies for managing state forests. At below that, we have implementation plans or IPs, and what those are more time-bound, discrete objectives for a variety of things. That's really how we start to fulfill the forest management plan. Typically, those have been decadal plans. They've set things such as harvest level. They have included in the current forest management plan context, they include the desired future condition mapped landscape design and so forth. And then we have annual operations plans, which are specific timber sales, recreation development, other things that that support those implementation plans or fulfill those. So in alignment with that, we have certain levels of monitoring this performance. So what we're here to talk about today is at that high level where we talk about performance measures, and that really provides the board, allows you to set your expectations for our management. It clearly communicates to the public, how you intend for us to implement the forest management plan. And then just a note here, there's a lot of compliance monitoring and so forth that goes along with the habitat conservation plan that will also influence or do double duty, if you will. They'll fulfill, there's some of the same things we're interested in for the forest management plan. So the FMP and the HCP, as we've discussed before, have very different roles in what they're intended to do, but there are a lot of commonalities. So when we go through these performance measures, it's important to understand that the sideboards of the HCP are just that. And there's nothing in the performance measures that we intend to, in the nature of the performance measures, the what of the performance measures, that we would intend to be an additional constraint, if you will, on the landscape. It's when we get much further down the road to setting targets or thresholds or desired trends for those performance measures that we would see, any additional constraints. We'll have that trade-offs discussion months from now, probably this time next year. So the implementation plans, though, they will have more discrete monitoring plans. Those are really more focused on smaller adaptive management questions, best management practices, and so forth. And then there are some things that will also, be monitoring projects as perhaps associated with annual plans. Although I would say that most of it, Tyson can correct me when I'm wrong, would be tied to the implementation plans, because most things are going to need a few years for us to monitor and really get results. So what we want to do here is we want to really emphasize where we have some engagement points with the Forest Trust Land Advisory Committee. FTLAC, has a statutory obligation to advise the board. Likewise, the board has a statutory obligation to consult with FTLAC. So we're really hoping to expand those conversations. But what we're doing at this stage is advising on the performance measures. So we want to have this facilitated discussion. And then we will take that input. We will come back to you and seek board approval of these, okay? So there's also a point of engagement with the implementation plans once we get to that phase. I think we're lining out a new process. Our public process, we always have public comment associated with all of these different planning levels. However, what we hope to do is front load our implementation plan process with more upfront engagement. And that will include special engagement with FTLAC, and then also try to get more from groups like SFAC and the public as well. We really want to give folks more time. Because I'll be honest with you, the implementation plans have not received a lot of attention. We get a lot of attention once we have operations, as you heard this morning. We get a lot of attention on the high level policy stuff of the FMP. And I like to think of the IPs as sort of that really sweet center that we're just historically have been kind of missing. So there'll be more engagement there with FTLAC. And then, of course, at the operational level, once we get to that, it really is more about our local district foresters communicating with their county, their individual county commissioners, and also their treasurers or whoever runs the business operations in any given county about, more precise granular things about when revenues are coming in. So I do want to just hit this timeline real quick. This is a rough timeline, but here we are today on the top one, talking about the FMP for performance measures. Once we get to a decision on the what of the performance measures, what are the things we want to measure, then hopefully in September, we'll be moving into some scenario modeling or scenario development, I should say, where we talk about different possible implementation strategies for the FMP. That'll be a little bit longer process, but then hopefully in early next year, we'll move into doing the modeling for that, and then be able to come back sometime in the June timeframe, I hope, to be able to say, okay, here's all the scenarios, we modeled them, here's what the performance measures look like for each of those scenarios, and that'll enable the board and FTLAC to then again have a third engagement point where you're discussing trade-offs among those things. And then once that's finalized with the board adoption of targets, thresholds, trends that are desired, we'll be able to move on and start developing the actual implementation plan. So I'm going to drop to the bottom timeline. So that implementation plan will be implemented with a new forest management plan in fiscal year 2028. Okay, that's what we're teeing up. So we'll have a scoping, and so right now we are even starting to think about the scoping and development process and all of that. Like I say, I want to provide more time for folks. And we'll be providing more detail on that timeline later. In the interim, chronologically in the middle here, we are going to have to revise the 2-year IPs that we did. Remember, we thought we were going to have incidental take permits by this time. And so we had revised our IPs so we could have AOPs that would be compliant with those permits when we got them. That hasn't happened yet. So we're going to have revise the implementation plan to accommodate our fiscal year 26 and 27 plans. We will engage FTLAC on that as well. However, that's probably a bit more narrow because that's happening a lot sooner. That's what we're working on now. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Tyson and he'll walk through the performance measures themselves.
Thanks. Good afternoon, Chair Kelly, State Forester Mukomoto, members of the board. For the record, I'm Tyson Webrick, the Adaptive Management Specialist in State Forests. I've been in charge of developing new performance measures over the last couple years. And we've talked about them a few times, but there have been a lot of other things that have been distracting us. And so now we're refocusing on the FMP and the performance measures. There's been a history of performance measures in the department. For a current FMP, the board adopted 9 performance measures and targets in 2007. They were last reported in 2013. A lot of our monitoring programs were a casualty of the Great Recession. We had a partial report to the board in November 2021. And I'll make a note here that these performance measures are not the same as the performance measures that might accompany the vision that you all talked about this morning. There's also key performance measures, KPMs, that our agency has with the Oregon legislature. So apologize for the convergence, but great minds. So why are we updating these now? The ones that we have for the current FMP are not designed to speak to this new direction we're going with the draft FMP and accompanying HCP. So over the last 2 years, we've talked with subject matter experts, we've talked with board members, we've come up with a draft performance measures that we presented last year, and those are attached in the board packet. They're kind of confusingly labeled Appendix 3 because they were an appendix to the adaptive management plan that was presented at the same time. And that attachment has details of the performance measures and the draft metrics that could be a component of each one that we would be actually measuring and reporting. And those details, I just want to acknowledge, like, that's where we were a year ago. We're looking for more engagement and feedback, and we're very open to change. What those metrics should be, the really detailed, granular metrics, we hope to be a future discussion. But for today, we're kind of focusing at a higher level at what those 10 or 11 performance measures should be in name. So again, setting the scene for our discussion. Our purpose is to design performance measures that speak to this new FMP and the new implementation plans. We're asking you all in the public to have a lot of trust in us as we're embarking on a new direction with the draft FMP and incidental take permits. And so we want our performance measures and make sure that we're getting the outcomes that you all are expecting. And again, keeping in mind that our intention with the performance measures is to speak to greatest permanent value and span social, economic, and environmental benefits that our forests provide. So listed here are the draft performance measures that were presented in September of 2023. Some of them are things that we report on regularly now. Some of them would include things that would be monitoring commitments under the HCP, and some things would be new directions that we haven't established monitoring for in the past. I want to note that the cultural resources performance measure on the slide is new for this session. It wasn't listed as its own performance measure in September. It was a component of the previous one, the community engagement, but we decided to bring it out as its own performance measure. And I just want to note that during the FMP development, State Forest worked with the federally recognized tribes of Oregon and the government-to-government framework to develop the goals and strategies for cultural resources in the FMP. And so this performance measure would report on the continued policy and implementation work with tribal partners to include the tribal interests in state forest planning. So this list is kind of the level that we want to keep our discussion at today. And once we speak about these and we can make changes to those, in the future, we would discuss specific metrics that could be involved in each of them. And I want to talk about just, where the list came from. I'll show the list again when we have our discussion so everyone can see them. But I want to give an example of where they came from. They came from discussions with a lot of staff members, subject matter experts, with board members, with other partners, but they're all grounded in the draft FMP. Most of them come from goals in the FMP. Others come from guiding principles or other aspects of the management approach in the FMP. And so here's an example of one of the relationships, our FMP goal. This is verbatim what the timber production FMP goal is: to provide a sustainable and predictable supply of timber that provides for economic opportunity, jobs, and availability of forest products. That would turn into a performance measure around harvest and inventory. And I've listed potential metrics here that people might want to see reported out as part of that performance measure. For targets, initial target ranges would come from the FMP implementation scenarios that we'd be modeling in the future. And in general, targets would be reassessed in the future during implementation planning. And the performance measures themselves would be reported to the board and the public every 2 years to assess the outcomes of the FMP. So for our next steps, we'll be talking today about what's important, what should be in that list of performance measures. And in a future meeting, you would have the actual vote to approve them. In the future, we've kind of sketched out a timeline here. Our implementation scenarios that give you a range of outcomes that could be enacted under the forest management plan. Once we model those scenarios, we'll have more information to talk about trade-offs among different resources and how different implementation scenarios would lead to different performance measure predictions. And finally, roughly next summer, we'd be talking about targets for the performance measures based on the outcomes with more discussion with FTLAC and other partners. And I'm going to turn it over to Tessa Riley now, our facilitator.
Thank you. Hello? Okay, sorry. Yes, yeah, well, first I'll turn it over to Chairman Kelly. I think you wanted to say a few comments before we begin the discussion, or not.
News to me. No, you can go ahead.
So then I would love to start with introductions, if you wouldn't mind starting, Commissioner Sweet, and I know you wanted to say a few comments as well.
Thank you.
Excuse me, I think we've already been introduced, but I'm John Sweet, a commissioner from Coos County, currently chair of the trust lands, and next to me, Margaret Magruder, commissioner from Columbia County. We're going to keep our message today brief. Mainly, it's just thank you very much. It's so good to be here and be at this table and working together with the Board of Forestry. We've had some rough times in the past few years, and I want to put those behind us and strive to work more productively towards some joint interests. So thank you very much for that opportunity. Good to be here. And I think Commissioner Scar would like to add a couple of comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Sweet. Commissioner Scar, Tillamook County
Hello.
Vice Chair. Can you guys hear us?
We can
You're
hear
on.
you and we're trying to get, oh, okay. There
Oh,
we
there
go.
we are now.
we
Okay, now
catch
I
up
can,
with-
now I can see me, but I can't see you. So that's a little distracting. So you're sharing the screen, but you're sharing us to us.
We see you and hear you.
See you.
But we can't see you any longer. So is it possible to go back to the camera in the room so we can see who we're talking to? There you go. Thank you. It's always a little disturbing to talk when you're watching yourself talk, not only in one window, but two. Just thank you. So good afternoon, Chair Kelly, Board of Forestry members. I would just really echo Commissioner Sweet's comments that we are pleased to be at the table with you all today, having the conversation that we're having, and just hearing that there is a plan for future conversations, that we are moving forward today with a very high level conversation about performance measures, but that there's a conversation planned where we get to dive in together to component metrics, and then again, another conversation planned where we get to dive into the modeling and the targets. So I think this really is a change of pace for us where we're being able to be at the table and in conversations, and we look forward to that, look forward to the collaboration. So thank you. We look forward to getting started today.
Perfect. Thank you so much, commissioners. First and foremost, I just want to say it's an honor to be here for this conversation today. So thank you. I also want to quickly recognize the past conversations that have been had and acknowledge the history tied to this conversation, and just echo what Tyson mentioned, that the purpose is really the measures, and our focus is on the figuring out how we're going to show the outcomes behind our words. So again, metrics will probably come up during this discussion, and we acknowledge that, but the focus, and we'll have future discussions on the specific metrics for these measures, but the focus today will be establishing the performance measures. So walking into this discussion, I just wanted to quickly share a few good guidelines. So I'll guide our discussion through facilitation, but would appreciate help in staying on topic and keeping things concise so we can hear from everyone. And friendly reminder, just practice good listening skills, respect for others' opinions. You know, we all want to see good things for our landscape and the landscape of our communities. And so assume good intentions from each other. So with that, if you wouldn't mind putting up the measures again, the presentation. Thank you. All right, perfect. So you'll see the measures are listed on the right for your reference. And this discussion will be broken up into 3 sections. So the first will focus on any clarifying questions you might have about the measures. Then we'll talk about your reflections and any information you think is missing. And then finally, we'll talk through any benefits or concerns you might see. So starting us off, I'll open it up. Does anyone have any clarifying questions about the measures? Yes, please.
Thank you. Just a few quick questions. I see the term habitat show up twice up there, and then the question is habitat for what species? And then the other question is a follow-up. You can probably do both of them together. Does carbon storage also implicitly include carbon sequestration, or should it be included with as a separate term?
Thanks. This is Tyson for the record. Yes, so the habitat, you know, it's a misnomer because aquatic isn't a species. But we're kind of borrowing language from the HCP, but also thinking about how we're including habitat for species that are not covered under the HCP. And so, with the discussions we've had about terrestrial habitat, which could include and habitat for the covered species, we were also thinking about habitat elements that might be shared across other native wildlife species. And, we talked about whether to use indicator species for different seral stages, but the way it is now in the draft metrics, we were thinking about habitat elements across different seral stages that might be used by different species, which may change with climate change, but the stage would be there.
Yeah, just quick response. I think I would just change your metric then to say habitat elements, terrestrial habitat elements, rather than terrestrial habitat, so that is clear. But the carbon one too?
Yeah. So in the FMP goal, we do speak to sequestration as well. It's listed. And so that, that could easily be changed so that it is in the performance measure as well.
Thank you. Yes, please.
I just had a question about I will have many comments at the later time, but I have a question about the cultural resources one. I've kind of wrapped my head around these other bullets on cultural resources are important, but I'm not entirely certain why they would appear here. That is to say, it kind of an is what it is thing, right? That is to say, if you have cultural resources, then there are certain things you have to observe, but it's not like we are going to manufacture more cultural resources or have any kind of trend line associated with cultural resources. I would think I may just be confused there.
So good question. And you're right. It's a little bit different. And I think really what this is performance about the progress that we are making with the tribes in how we address their concerns for both their cultural resources and then their input into our management. So we're at a phase right now where we're growing our relationship with the tribes. The board is trying to do that at one level. And then at the division level with management of state forests, we're also trying to do the same thing. So I think it's a matter of progress points that we'll have. And I think there are similar things actually in the vision document as well that'll probably be the same sort of thing, where it's like what you're really showing is your progress and the relationship that you're designing the things that address the issues more so than, we just,
So this is more than cataloging what would historically be like cultural resources. This is more like relationship development with the tribes. And if that's true, then it seems likely to me there are many stakeholders which we may want to direct that kind of attention and relationship development. And if that's the intention with cultural resources, that is to say that this is a product where we're targeting and measuring our relationship with that particular group, then we should say that, right? That to me is something more than cultural resources.
I'm going to agree with Heath in terms of the term doesn't really bring forward the cultural resource term, what you just described. So perhaps we can do a little better with, it sounds like tribal, more about tribal relations than anything else, what you're describing.
Thank you. Great point. Yes.
Yeah, and I think you guys, that is at the heart of it. This is Cal McMoto, State Forester for the record, but I think we could probably get back to some of the legislation and requirements through government to government relationships. So, and that's the root for our relationships with tribes. So.
Yes.
Yeah. Joe Justice for the record. So I brought this up before. I'm trying to completely understand these measures related specifically to inside and outside HCAs and RCAs. So we have two very specific, HCAs have real specific habitat targets, et cetera, for terrestrial aquatic species. We have these broad performance measures for the forest as a whole. And you talked about, we're obviously going to be doing monitoring on the HCP, required monitoring related to the covered species, correct? I mean, that would go into somehow into these performance measures, Tyson. I mean, how do we bifurcate that? Are we going to separate that? Is that I'm not clear. I mean, to me, it would seem that, you know, aquatic habitat, terrestrial habitat, there's some very direct performance measures that would be required to achieve inside HCAs and RCAs, right? And metrics and measurements. But are we going to call out what we're doing outside of HCAs specifically in those metrics, you know, with metrics? How do we address that? And in addition, you have the harvest and inventory, obviously very different, you know, strategies outside. I mean, we are harvesting in HCAs, but it's related to developing habitat, right? I've kind of brought this up before. You almost need like two forest management plans, right? I mean, they're very, very different objectives with parts of the forest. Help me understand. It's just not clear to me how we build these in that way so we can see those differences. Well,
Yeah, I'll take a shot here at a high level. And I'll let Tyson add on. So one of the things that we want to make sure that we do is, yeah, there's going to be differences inside and outside of HCAs. Right, for sure, different species, different metrics. We do need to consider a broader range of metrics for species that aren't the covered species, right? And some of that might be somewhat generalized, and so it is habitat elements and so forth. And you know, we're talking about across the board all the native fish and wildlife that we support. But while there's going to be differences inside and outside and different expectations, some things we will report out on differently. I think it's really important at the end of the day that we see the forest as a whole, right? And so that, you know, some of these things are about function as a whole. And even though there are differences, we need to have. So I would say you know, there's definitely some different management going on inside and outside, and it's kind of like, I get what you're saying. It's kind of like two different forest management plans. We want to make sure it's recognized as one with different allocations here for different things.
Yeah.
Tyson, you got anything to add to that?
Yeah, I'll just note that, you know, in the draft from last year, for some of the performance measures that are based on forest inventory data, you know, I split it out in tables. Like these might be for general ground outside of HCAs. These ones might be inside HCAs. And our inventory data is, you know, evenly spaced through both. So I think we could separate them, and that could be a good discussion for metrics in the future.
Yeah, I think for me, that'd be really important. It's gonna be very, very important to just see what are we achieving? We've set aside significant acres for, you know, for habitat, for cover species, right? Significant. And to really understand how we are achieving those metrics when inside HCAs, right? I mean, and whether that's volume, whether that's carbon, you know, these other measures, you know, how that's being achieved inside and outside HCAs. So we can really understand. That's getting back to the broader trade-offs, right? I mean, these broader trade-offs, right? We've taken, you know, a big trade-off. We've committed these areas, right? And I want to be able to really understand that, you know, in these metrics, so that I can really understand, so we can have a really informed conversation about those trade-offs, right?
No, that's a great point. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. For the record, Bob Van Dyke. This is a good conversation. I'm glad to see this happening and the work you've done. Very briefly on Joe's point, I do see that some of them have that general habitat versus HCA. So I assume that would allow the board to potentially differentiate between the two if it wanted to, in terms of target setting or thinking about outcomes. But more broadly, I wanted to say some things that would help me in thinking about the whole package here is might be in a tabular form or by adding some columns, something that had the frequency of reporting, because some it seems like you're going to even know quarterly how you're doing, and others it seems like 5-year snapshots. And that's important to me because that's going to get at whether the board could say anything about that measure, right? In some cases, the board might need to wait 5 years to say, like, before we have the next tranche of data in to be able to say something's working or not. Similarly, costs, like how much do these different ones cost, and which ones are we really getting value added for, or which ones might be really expensive that we do if we could afford it, or we're only going to do 5 years because of the check-in, whereas others we may not. Another thing that would be helpful to me is to have a better sense of what the HCP is requiring for monitoring and how that's similar or different from what the performance measures are. Because if we have to do it for the HCP anyway, maybe that's a good performance measure. And so we don't want to develop a different one that's close, but is gathering similar data. And the last thing for me is, and it's related to that timing of the feedback, would be some vision about how often the board's weighing in on these things. So, you know, and on which measures is, you know, on some measures, might the board be weighing in more often, or is it like every 10 years the board gets it, or et cetera. So anyway, those are some things for, and I know that will vary again by measure, because some of the stuff's going to take a while to gather the information. So I do have some thoughts about some specific measures as well, but that's enough for the overview stuff now. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
So I just want to dig deeper into sort of the terrestrial species piece, because you know, just a few months ago, we just made a decision to just set aside a huge chunk of late successional habitat. And so when I look at terrestrial habitat, I mean, are we looking at every individual species that's a terrestrial habitat or avian, you know, species at this point? Are we, you know, so I'm just thinking, my God, if we're doing that anyway, and, you know, are we looking at early successional terrestrial habitat? So what are we looking at? Because, you know, if depending on where we go, there's a huge cumulative impact to the communities and economic, you know, pieces of this. If we start parsing this out, you know, and add dozens and dozens of species to it. So that's a concern, but I don't know if it's a real concern, but I will just put that out there.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll go ahead and respond to that. Generally, we don't have it all figured out yet, of course, but I would, you know, so we can't, you know, it would be too costly to do every species. There are some species models out there that might be good indicators, but we will be looking across several stages, right? Because deer and elk are important too, right? All these things are important. And so our early seral habitat will be part of it as well. And so it's not intended, it's intended to look at a breadth of species, more like a coarse filter, if you will, on these habitat elements or several stages.
So Mike, then my thought goes to what are we going to monitor and what do we have the resources? Because we've talked about resources over time. What is a priority to monitor, you know, in this area, especially given that we're probably going to have a big lift with the HCP already.
And that's a very good point. A lot of this stuff is obviously going to rely on our forest inventory that we're going to, just for cost reasons alone, try to limit the amount of specific targeted monitoring for any given species, right? Because we have to be efficient in how we do it.
I want to quickly turn it over to Commissioner Bangs. I think she has a question. Comment.
I just had a comment along the lines of the current discussion. The HCP, you know, covers a wide range of biological aspects, both within the conservation areas and outside of the conservation areas. And so as we look at these performance measures, I hope that we remember that the vast majority of the social and environmental measures will be met in the terms of the HCP. And some of the species, or probably the majority of the species that you're thinking about or discussing, can be layered within those HCAs. I feel like with the HCP decision, that came at a heavy price. And you all at the previous board meeting, when you voted that forward, you recognized that price. And I appreciate your recognition of that price the cost that it was going to be for the counties. And so we've conserved 50%, and the drop volumes we're already dealing with at the county level. We're already projecting, and I approved a deficit spending budget. So as we're looking forward, our modeling scenarios, our IPs, our AOPs, et cetera, that all of the things that you have to make decisions from, or to have made those decisions from, they were all under an assumption that the environmental set-asides throughout the HCP, like what was left over was what was modeled for production. And so I'm just saying that if this FMP process and these metrics and these performance measures dig deeper into the production areas that are left for our communities, that changes the story for us. It changes our modeling scenario that you made your decision from. And with that said, I would really like for the counties to be at the table for structuring any metrics, or if you make changes to any of the plans, that we be at the table also for that. I'm really concerned moving into legislative session. I don't want to circumvent the governor's office plans this next legislative session by making our big ticket items from the department and the counties greater than they currently are. As it is, it's going to be a really heavy lift legislatively. And so I don't want to further weigh us down when we're already feeling the impacts. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
I appreciate those thoughts. Thank you, Commissioner Banks. Yes.
Perfect. Had the wrong button. Excuse me if I'm not on target here, but this is all kind of new to me. But as I glance through some of these performance measures, and I'll go back to the terrestrial habitat again. It's hard to separate. I know today's discussion was supposed to be around, do we have the right performance measures or not? But it's hard to talk about that without looking at some of the detail. And under terrestrial habitat performance, it seemed to me what the results we're looking for are more numbers for certain species, if not all species that inhabit the forest. And yet, the metrics that we have here are how many big trees do we have, and this and that. It doesn't relate to the species, it relates to the way the forest looks. So are we, if we meet all these metrics, is that all we have to do, or do we have to do something that either improves or the other way around doesn't help? And then we have metrics, so we know we quit doing that or start doing more in order to improve the count of the species we're supposed to be looking after. Or am I completely off base? Because again, this is my first go at this.
Yeah, I think we were debating that when we were thinking with the biologists about what component metrics could be in a terrestrial habitat performance measure, of whether it was species-based or what you see in the forest that we could get from our inventory data, which is much easier to collect. But you're right that it's still just a proxy for what we are more interested in.
And then the other part of that, of course, was, and I think this came up before, so but I want to make sure I understood. Are we talking just about the listed species, or are we talking about all of the species that inhabit our forest? Are we talking about the browsers, the songbirds and the pollinators, as well as listed species? So this doesn't tell us that.
Yeah, thank you. And it is to look at all of, the breadth of the native wildlife species that we're supposed to be supporting on state lands. for sure. And so you could imagine a situation where you could potentially see that you have less early seral habitat than you want. And you might take measures to open that up and provide for species that typically you find in those forest types.
Well, with those explanations, I like the idea of having terrestrial habitat as a performance measure. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Yes.
But I think, Mike, it's in terms of management, you know, we've got certain species that are threatened or endangered or particularly sensitive that we want to try to avoid impacts on those species. But there are many other species that do not have those statuses that we very deliberately impact in Oregon. You know, we set hunting seasons for a large variety of species, and we do that because there are myriad benefits associated with impacts on those species. I hope that by managing this forest for all species, we're not implying that our management will never impart negative impacts on species that are not otherwise sensitive or threatened or endangered. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. I mean, we're definitely going to have effects on all the species. I think the main thing is just making sure that we're providing for, you know, a breadth of species. Yeah, for instance, I think the HCP and the incidental take permits specifically are in their own way a good example of that. Like, you know, you're going to have adverse effects on the species, and here's your mitigation and minimization measures for that. It's not as formalized in terms of the other species that are non-covered, but certainly you would see potential adverse impacts, and you would, as part of the equation, the trade-offs as to how you want to deal with
Yeah, well, fair enough. I mean, I would suggest in terms of like the agenda, I'm a little bit confused about the nature of the conversation presently. Like, I would say is to the list of bulleted items that you have on this page, to be honest, they look pretty good to me. I'm still a little confused about what the cultural resources bullet is, and I don't have any more defining questions for you, but it does seem odd to me that we would spend a couple hours on just this 20 words. I don't know how much work there is to do there, unless it is the fact that we're going to get into the components, metrics, and targets, which it sounds like we're deliberately avoiding today.
Yeah, the purpose of this discussion, knowing that the metrics is going to be a whole additional conversation that we'll need to talk in depth with for hours, we figured it would be the best way to move forward is just to talk about the topics first, make sure everything is covered before we drill down in each one.
Yeah.
But
good topics.
I wanted to just quickly turn it back to the presentation really quick and show our next few questions to open it up to everyone. And really just trying to gauge if there are any other additional key reflections that you want to share, and is there anything missing that you don't see covered by this right now? Yes, please.
I think, so Mike, when you say we're looking at all terrestrial species, that's a heck of a lot. And so are we saying that at this point in time, and then we're going to filter through it? Because if someone says, well, let's do a baseline of all terrestrial species, because we need to know that, you know, that could take a very long time and all our resources. So I am trying to wrap my mind around, when you say that, are we saying that that's where we want to start out, and then we'll look at our resources, and then we'll look at our priorities, and then we'll look at the different scenarios? I mean, I think that could be mind-boggling if we tried to do that. Just my sense.
Yeah, so we're definitely not going to be able to dig down into species detail for the, you know, as the, you know, greatest permanent value actually specifies a broad range of native fish and wildlife species that we're supposed to support. We will have to pick, there will be specific species which will have existing published models, and we can apply those models to our inventory, or maybe with some adjustments to come up with that, and it's fairly cost effective. And we'll have to pick and choose which ones we want to represent, I think, for lack of a better word, different forest types, right? And just, there's a coarse filter aspect to this, because you're absolutely right. We cannot afford right to measure every species habitat, and we don't have the knowledge to do every species, right? So anyway, that's our approach.
Yes, please.
I just first wanted to make space for Commissioner Banks, and after that, I had a comment as well.
Yes. Commissioner Banks?
I don't know who said that, but I appreciate it. I just wanted to make note of something that Mike said here previously about a whole forest perspective as we move through this conversation. I really appreciate that. I appreciate us looking at, you know, this FMP and these performance measures and these metrics with a whole forest perspective. That includes the HCAs, that includes the HCP. Mainly just because that means that the GPV will be applied also by a whole forest perspective. And I just want to make note that I appreciate that. So, and I hope that that continues to be the perspective as we move forward.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I would agree with that whole forest perspective. I think I appreciate the way that was framed. I like that. I think we've been sort of picking this apart and coming up with things that we don't like very much. But I guess I wanted to sort of echo Heath here and say, in general, I think this is a really good list. I think I don't have major concerns with any of this here. I think I would agree with a lot of what has been said so far. But in general, I feel like I'm okay with the list that we have. And it sounds like some other folks are too, but.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think you might want to think about having a clarifying statement that you are not talking about monitoring the populations of individual wildlife species over time. You are using habitat elements as a proxy for habitat that could be provided for a wide range of species and how those elements are going to change over time. It's a distinct difference, because if you try to monitor all the populations, well, you'll go broke within a month or two. Right. So,
I think though that's premised on the idea that we have a good understanding of what habitat is requisite to those species
and we do
in some circumstances.
for many. Yeah.
I'd like to, you know, I agree with Ben and Heath. If the question in front of us is, are these the right lists? We don't need to spend hours continuing to talk about it. And I'm interested in using the time we have remaining. I feel like, you know, we're at such an inflection point where we've been at each other's throat for years. We now have so much more in common. I'm talking about the department and the Board of Forestry and the trust land counties. And I think it would be a great time to talk about, can we develop a short list of shared principles? And when I talk about that, I'm not talking about how, but what are the things that we really agree upon, and that we would all agree upon, and you know, and I'm thinking about a couple of them. One might be that this board will support the trust land counties in any efforts to keep them financially whole after the HCP. A second principle that I can think of is that the trust land counties will support efforts to keep the Department of Forestry whole after the HCP. Another one that I keep coming back to is that we have what are supposed to be working for us, that you know, have provided income now and into the future. And I'm troubled by the fact that we have all the ghost alder and infected forest out there. So I'm wondering if we can have, you know, so we have working for us. It's not working. It's not working for us today, and it's not going to work for our children and grandchildren, great grandchildren. And I'm wondering if we can formulate a shared principle that we need to address. And I'm not talking about how. I'm talking about, do we all agree that should be a priority? And I'm sure there's others that are equally important, but are we good going down that road trying to figure out what we all agree about?
Jim, I think we already have.
Okay.
Just hearing you list those two things. Those were two things that I wanted to talk about, and And one is we have on the draft performance, we talk about two financial interests, as though they're different financial interests. One financial performance measure to do with division finances and the other to do with county finances. Is that necessary? Shouldn't we be looking at this together? And the other one is I was going to ask, I didn't do this just since you started talking, where in these performance measures, is there anything to do with forest health and renewal? And those are two things that Jim just specifically addressed and talked about. Yes, and I think whether it's on this list or we have a separate list, we got a lot of lists. We got to be careful because they're already confusing. But yes, we need to find more areas where our interests align and work as hard as we can to make all those things happen.
Yeah, I think we need to agree on that first, and then that leads to the conversation of how.
Yeah.
On you know, what steps that we can do together.
Well, you hit two nails on the head just in your introduction. So
Okay,
yes, I'm
great.
all for your thoughts.
Any other thoughts on go ahead.
Yeah, Jim, I like that idea. I mean, one thing that may be a basic principle, and I brought this up before, is that when we look at implementation strategies, okay, we look at a broad enough suite of bookends to understand our decision space. Everybody understand what I'm getting at here? I think when we ran, when we had the 4 scenarios that were ran before, they were very similar, right? And we didn't have a good understanding of what are the trade-offs. I mean, we talked about, Mike talked about those broader trade-offs. And I think that's something that's going to be very important to me, that we see in not only are we running FMP implementation strategies alone, but we're running bookends. Okay, it's very important to understand that. Everybody understand when I say that? I mean, as a principle, I guess, so that it will help inform us of the cost of these decisions.
Maybe just to follow up on what Joe said, I really like that. And I think maybe a reframe of that is that we're putting all options on the table, maybe even crazy ideas, but we just sort of are just to sort of explore what's possible with these forests for all of us.
Right, the extremes and then the middle ground as well. Yeah.
And I would say my interpretation of what Joe and Ben would say is to do a full reasonable range of alternatives. A full range is how I think about that in a sort of a NEPA terminology.
I mean, I'm kind of new to this conversation, but unless we're adding additional constraints other than, those we see in the HCP and, forest practices regulations, I think the only constraint is the harvest strategy, that is to say, departure or even flow. Otherwise, I think the strategies we're talking about, to the degree that they would otherwise curtail management of the forest, would be additional constraints that we're volitionally placing on the forest. And I guess if that's a thing that we're going to do, I would want those cataloged and to understand the impacts of those individually in addition to the modeling. But I haven't heard to date the desire to do that. We just paid an extraordinary price with the decision we made for the HCP. And I think at this point, it's mostly a product of seeing all of the great things that accrue to that decision. That is to say, that are a product of committing to management under a habitat conservation plan. I, for instance, could imagine scenarios where we say, hey, we want to extend rotations and see what that does in terms of impacting forest harvest. But that's premised on the idea that presently on the table is the idea that beyond the HCP, we're going to extend rotations outside of the HCAs. And that, to me, it would be a very costly, or could be a very costly decision. And so maybe that's on the table, but if it is, I don't think that's in alignment with the communications I've heard from the board to date.
I'm gonna quickly
Yeah.
turn it over to Commissioner Bangs, really quick, who has her hand up.
I like everything that I'm hearing. I would actually, and this is going to sound really strange coming from me, for many of you, but when the conversation of departure started, it started with me with Liz Dent, a long time ago, but it has kind of evolved and changed about what departure actually means. And so I would actually be very curious to see what a departure meant. Like, I would like to flesh that out, to see if that is even, an option that folks would be interested in, because I'm looking at my age classes in Clatsop County and they're wonky, and it makes it really difficult for an even flow. It's really heavy on the older age, and then there's like this gap. And so it's kind of a really wonky scenario in Clatsop County. And so I would just be very curious to see a play out of what that meant. And I know that sounds very strange coming from me after all of my conversations that I've had, but I've just noticed that the departure conversation has changed in its meaning a little bit over the last 3 to 4 years. And so, but also I really appreciate, and I can't remember who was talking about, what are the trade-offs and how much do those cost? This HCP has a really steep cost. And so as we're moving forward, I would love to see the board requesting, what is the cost of this trade-off? And what does that cost? What will that mean to all of the stakeholders involved? So I just know that with this HCP discussion and so on and so forth, previously we've lost a lot of discretionary choice with what is left for production in our forests. And so I would just, I appreciate, I'm just going to say I appreciate this conversation. Thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to you basically repeat something that I said in a Trustland County meeting, and that's that, for speaking for myself, when I voted for the HCP and the way that whole process had gone, it pushed me beyond my comfort levels in terms of what the impact was going to be economically. And so, I want to express that, I am going to really be very careful about any, at this point in time, anything else that's going to cause further restrictions on harvest and all of that. And we really will need to have something that's just to my mind, inarguably wise before we'll see my support, at least in the, in the short term. And because, yeah, I mean, like everybody said, this has been a huge bite at the apple. So.
Yeah, Nicole.
So I'm not going to agree with you, Jim.
I didn't think you would.
So to Joe's point and Ben's, I think, if we're fully going to understand what the impacts are of different approaches to managing the remaining lands outside of the HCAs and our RMAs, we need to really have broad bookends. We need to understand what it means to balance out the age classes and perhaps extend rotations and leave more dead wood in the early successional to make them diverse early successional, and to have mixed species and, right? So there's one bookend. And the other is, let's manage this as if it were an industrial tree farm and maximize revenue in the short term. And then look at a couple of other options in the middle so that we could fully understand what the range is and then make an informed decision about that. Are we going to agree? No, we're not going to agree, but that's okay. At least we'll have an informed decision.
I just want to highlight though that I don't think we're doing that. That is to say, one of the bookends I think is management under the HCP. That's as aggressive as you get to be. And the HCP is premised on 40% of the area outside of the HEAs being, foraging habitat for spotted owls. Like, there are myriad very aggressive restrictions on management that are required by the HCP. And I don't think it would be necessary to model any more aggressive management than that, because we've already decided we're not going to manage it to that degree. And I think to style that form of management as industrial management is a mistake. That is to say, the decision that the board made to pursue an HCP was a decision to manage this forest extremely conservatively. And so now the question is what additional restrictions are we going to see on this forest? And I hope that there are none other than management regarding even flow or the curves that are associated with it.
Please, Van Dyke.
I think Ben was ahead.
Oh, yes.
Oh, I guess for me, I want to push back a little bit on this idea of, are we going to constrain the forest more or not? And I think it's not a zero-sum question. The forest is a lot more dynamic than that. And I think there's a time component going on here of what do we harvest when and where. And, but I think by, just to push back on Heath a little bit, what you're saying, I think we do ourselves a disservice by not exploring a myriad set of scenarios, because otherwise we're just making assumptions about what those scenarios will produce. And I think I am expecting to be surprised by some of those things that I learn from those scenarios. And so I think it's worth asking those questions, even if we don't go down those roads.
Thank you.
Right.
First Van Dyke. Yeah.
Yeah, I certainly the HCAs are a significant commitment, as are the RCAs that are in the more general ground. But I do think that it matters that there are really some significant questions about managing in the general areas. And it's not just a departure. There's a rotation age question, and lots of species that need habitat components, early successional species that it matters how you manage a young stand. You know, how much, what is retained, how intensive is the spraying, what types of species are planted. And so the board may want to explore a mix that, some stands are more amenable to something that looks much more like managing to the FPA standards, and others are areas where we want to have more retention because there are going to be habitat benefits or carbon benefits or other benefits associated with that. So anyway, it feels to me like there are some questions there. There's no question in my mind that timber harvest is going to be a very significant component of the general classification, but what that looks like exactly can take a bunch of different forms on different locations.
Thank you. Yes.
Not to digress to a previous conversation, but the cultural resource requirement, I would just advise the team to look at SB 770 from 2001. That gives you the basis for why a cultural resource might be a good measurement to look at, or performance measurement, and what's the basis for our reason for dealing with tribes. I'm just saying that for the record. Okay.
Thank you. Real quick, I just want to turn it over to Commissioner online. Yep. Thanks.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to bring us back to center a little bit. What I'm hearing is board members are expressing the need to use the FMP process to try to alleviate the heavy costs to both the department and the counties, to offset the HCP and the impacts of the HCP. That's what I'm hearing. I'm also hearing a variety of ways and exploratory ideas like rotation ages and bookends, and that makes me very happy to hear, to explore the bookends. you know, particularly for me, it would be interesting to see, especially after the Oregon State carbon sequestration study that they released last year. I think it was last year, maybe it was the year before. I'm in a time warp. That the 60 to 70-year age class is where maximum carbon storage and sequestering can occur, and then have it turn into boards. So I'm just curious about that age class and what would that look like here in Clatsop County and other counties, obviously. But obviously, I'm always concerned about Clatsop. So anyhow, I'm appreciating the conversation. I just hope that counties can continue to be at the table as we discuss the options moving forward and what that'll look like for each of us, because I've always been really good at forecasting unintended consequences. So I hope that we can continue these conversations.
Thank you, Commissioner Banks. Yes, please.
Where'd Cal go? Oh, so Cal said refer back to a document or whatever, but you know, Cal,
It's a law.
SB 77,
okay.
is that right?
Senate Bill 770 from 2000.
you know, and I'm just wondering, in addition to that, you know, and work with tribes, is there a way we can ask what they think about that?
Oh,
That's just
that's
a
a
thought.
requirement at SB 770.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking the piece about the tribal relations. I'll have to look at it.
Yeah,
Thanks,
okay.
Cal.
Thank you. Yes.
So Commissioner Bangs, I worry that you might be hearing a little bit of what you want to hear. I hope that's not too true, but I do think that when we start talking about age classes and all of this, we are operating in a vacuum. And my understanding is that we will have a dynamic process when we get to the point where we're looking at these different scenarios, so that we can have an intelligent discussion on the trade-offs of different ways to manage this forest. Also, I said this in a Trustland County meeting, and that's that as we do think about scenarios, the intention of what we're going to do there is not to present like, you know, here's 5 or whatever number of different ways we can do them. Some of them are things that we'll never actually be seriously considering, but they'll be a tool for us to figure out what the real trade-offs are. So it's important to walk into that process with that in mind.
Thank you. Commissioner Banks, would you like to respond?
Oh, my response is what I'm hearing is that you guys care. That's what I'm hearing. And so how we come around to the decisions, I just want the counties to be able to be a part of those decisions and a part of those conversations. But at the end of the day, from the majority of the board, I'm hearing that you care about the economic impacts and about the cost that previous decisions have had, and that you're willing to look at this process as a way to not cause further harm. And so that's what I'm hearing, is I'm hearing that you care. So I just, all good things is what I'm hearing. So thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Yes, sure. Good night.
So just a clarification, for more detailed comments about specific measures, that comes later. That's another conversation we're gonna have. Is that? Yes. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yep.
Great.
More in-depth conversation on the metrics will come. We want to just pace ourselves through these discussions, make sure everyone's on the same page. There are so many different aspects to this discussion. So, yeah, absolutely. Any other comments on the performance measures? Anything missed? Any other concerns?
The only other thing I thought is, again, I mentioned forest health and renewal. Maybe it's in here somewhere already, but if it's not, it's pretty important to me. I don't know about the rest.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner Sweet. So the previous set of performance measures had a forest health performance measure, and it was completely based on the work that the Forest Resources Division does every year. They present to you all as well on their forest health report. And so
that could be a component of the adaptive capacity of forests performance measure. It's not listed in there right now, if you look at that table of metrics, but that's something that could change. I think we didn't have it in there because I thought it was redundant with the forest health units reporting. But if we want it broken down for state forests, it would make sense to have it.
Yes, please.
I hate to keep Liz, you asked if we should consult with the tribes, and that's a requirement of SB 770. I just wanted to say that my experience is that sometimes tribes don't want you reporting on specifics on certain things. So make sure we do, do some consulting there. Okay.
Right, because especially cultural resources are a very specific thing that, they hold dear. Yeah.
So since it kind of keeps coming up, if I can interject here for a second, I did ask Cindy to come up here, mostly so that I don't say all the wrong things and get corrected later and have to come back. So I'm going to turn it over to her.
I forgot she's here.
Okay, I'll just get closer. Good afternoon, Chair Kelly, State Forester Mokomoto, members of the board and respected commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to provide a little bit of clarification and context about those cultural resources goals, actually the performance measures. And I just want to bring it back to recognizing that the performance measures that are before you are really about, like we say, measuring how well we are accomplishing the goals and strategies in the forest management plan. And when Tyson talked about the fact that we worked with the 9 federally recognized tribes of Oregon to develop these goals and strategies. And we did those in a period of, it was August of 2021. And we met in work group meetings until March of 2022. So it was a significant undertaking. And it's the first time that we've ever actually engaged the tribes in developing these kinds of goals for a forest management plan. Now, having said that, and I really appreciate your question, Heath, because I think that we probably haven't revisited our goals that we're going to be measuring in quite some time. So for cultural resources, yes, one of the primary goals is cultural resources protection. And so that, goes without saying. The second cultural resources goal that we have is more related to access, use, integration of technical or tribal whatever am I trying to say? Tribal ecological knowledge. Sorry, I was saying that in my head a lot and I tend to get that mixed up. So my apologies. But integration of tribal ecological knowledge on our landscape, as well as the potential for co-stewardship, because they have a lot of different species, plant species that are culturally significant. We already manage for some of those things, but this is really taking a more proactive approach and working with them. So there are things that could be measured when we look at that. And so we thought that it was appropriate to have that as one of our performance measures. Now, you are correct in that we would have to have the tribe's permission and buy-in on putting anything like that into the public forum. So I wanted to just mention that it isn't simply just cultural resources protection that we are already legally mandated to do. It's really about, one, the relationship development, but the relationship development is needed in order for us to actually start working as co-stewards with them. And so you might notice that we will be working with the tribes over the next couple of years as we approach the implementation planning process, because cultural resources protection, that really happens in annual operations plans. So we review all of those with the tribes. We actually haven't gotten a whole lot of feedback from them. So what we are going to be doing is working individually with the tribes over the next couple of years to develop those relationships so that when we do give them our AOPs, we know what information they need They know who to contact, and we can have a more functional relationship. So anyway, I just thought that I would clarify why this is something that warrants a performance measure. How it is reported on and what those targets are, we're in that place of unknowing, because we have to understand better what the tribe would like to see there and what we can accomplish with them. And I would also just mention that the reason that they are not included in the community and stakeholder goal is because we are legally and ethically obligated to recognize them as sovereign nations. So they deserve a distinct place. And they are not, just community members. So just wanted to clarify that. I'm happy to answer any questions. I will say that I will look at the Senate bill that you referenced to make sure that if we need to, we have a lot of references in the FMP. So I want to make sure that we're doing that. And then I would follow with one more thing. And that is part of the goals and strategies is education for our staff. And that's obviously specific to state forests. But I think that it certainly would benefit all of ODS staff. And so with that, I'll close and see if anyone has any further questions.
Thank you. I think we do have some hands up online. So do we want to start with Commissioner Banks?
Yes, thank you. So I just wanted to, well, it's twofold, to follow up on the forest health comment by Commissioner Sweet. After the 2020 fires, we had a salvage harvest, or you had a salvage harvest scenario, and choices were made, and not everything was salvaged. Actually, quite a bit was left unsalvaged. And what I'm now seeing on state lands, and this comes from just being around industry for a long time, what I now see is a more difficult land base now to fight forest fire on, because our firefighters can't enter a forest with snags. They can no longer fight on the ground without heavy OSHA restrictions. And so we've kind of circumvented our ability to be aggressive in those areas. Like, I'm really proud of our state lands forest fires. They're very aggressive when they fight fires. They get things done quickly, but we're kind of circumventing that process now with a newer model of what happens post-fire. So, I'm just making note with thoughts of forest health, that maybe we keep that in mind when we see land bases, state lands that is post-fire, that we remain cognizant of the practices of not salvaging will further impact us for generations. And then to put that aside, I just wanted to comment on, I agree that cultural, however it's phrased, I can't see it on my screen, is a good part of the conversation. With FMP though, should the metric have to be measurable? And so I just don't know how to make that measurable. And maybe I'm misunderstanding. But with everything within the FMP that we place, that a forest management plan has metrics, and metrics should be measurable, like performance measure. And so I just don't know how you measure that. And so I feel like maybe it deserves a little bit more exploration.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Banks. So not everything could be measurable. I don't know that it's terribly meaningful for us to put the number of meetings that we have had. You cannot really measure relationship building, so I understand that. What we can measure are acres of certain culturally significant plants that we have implemented and planted, and we can also measure potential, if we have worked with the tribes to allow them access to our lands for different practices that they may want to do. That's some measure as well. We could also measure, if they have stands that they would like us to maybe integrate some different interplantings, we could measure those things. As we mentioned, those are things that we would, if we were going to report them, would probably do so in a way that wouldn't be giving out any kind of information that they wouldn't want the public to get a hold of. So for instance, if they wanted us to plant some huckleberry in certain areas, we wouldn't want the general public to know where those areas are, because we've already seen that some of those are getting over harvested by certain folks that are using those, so that are not tribal. So at any rate, there are some things that we could measure. And it's also the reason that I thought that it was important to have it here is so that it stays on our radar, so that it's not just this group of folks that remembers that that was an important piece and why we had it in there, that we're revisiting it and we're making sure that we are continuing to be good stewards after, this generation of folks and someone else is implementing the forest management plan.
Thank you. Really quickly, I just want to turn it over to Commissioner Scar because we haven't heard from her yet online.
Thank you. My comments are not directly to the cultural resources, although I greatly appreciate that conversation. We do need to have that on our radar. I think it does point out to Commissioner Bang's comments and many, many comments we've heard today, which is the devil is in the details, right? Our next conversation is where we really will find ourselves more challenged, I think, to determine what are we measuring and what is it telling us? And by the way, which direction are we really trying to go, right? Are we really trying to take bigger bites, costly bites out of the forest by increasing habitat? Are we trying to maintain habitat? What exactly is it? How much is enough? How much is not enough? So I think that's where the challenge will really come. But I think I want to hearken back to Chair Kelly's comments, which is just the principles to remember that we are all in this together, right? We all live and die in this together as the department, as the board, as the counties. And the more that we can have these frank conversations and work on building back trust. We started this conversation with the recognition that we'd all been through some tough times together, and we have. And now it's the building trust time. And I want to just remember what Chair Kelly said, that we are in it together, and ask us to carry from this conversation today, which wasn't so much the devil in the details, that did less to pit interests against one another potentially, as we try to actually set a component metric or actually set a target. That's going to be harder, and it's going to take all of us continuing the frank dialogue, continuing to Commissioner Bang's point to understand and appreciate that we all really do care about the forest, care about one another, and trying to find a common way forward. That we may not all get everything we want, but if we just continue to come to the table looking for where we agree, looking for how we can help one another, how we can make this a nice central pathway that gets us where we want to go. So that was just from my listening today. I wanted to echo that as we got close to closing the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Scar. I appreciate it. Yes, we are at time, so I'll open it up to just remaining comments before we close.
Just very quickly, one, Callie, you've cited a couple bills, mostly on this cultural resources issue. I'd love to, if all of the whole committee could see those, I think that'd be very interesting. I found the comment regarding like huckleberries on Oregon state lands owned by all the Oregonians exclusively for tribal use kind of sad. Like I don't think that's quite what we're shooting for in our relationship with the tribes. But nevertheless, I think that when we're talking about these different prescriptions that we may do, each of those kind of merits a substantive conversation on its own, right? There are trade-offs associated with implementing particular practices on the forest, and that's kind of why we have extended rulemaking processes. Performance measures seems to me to be a really awkward place to try to handle that, or at least anything very specific. So I look forward to this conversation developing. I do think your list of topics is a good list. I think the real work is ahead of us.
Yep, absolutely. Yes.
I just, when on the cultural resources piece, Cindy, I'm wondering, it may be worth, naming it a tribal cultural resource because, and I don't know what's Oregon state laws, but federal law, there are cultural resources that are more recent. And I hear people say I'm 5th generation Oregonian, I'm 4th generation Oregonian. And so my question is it worth dividing that out because there are other cultural resources that are not tribal? Right.
Yeah, definitely those things will be divided out.
So, yeah, we are out of time. I think an appropriate compromise, Heath, is that we wouldn't share those Huckleberry locations with the public, but we would with members of the Board of Forestry.
And the FTC.
I think that's a conflict of interest.
It's being silly. All right. Don't take me seriously. Thank you all very much for sharing this with us. We really appreciate you being here in person and online, and been a great conversation. And I think we're starting to move in the right direction. We've got a lot of work ahead of us on this issue, and I think we all know that. All right. With that, we're going to move on to the next item on our agenda, and which is our Dean DeLuca is going to address us from Oregon State Forestry, School of Forestry. There he is. I didn't know whether he was online or in person, but this is way better.
Where would you like me to sit? Right there, anywhere.
Okay.
Yeah.
Welcome. We're thrilled to have you here. It's been too long.
Yeah, well, thank you for the invitation to be here. And just as a little preface, Cal and I have a call once a month, so we're checking in with each other regularly, and we've been coordinating quite a bit with ODF. There's a lot more we can do on that front, but at least we've got regular communication underway. So.
Can I say a couple of words there?
Please.
Actually, I've been grading his papers, but no, I'm just kidding.
He has been.
One of the things I think that we want to do is, I want to be able to, and I know Jim has ideas, but I thought, my gosh, we haven't heard from the Dean of the School of Forestry at OSU for a while. And, one of the things I like to see in board meetings is bring speakers in just to stretch the thinking. And I think Dean DeLuca does that all the time when I talk to him monthly. So I thought, I'm going to share the wealth here. So thank you, Dean DeLuca, for showing up, and we're looking forward to your speech.
That's great. Thank you, Brenda. It's good to see all of you, Ben. So I guess I have some slides, and Eleni, could you cue those up for us? And what I was asked to do was share some updates on the college, give sort of maybe a little overview of the college today, and then I'm going to talk more broadly about our role in a changing climate in particular. So, and think just, a little bit of material for thought and discussion, and hopefully we'll have some time for discussion at the end. Be great. Okay, first slide. Or next slide. Just said. Okay, so in terms of, oh great, thank you. I didn't know I had power over my own presentation. That's great. First of all, the College of Forestry is pretty special. I made the decision to come here from the University of Montana, where I was very happy to be back in Montana and to be Dean of the College of Forestry. But there are things that can be done here in Oregon and through the College of Forestry that I don't think one could accomplish at any other college or forestry program in the nation. We're ranked #1 in the nation, and we're ranked #2 in the world. There's not another program at OSU that has that distinction. And it would be hard to find one in the state. And I don't say that to boast, because I really am not fond of rankings that much. They're filled with a lot of nonsense, but I think that this college has earned it. And our faculty today are very close knit. We are not a divided college, as a number of people have historically thought of the college. We're unified under a shared vision for the future around a sustainable world. We have, our program is very much experiential learning focused. We do have a strong online program in the natural resources, but our emphasis is on hands-on learning. And programs like forestry, forest management, and forest engineering, it's hard to put into an strictly online format. It has to be a hybrid type approach. And we did something like that in Wales when I was there, and it works out okay, but it has its own set of challenges. We have a range of degree programs, our forest management degree or forestry degree, forest engineering / civil engineering. That's a joint degree with College of Engineering, and both of those are ABET accredited programs. We have our largest degree program, which is natural resources, and there's about 8 different options within that, such as urban forestry or forest restoration, fire, and etc. We have a really strong tourism, recreation, and adventure leadership degree that is all in person currently, but is going online this autumn. So it'll be our next addition to the online offerings. And then we have renamed this last year our degree in wood science and engineering to wood innovation for sustainability, or WINS. And we are hoping to grow that degree. I'll just leave it at that at this point. Grad programs, we have Masters of Natural Resources, which is an online offering. So a professional master's degree, Masters of Forestry, and then of course, Masters of Science in Natural Resources, for Sustainable Forest Management, and Wood Science and Engineering. Online degree, a professional master's degree in wood science and engineering is coming in 2025. And I'd go into detail on it, but I just need to keep moving because trying to cover a lot today. And then of course we have a PhD in forest sciences, sustainable forest management, as well as in wood science and engineering. Enrollment, 2023, we had about a 1% increase in enrollment over the previous year. 2024, we had our largest freshman class ever, and we're up to about 1,300 students, a little over 1,300 students in the college as a whole, and about 1,100 of those are undergraduate students. So we're a small college, and because of that, we have a fairly tight-knit community as a result of that. The pre-forestry degree had the largest growth last year. And as we look towards this upcoming year, our commits in terms of people that have already paid and locked themselves in, that's up 67% over last year. So that'll probably level out a bit, but it's a good sign that we're having good growth, continuing to have good growth within the college. And again, this year, the forest management degree is leading in terms of percent increase. In 2023, we had our largest number or dollar figure for new grants and contracts at 25 million. And that's on an annual basis. That is really driven by some of the EDA money that was received. The Tallwood Design Institute got a $23 million share of a multi investigator application that included ODF and the Port of Portland and the 3 members of the Tallwood Design Institute, which is University of Oregon College of Design, School of Architecture, and then College of Forestry and College of Engineering. We also received a number of other large grants, and this is just to give you a sense of what these look like. One on wildfire and water quality from the Forest Service, as well as a large set of grants from the BLM for the Seeds of Success program for building, which is empowering tribal youth and engaging in forest restoration and grassland restoration in Montana and Oregon. We finished a new strategic plan about a year ago, and a little over a year ago. We're in the midst of doing the implementation planning for the college strategic plan. The university also just finished their strategic plan and released it in November of 2023. And both of us are in the midst of doing implementation plans. And if I won't have time to discuss that in detail, but if there's questions on it, happy to do so. We're trying to dovetail our efforts with, of course, with the new strategic plan from the university, and thus doing that through the implementation planning process. Just a couple of other things. We created a new Indigenous Natural Resource Office at the College of Forestry in 2022, and we hired an Associate Dean for Inclusive Excellence and Director of Tribal Relations. That's Christina Eisenberg. She took that post in the autumn of 2022 and has a number of initiatives going at the federal level, as well as throughout the state in terms of tribal engagement on natural resource issues, and a number around all of the activity associated with forestry, with the Joint Secretarial Order on Co-Stewardship from the federal government. And then, so we were well positioned, having created that position at that time. But more importantly, we're really, as a college and as a university, trying to do a better job of meeting our tribal partners' needs. And given that most tribes are natural resource managers and forest managers, it makes a whole lot of sense that we're closely connected with all 9 tribes here in Oregon, and are trying to do a better job of serving them. Some new faculty and staff appointments are listed here. I'm not going to go into them. Some are just shifting people around internally, and others are actually new hires. I'll just highlight a few on the right-hand column. We just hired Georgia Seyfried, who's a mycorrhizal specialist and a carbon cycler. We hired Laurel Sherman is our Lynn Polk County Extension Forester. Mark Swanson, stole him from Washington State University. He's our new Starker Chair in Family Forestry, and his expertise are in silviculture and forest ecology. And Hee-Sung Woo is a advanced forest systems and robotics specialist. That's part of a little group hire that we did in sort of the AI and robotics space. We're trying to really improve our capacity to meet our partners' needs within that realm, and really hugely improve efficiency and things like tracking and connecting all the way from builder to mill to forest. And then Wenjia Wang is a new assistant professor in wood manufacturing. We have a number of ongoing searches. Just to give you a sense of what some of these are, we just hired a new watershed extension specialist. We have an Indigenous Natural Resources faculty hire. We have Christmas tree specialist. That's an extension position. The Strawn Chair in Forest Operations, interviewing that right now. And new Director of the Research Forests and Silviculture Specialist, as well as a number of other positions. Forest Health Specialist starting this summer. And I won't go into these. Gives you an idea of the sort of range of faculty that were hired in the last 3 years. So we filled some gaps across the college. Some other updates. We're just in the midst of doing the new forest management plan for the McDonald-Dunn. This is way overdue. We're still operating on the 2005 plan, which is a long story, which I won't go into. We've done this as an open planning process with input from community members and from creating a stakeholder advisory board, as well as a research committee, research forest committee, that all are contributing to helping guide the planning process. We just had a public input session last night, as a matter of fact. The Huang Collaborative Innovation Complex is the newest building being built on campus. It will house the #3 supercomputer in the world, which was a gift from NVIDIA. And the building's a mass timber construction building. So will be the third mass timber building on campus. And if you include the Cascades campus, fourth, because the Ed Ray Hall is also mass timber building. And some of this is being sourced from timber harvests on the MacDunn, regeneration harvest and a thinning operation, both. So kind of a neat story to tell anyhow. 2 separate carbon inventories were just finished on the McDonald-Dunn. We did one using remote sense data and one with using traditional inventory. One was just published. We're starting a below ground carbon inventory on the forest this summer. We are in the midst of acquiring a new forest, which is the Tualatin Mountain Forest, which was a Weyerhaeuser owned property just north of Portland, just north of Forest Park, actually, and is a 3,000 acre forest that is being purchased by the Trust for Public Land and given to the college for as a research forest. It will be a managed forest with a host of research activities and restoration studies, and a recreation element to it as well. I won't go into the carbon inventory. The 2 methods gave very similar outputs, both the remote sense inventory as well as the traditional. We're moving more and more into using the remote set with the LiDAR and below canopy LiDAR. We can create these incredibly accurate inventories that can be then converted into carbon. Elliott State Research Forest, I thought I should put this in here. We are no longer directly involved in that. The president of the university wrote to the head of DSL to say that we were not able to move it forward to a vote by the Board of Trustees, and requested dialogue on the matter. And that was because of a number of complications that had risen, including a commitment by the state to sell carbon offsets on the forest before the research was to commence. The request by CT Clusie that we take a step back and dialogue on and we had just signed a MOU with CT Clusie, and they were very concerned about the direction things were going, and then also other constraints. And so we just were requesting a step back, but the DSL has moved forward to pursue the research forest concept. We're still committed to that concept, but we're still waiting to see if our concerns are going to be met. But in the meantime, we're moving ahead with installing monitoring equipment that we received from a federal support for the Elliott. So we're installing to start collecting baseline data for whoever is going to be using the forest as a research forest into the future. Okay, any questions on any of that background before I just go over a little overview of, okay, how much time do I have here anyhow? Should I be, okay to keep going? We're okay. Keep
Okay.
going, keep going. Tom.
Okay, so,
So we all know exactly what this curve is. It's the Keeling curve. It demonstrates exactly what the problem is right now. We have excess anthropogenic loading of carbon in the atmosphere, specifically several greenhouse gas forms, including nitrous oxide, which of course isn't carbon, but we give it a CO2 equivalent. And that we are now over 420 parts per million and rising. And there's a multitude of impacts associated with it. Here in Oregon, what we see and feel the most are drought impacts, heat dome impact like we had, or extreme events, I should say, impacts like we had a couple of years ago. And then, of course, wildfire and displaced communities, you name it. There's so many impacts of climate change. It's the biggest threat that we face in terms of environment currently. And when we look at the inventory of what is contributing to this, most of you have seen this. This is the US inventory on CO2 emissions. Fossil fuel combustion is 4.8 billion metric tons of CO2 annually, and nothing else is even close. That's why there's the break in the line. I should actually have the line out there to put it in context. We are killing ourselves with our emissions of fossil fuels, and we know that, but we can't seem to get around that and take serious measures towards it. The other big players are other uses of petroleum products. The steel and concrete construction is actually the #3 carbon emitter in globally speaking, as well as here in the US. Agriculture is a significant contributor in terms of especially nitrous oxide emissions from nitrogen fertilizer and other sources within the ag, methane emissions and et cetera. And so the question is where does forestry sit in that picture? And it does not show in the US inventory of emissions, because forestry as a sector as a whole is a net carbon sink. When we think about adding carbon to soil or carbon to forest, can it actually make a difference? Well, when we look at those rates of emissions, the first thing that comes to mind, there's no way that's going to make a difference. But where it will be beneficial is when we turn that corner and start to reduce our fossil fuel emissions, that this can help with that temporary drawdown. But the important part of it is that the carbon storage in forest systems, whether it's in the soil or in the standing stock, is temporary. You might measure it on hundreds of years, but it is temporary. And when it cycles in and it cycles out constantly, fossil fuel emissions are geogenic carbon permanently stored in the geologic strata unless we drill it, refine it, and burn it. And then it enters the cycled system. So trading those up for one another is a bit like apples and oranges. We can do it and we can make that exchange, but we have to keep in mind one is temporary and one is a permanent addition to the system. And when we have wildfires and other disturbances, it changes that equation when we start increasing those disturbances. And we do with fire, insects, wind throw, and climate change is increasing those disturbance rates. I didn't mention most of the carbon's actually below ground in the soil as well, but we tend to focus on the overstory. But it's soil's out of sight and out of mind for a lot of folks. This is another piece to keep in mind, is that roundwood production, or I could just say timber demand, is rising lockstep with global population growth. Who's going to meet that demand? We have to keep that in mind, because when we slow production here in Oregon, we push that demand somewhere else. If we were to say that we're just going to focus on carbon production in the state in standing stock, then we're we're shifting that demand somewhere else, like it or not. And with that has to be taken into any equation that looks at the long-term carbon dynamics associated with decision-making. I think more important that we should be thinking about with regard to forest systems isn't the storage. It's important. It's an important piece of that puzzle, but more important is forest resilience. This is what's going to, cook our goose if we're not ready for it. We face really serious problems, whether it's novel insects and pathogens, but like right now we can just look at emerald ash borer and the Mediterranean oak borer and go, oh my God, and what the next could be something that is pathogenic or attacks fur or, and anyhow, so those are significant. The overstocking and drought effects on our federal forest lands, on lands that were harvested heavily in the 80s and then not maintained in that trajectory or restored into a different trajectory. Those are in peril from a drought perspective. And then, of course, there's the increasing size and severity of wildfires with increasing vapor pressure deficit with drier, hotter, longer summers. I hate to be, that's all the gloom you guys already know about, but we need to keep it front and center when we think about the future in forestry. So let's talk a little bit about forest soils and conservation as a means of helping us think forward in the conservation framework. The Biden administration, as well as the UN, having a goal to achieve 30% land conservation by 2030. And that's for achieving both carbon and biodiversity objectives. But the question is what is conservation? Where do we draw that line? Is it strictly preservation, or is it a mix of land conservation and production and preservation? And is there an answer in forest soils? And this might suggest that at least it gives us a framework to consider it. This is a boreal forest example because it's beautiful and it's a place I used to work extensively. And this is the yellowy color, and the bottom layer is our feather mosses that carpet the forest floor. And then all the green in the understory are dwarf shrubs. They don't have Himalayan blackberries and Devil's Club, those things that rip you apart in the Oregon's forest. You can walk through these forests, but the point is that there's continuous cover of vegetation on the understory and in the and combined with the overstory, and there's a significant amount of net primary production that's allocated to fine roots and root exudates. So the soil is being fed with carbon constantly from this input from the overstory and understory. And the root exudates, though only 10% of that, are not an error. It's feeding the system that feeds that in turn feeds the trees. When we don't have cover on soil, we starve it, and the soil emits carbon. And there's lots and lots of examples of bare soil, both spatially and temporally across around the globe. And the bare soil results in no root exudates or litter, net carbon mineralization, and of course, things like erosion. And so row crops, depending on the approach you're using, range from about 30 to 90% bare soil on a temporal and spatial basis over a 100-year framework, whereas managed forests about 1 to 20%. And the 20% would be our highly managed plantation forests of the Southeast. So this is repurposing of the soil textural triangle. It's a ternary diagram with no plant cover or bare soil on this axis, and then native species cover on this axis, and then exotic species cover on this axis. These are agricultural lands that are in more traditional agricultural production. This is like a bare parking lot up here at the top. these are regenerative ag or alternative ag and no-till. So you have plant cover on the surface, but it's predominantly or exclusively exotic species. These are some of our managed forest systems right here with varied levels. And this is a prairie rangeland, excuse me. And this is wilderness right here, whether it's unmanaged, maintained for preservation. And then different levels of conservation within the plantation or within the forest management, from plantation to even uneven aged continuous cover. So the question is about sustainability. How do these different land uses, from urban landscape, row crop, to our managed forests, uneven aged, managed versus like plantation and preserved native forest, resource needs, habitat quality, carbon storage quality, and recreational value. And we can see if we plug into our plantation forests, high on the resource needs, moderate on the habitat, and some might say low, but we plant here, for example, with native species, and especially on longer rotations, you could point to comparatively, especially to good habitat or decent habitat quality, carbon storage moderately high, and recreational value is there. Whereas with some of these, with something like preserved forest, low on the resource, meeting human resource needs, but really high on the habitat and storage. So we need to be thinking about these different land uses from this. Are we meeting human resource needs, and what's our highest, best use of that land in that very location? Is it for habitat, or is it for meeting human resource needs? We have to do both. So all biomass has the potential to burn, just depends on how frequently based on the climate, from tall grass prairie being every 1 to 5 years to cedar hemlock, who knows, up to 400 years. Indigenous people, of course, managed with fire for millennia. And this just shows that if we had a forest in Montana and the Bitterroot, heavy use of that area, fire return interval of about 9 years pre-European presence, and then contemporary, that fire return interval is moved out to more like 30 years. Add to that, we have actively suppressed fires since 1910, and we do a damn good job of it. We put out 97% of fire starts, and that 3% that gets away makes up the 9 million acres of fire in the US. We, of course, over-harvested in the 50s to early 80s on federal lands, and then we greatly reduced that harvest and didn't plan ahead for how to manage those lands. And so we have heavy fuel accumulation and far more dense forests than those that were managed than unmanaged than if they were, of course, burned and unmanaged, or unburned and unmanaged. Our mature forests are beautiful, important, and can be resilient, but the latter fuels and forest density can put them at risk, especially in a changing climate. And this just shows, this is from some recent work from one of our folks at, or a couple of our folks in our fire lab or tree ring lab. They cut this out of a area on a northeast facing slope in the McDonald Dun out of an old stump. And it just shows that pre-1850, the fire frequency, these are all fire scars, was exceptionally high as a result of indigenous burning. And that was used to maintain prairies, savannas, and more open conifer forests that were less susceptible to that really high severity fire. So here's Lewisburg Saddle on the McDonald Dun from 1940s aerial photograph from the Landscape Explorer product, and here it is today. And the point isn't to say we need to go back to this, but the point is to say that there was a lot more open forest, and that's 1940. If we could have aerial photos from 1910 or 1840, it would be really, really interesting, because you can see there's trails in there. So there was probably timber harvested by out of there at that time. Almost certainly there was. And we can't say what that is, but you can see even in areas that are not where there is no clear activity, that there's just much lower forest density than today. So that's McCulloch Peak on the McDonald Dome. And you could do this all day long. So so the fire severity and carbon loss, well, of course, we know what we're losing from the overstory in terms of the death of the trees that will slowly degrade over time. From a soils perspective, and remember I said a lot of carbon is below ground, we mostly lose horizon in fires, but when we have these really novel fire conditions, we really can alter soil processes, and it's a longer recovery time that it takes to bring those processes back. And when we heat those surface soils significantly, we can actually cook organic matter out of the mineral soil now and lose our seed bed. And so we want to avoid these novel conditions that we have, and that's where combining mechanical treatments and prescribed fire is going to be so important in managing our high-risk forest areas and where communities are at risk. This just shows the novel conditions compared to more low severity conditions. How do we create resilience? Well, I already mentioned with those east side forests that are that are frequent fire forest systems that we have pretty well established that reducing the stand density and getting fire on the ground makes a huge difference in terms of building in resistance. On the west side, it's a lot more complicated because the fire frequency's low historically, and especially in the last 150 years, and the wet conditions builds up fuels very quickly. And so the first thing we want to do is reconstruct those fire histories for West Side and have a better sense of what those were across the landscape. And then uneven age management could be more resilient, especially in certain locales, but from a productivity perspective, it'll be notably lower. And with even age forest management, will at risk with increasing fire, there's going to have to be consideration of stocking density, a role for hardwoods. Studies just recent showing that alder presence in these stands can really change the microclimate and reduce the potential for the severe fire, and then that connects with species diversity. So there's just a lot that needs to be addressed there on how do we work resilience into our highly managed forest systems to protect them from stand replacing fire. And then, thinking about the role of mass timber and as a potential tool in the affordable housing and even affordable housing, as well as smart planning and building with a carbon negative material. And of course, if we move to longer rotations or things like variable retention harvesting, we're going to store more carbon in the forest system, and then combining that with long duration storage in wood products seems like a logical solution. But how do we incentivize these? That means less in the short term, less economic benefit to landowners. We don't do much with incentives for forest management. We do a lot with agriculture and other land uses through subsidies. And then, you know, the CDA grants looking at restoration work and reducing density and using some of that low value wood as core in these mass timber products. And with that, I won't go any more detail. I want to talk about systems thinking and how we get there, but I think that in the interest of time, I'll wrap it up and see if there are any questions.
Boy, you packed a lot in.
Yes, I did.
Whoa.
That was Cal's suggestion.
It's like this every time. Ooh, mile a minute. Yeah.
Sorry.
There's a lot. There's a lot. Questions? Go ahead, Liz.
So I was trying to keep up, Dean DeLoca, Liz Power, board member. I really was interested in that sustainability high-low framework. And then it was really interesting, followed up by wildfire impacts. And I was just like, is there a possibility to somehow merge those?
Yeah.
You know, because that's because the sustainability was a snapshot in time. And then we know that with climate change, we are really in a transformative place, and just being, you know, working with forest in the South.
Yeah.
You know, one of the major disturbances is hurricanes. So, you know, we just know that those hurricanes forming off the west coast of Africa, we can track them, we can see them. But they are changing the landscape even more than they did. So I think that's what I'm coming to is like every time I see a static piece, I just wonder, you know, are we thinking about the frequency of change of that?
Yeah.
And are those static, you know, tables, how do we update them to what we see on the horizon? Just rambling thoughts here.
Yeah. So if I'm understanding right, I think how do those two connect? And I think with regard to the questions around conservation and meeting the 30 by 30 objectives, the point being that some of that could be achieved very quickly through conservation forest measures and managed forests, as opposed to needing to designate protected areas that and then combining that with the resilience piece is to say that the only way our forest systems are going to broadly survive climate change is by us understanding and managing for resilience, whether it's on federal forest lands, state lands, or on private lands. And it takes a different look in those different landscapes because of A, how they've been managed over the last 50 years, and B, what objectives are for those different landowners. And so I don't know if I'm answering your question, but those two do fit together. The point is that good forest management is good conservation and should be rewarded for such. And at the same time, the point being around the sustainability front is we need to do our part globally in terms of meeting human resource needs. We live in an area that is outstanding for producing timber. We just need to do it right, and we need to do it in a we need to consider the broader holistic landscape of our combination of public lands and private lands, and how we incentivize across that range of ownership. If we just focus on carbon storage as a means of fighting climate change, we are going to lose. We're going to lose because the forest is not a permanent carbon storage body, whether it's insects or disease or we'll ultimately lose it. And if we're lucky, we may not in certain parts of the landscape and whatnot, but everything is at risk, let's say. So how do we meet those conservation goals, meet our human resource needs goals, and also what? I guess that's it. That was it. Meet our human resource needs as well as our conservation goals. Yeah, Ben.
Well, first of all, thank you for being here and for that phenomenal presentation. And I was trying to sort of find the common threads in everything you were just laying out here. And we've been trying to write our own vision for Oregon's forests that I think mirrors in some ways some of what you have just presented to us. But I'm always trying to find those commonalities and those themes. And it seems like a lot of what you're saying is this solution is multifaceted, that there's no one size fits all.
Yes.
And if maybe there is a common theme, it's complexity. It's that we want to have forests with lots of things going on in the interest of being prepared for the future. Is that a fair way to try to sort of distill some of these big ideas down?
Yeah, I think it is. I think that when we look at forestry and look at forests and forestry as a practice, and we contrast that with land uses, other large-scale land use, like when we talk about urban development and we think about biodiversity, and of course we always focus on biodiversity in the forest, but if we look historically at where was biodiversity before Europeans arrived, it wasn't up in the forest at the hot spots for biodiversity. It's right here. It's in, it's in urban areas where we, of course, focused on and built houses and clear cut and built permanent, impervious surfaces. And now we look to the forest because it's the last places where high biodiversity exists, but those, so the point being that when we look at forestry as a land use, we contrast it with these other uses across, forestry is pretty darn good, even in its most, productive, economic driven approach. Here in the Northwest, you're growing with native species. You have cover of the system for the majority of the life cycle, and it's pretty darn good. Can we do better? Hell yes, we can do better. We can always do better. That's actually written right into the SAF Code of Ethics, that we'll always strive to do better. And both from, like forestry being a conservation practice. It was introduced as a conservation practice in response to cut out, get out logging in the 1800s. And so, yes, both on the conservation front and on the meeting human resource front. Thanks, Ben. Yeah.
Tom?
Yeah, Brenda.
Yeah, first of all, just thanks for making time. I hope we see you here more often. Really like to have you come back and share what's going on with the college and with the research. I was intrigued by your comments about strategic planning at the university and college level, and we are going through the same thing. We are working on a vision document that kind of sets the high level framework, and then we will go into more detailed strategic planning, which it sounds like you're there now. And then you have a separate implementation plan after that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So I think that's a great model, and I hope that that model is something that we can all kind of take home from you. So maybe I'll try to find that link and ship it out to the
we're just in the, we hope to have the implementation plan for the college, the first draft of it by this autumn, and then finalized by the end of the autumn. And I think the university is shooting for something similar in terms of, and they laid out a strategic plan that has very overt and specific goals in it. And we're all supposed to see how we, show how we fit into those. So anyhow.
So I think we need to wrap this up.
Yeah.
You've done something that's pretty hard to do, which is get a couple of new ideas into my noggin. So congratulations.
Oh, good. Yeah.
And I'm going to repeat, we really want to get you back on a regular basis. So, and much appreciation for you coming here. It's just great.
Well, thanks, Chair Kelly, and I appreciate the invitation, and I would be happy to come back and meet as needed, and if it helps to bring a specialist in a given area of interest, we can definitely do that too.
Appreciate that. Well, great. Thank you.
Great.
All right. All right. Okay. I have been informed that given the time of day and all that, that we're gonna this Cal has informed me that we're gonna stay right now with the pre-board model that we have until the next meeting, and hopefully we can have this conversation that we wanted to have then. I have no problem with that. And Mike Shaw wants to address us on another issue. So
good afternoon, Chair Kelly, State Forester Mukomoto, members of the board. For the record, my name is Mike Shaw. I currently serve as the Deputy State Forester, and apologies at this late time after 2 long days to ask you to stay a little longer, but I wanted to provide a little bit of clarity and have a go back on agenda item 6 on the hazard map and make sure that we are not asking you to do additional work that is unnecessary. And I wanted to provide a little bit of clarity about what the division came and asked for today, and that was just your approval to move forward with the public process. We only have draft rules. That's all that you've seen. That's what's in the document. And we are still finalizing those. And the intent is that the agency comes back to you in September with a final rules package after hearing all of the public input from the public process. You folks had some interest in the irrigated land rule in particular and how that was treated in the draft rule. I think that was rule 629.045.1026, 1 sub E, in which it stipulated 1 year out of 5 years, and there was some concern with that. Again, that is a draft rule, and the agency has taken your input and will no doubt hear some of that same input as we did today in the public comment section as we go through the public process. We could indeed come back to you in 2 weeks at a special meeting and ask for the same recommendation to move forward with our public process. But I don't know that that changes any of the draft rules at this point because they're not finalized. We are going to take into account all of the feedback that you folks have given us. We're just seeking your approval to move forward in the process. If we wait 2 weeks, it jeopardizes our ability to be back in front of you in September because of the timelines for public process.
So just for clarity, you came to us for approval to move ahead. The reality is you don't really need formal
we do need, that's part of the process with the board, is getting your approval to move forward on the public process portion of the rule development.
So you're suggesting that we do that right now, and
yes,
you think it's that we're not sort of jeopardizing ourselves in any way.
Correct.
To do that.
It doesn't jeopardize any ability to have input on the rule, the final rule development, or the information on the irrigated land that you were concerned about.
Or the ability to change.
Or the ability to change, or the ability to disapprove the rule package when it comes back in September, if you don't agree with it.
Okay. Gotcha. Comments?
I think that sounds fine to me. I think nonetheless, in September, it would be helpful to have some information on the irrigated lands issue, whether it stays the same or gets changed or whatever it is.
100%, yes.
Thanks.
Okay.
And I think
Brenda.
that it would be far more likely that we would approve those plans in September if that were addressed.
I'm hearing that that is clearly understood.
And that is very well understood.
All right.
Okay.
The proposed motion, I found it. Board to approve the direction to proceed with the public hearing process and return in September 2024 with the final rule language for chapter 629, division 44. I will ask for a motion in a second.
I move to approve.
Ben Dormling moves to approve. Do I have a second?
I will second.
Liz Agpawa, you're always dependable there. Seconds.
Look around.
That, and with that, we will vote on this. So I'll do a roll call. Liz Agpawa,
Aye.
Keith Curtis,
No.
no. Ben Dormling,
Aye.
Joe Justice,
Aye.
Brenda McComb,
No.
Bob Van Dyke,
Aye.
and I will be an aye as well. So the motion passes on I believe that was a 5-2 vote. Okay, so for the record, the motion passes as, and the motion was for the record, for the board to proceed to approve the direction to proceed with the public hearing process and return in September 2024 with the final rule language for chapter 629, division 44. Now, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we've gotten there. As I said, we're not gonna go ahead and have our discussion relative to pre-boards, but this is the time of the day where if we're not completely 100% frazzled, then anybody who has any takeaways, anything else on any subject that they'd like to bring up about really anything, including our process today and our meeting today or our tour yesterday, now is the time. Liz.
Okay, I just want to thank Bob and Heath for your participation today. A lot of your questions were value added and clarifying. And so welcome. And I'm so happy to have you on board. Both.
Yeah, and I want to say exact same thing. I mean, welcome. You added a great deal to the meeting today. I really appreciate your engagement in the difficult work that's in front of this board. Thanks, guys.
Ben.
I would just echo all of that and say you guys jumped in feet first to a big meeting with no time to prepare, and that was a big lift. And I've really appreciated getting to know both of you just a little bit over the last 2 days. And I think when I got on the board, we had a bit of a get to know you session in the board meeting, and I hope we can make some space for that at the next meeting, because we're a bit of a big awkward family, and I really look forward to getting to know both of you a good bit more and working together with you. And I second that your commitment to jump in feet first today is a great testament to your guys' role on the board. So thank you.
Pretty good description, awkward family, Ben. Yeah.
I would only respond by saying thank you for accommodating my participation today. And I have a lot to learn, and I look forward to getting to know you better. With some explanation for my no vote just a moment ago, and that's only based on kind of heuristics that I have from prior rulemakings with this agency, where once the board initiates the public process, it tends to cement things and make it harder to change things there going forward without recommencing the public process. And so I was a little nervous about committing so quickly, and I apologize. I know that was unexpected, but nevertheless, thank you for the opportunity today. It was a great conversation. I look forward to working with you all.
No apologies needed, and I shared that concern, which is why I kind of pushed it from every different angle, because I was really worried that this would be seen as us condoning the whole thing, and with the fact that most of us haven't read it, that's not where we want to be in the future. So, you're right. I think it was the right thing for us to get that vote through and let them get the work done. It's really important work, and we have to remind ourselves that mapping work that they're doing, we're the first state to undertake that. Is really tough work that they're doing, and so we do want to be as supportive as possible.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you. It's a real privilege to be part of the group and get to know you all, and also start to get knowing some of the staff. So, thanks, and happy to be here. And I also will add, I hope we work better together than my family does.
Jim, I'll just share that I had the same rationale that Heath did for voting no.
Sure. Okay, awkward family. With that, today's Board of Forestry meeting is adjourned. Good for